During mid to late 1996, the New World Order were easily the biggest thing going in professional wrestling. The wrestling world was legitimately buzzing when Hulk Hogan sided with Kevin Nash and Scott Hall at the 1996 Bash at the Beach pay-per-view, and WCW executive producer Eric Bischoff made sure to capitalise on the hottest storyline in professional wrestling by pushing the New World Order as WCW's main angle. Not only did Eric Bischoff create a team of bad guys who would never stop growing in numbers, and not only did Eric Bischoff create the most talked about wrestling storyline of the year, but Eric also created a brand with the New World Order. The NWO had its own distinctive look and feel, from the NWO logo itself becoming instantly recognisable not only in wrestling circles but in pop culture itself, to the New World Order's Jimi Hendrix sampled theme music. The NWO became more than just a faction and a storyline. The NWO became its own entity. It could seemingly exist outside of a Monday Night Wrestling show. Eric had, in many ways, hit the jackpot with the New World Order, and he wanted to not only generate revenue for Time Warner with his creation, but he wanted to turn the NWO into a media product. This went beyond your standard t-shirts and compilation videotapes. This went beyond action figures and posters. There were plans at one point to air a New World Order wrestling show that would coexist with WCW Nitro on TNT. You'll hear time and time again that the NWO added too many members, and while this may very well be true, there's an obvious reason behind it when you consider Eric's ultimate vision of having two separate brands in WCW and the New World Order. Long before Eric Bischoff changed WCW Nitro to NWO Nitro for a one-night experiment, Eazy-E tested the popularity of his creation by producing a pay-per-view event completely based around the New World Order. Happening on January 25th, 1997, NWO Sold Out was a spin-off pay-per-view that was completely clean of any WCW branding, a unique take on the pay-per-view attractions that Eric Bischoff was seeing success with over the past year or so. In Eric's mind, the New World Order had become so successful and so ingrained in contemporary wrestling that his NWO storyline and faction could host a pay-per-view that could attract both casual viewers and die-hard fans. Keep in mind here that the idea was to make people pay to see a show completely dedicated and branded towards a heel faction in professional wrestling. It was a risk worth taking. Eric understood the NWO was popular, and he himself wouldn't be out of pocket if the whole thing turned out to be a disaster. People like to call out WCW and Eric Bischoff for putting on the sold out 1997 pay-per-view, and while some criticisms do have merit, you have to respect Eric's decision to think outside the box in a relatively safe wrestling landscape, especially during late 1996 and early 1997. NWO Sold Out will never be anyone's favourite pay-per-view event, but the idea, the concept and the risk factor, I believe, complements Eric Bischoff more than disparages him. I will admit though that the actual event itself, from an in-ring perspective, left a lot to be desired. Eric Bischoff said, "We experienced a tremendous amount of growth in 1996. We clearly knew we had lightning in a bottle, and the very basic idea of creating warring factions and eventually allowing NWO to have its own pay-per-views and special episodes of Nitro was something I started formulating and thinking about during the last half of 1996. We then didn't have the challenge of producing WCW Thunder. At this point, in January of 1997, that mission didn't exist. We had the NWO that was clearly at war with WCW. Kevin and Scott had came in, and of course it started to build after that. Once it became obvious that this was becoming successful, the ideas already started ricocheting in my head that we were going to split the two brands." So take away the cool factor of the New World Order, take away the distinctive branding, and take away all the buzz and all the hype. What the New World Order was, at its very core, was a group of bad guys in wrestling. Not only were they your typical heel wrestlers, but they were almost impossible to beat via pinfall or submission. Week after week, the New World Order would gain the upper hand on WCW's finest superstars through strength in numbers, underhanded ring tactics, even a dodgy referee, which we will talk about a little more as this video progresses. If you're a younger wrestling fan, you maybe didn't care about this New World Order stuff. You didn't like the cheating and you cheered for the true babyfaces. You wanted to see the NWO get their comeuppance. On the flip side of this, if you're a die-hard wrestling fan who has been loyal since the Jim Crockett days, then you'd see the NWO as nothing more than a bunch of New York guys showing how skilled they are at collecting large paychecks for as little work as possible. Eric Bischoff may have struck gold from a television standpoint with the New World Order, but it was those die-hard fans who purchased pay-per-views, or it was the parents of the young casual fans. This was a pay-per-view focused around heels and wrestling. It becomes evident that it would be challenging trying to sell this kind of pay-per-view to the masses. Yes, there were WCW babyfaces that sold out, but the whole selling point itself was the New World Order. When questioned about the overall theme of NWO Sold Out, Eric said, "In my perspective as a producer, this pay-per-view was a means to an end. It wasn't an end and it wasn't a blow-off pay-per-view. This pay-per-view was structured as a vehicle and means to further establish the war we were trying to create between WCW and NWO, and we checked that box. There wasn't a lot of storytelling here. It was all about building the characters and further establishing the distinction between WCW and NWO. Really, it was an experiment. We did a lot of things on this pay-per-view that we wouldn't have done on a more traditional show. If you back it up all the way to the very beginning, to when we launched Nitro in 1995, I wanted to be different from the WWF. I can't overemphasize the success Nitro and the NWO had in being completely different from the WWF and attracting a new audience because of it. Everything that we did that was successful was out of the box. This pay-per-view was my way of taking that to another level and experimenting. And like any experiment, sometimes you're successful and sometimes you fail. WCW and WWF pay-per-views had never been this targeted before. The overall theme of NWO Sold Out would be so different from anything that had aired on pay-per-view previously, and Eric wanted people to pay money to see at its very core a bunch of predominant New York bad guys in the spotlight. The true experiment here was in the branding and notoriety of the New World Order. Adding in that cool factor and the buzz around the NWO was the trump card in all of this. There was definitely reason to believe that NWO Sold Out could be a success by just riding on the wave of popularity. Eric was banking on fans literally buying into the hype. Cedar Rapids, Iowa, January 25th, 1997. Here we are at NWO Sold Out. It's a strange location choice. Eric Bischoff explained that booking arenas in areas that never really got live wrestling would be an easy way to move tickets, but that's also a double-edged sword for obvious reasons. There could be a very viable reason as to why wrestling doesn't sell well in certain locations, but anyway, NWO Sold Out is the biggest wrestling show ever to happen in Cedar Rapids, and that says a lot. To highlight how different this broadcast would be in comparison to traditional WCW pay-per-views, head booker Kevin Sullivan had absolutely nothing to do with the event. He was completely against the NWO expansion due to fears of overexposure. The show opens up with the NWO arriving to the venue in garbage trucks. Garbage trucks with NWO flags. This opening has been ridiculed by many, and yeah, there's really no defending it. The whole NWO, led by Eric Bischoff, walk into the arena before a video package airs featuring Eric Bischoff giving a speech reminiscent of Citizen Kane. In this video, which I thought was actually done pretty well, Eric says, "I stand before you today humbled by the premier event that's about to take place. We are in control. To those of you who have risen to the challenge and joined the ranks of the NWO to change the face of the professional wrestling world as we know it, to you I say thank you one and all. And to those of you who offered yourselves up as opponents, what the hell were you thinking?" We then get a look at the arena for the first time, and one thing I will say is that the arena looked fantastic for this show. The NWO branding was all over the place, from the ring mats to the entranceway where TVs were set up showing the NWO logo. It all felt very different, and this, as we just learned, was what Eric was aiming for. There's a sort of dystopian feel to NWO Sold Out that's hard to explain, but the production staff done an incredible job of making the show look like nothing we'd seen before from WCW and WWF. Eric Bischoff introduces the three founding members of the New World Order. Hall, Nash and Hogan appear on three separate screens, and this I felt was also a nice touch. I recently learned from Guy Evans' Nitro book that WCW senior editor Kemper Rogers actually had to play three separate videos at just the right time to make it seem like the NWO were talking to each other. These days this wouldn't be any trouble, of course, so learning that little bit of information made me appreciate the opening even more. Anyway, from this point forward, NWO Sold Out would be filled with ups and downs. More downs than ups if I'm honest, but let's look at the entire show. Ted DiBiase and Eric Bischoff provide commentary for NWO Sold Out. There's no announce desk, just Eric and Ted sitting on some production boxes. Chris Jericho comes to the ring for his match against the man who made the NWO International, Masahiro Chono. Jericho doesn't have any theme music, he doesn't even have a lower third for his name to appear on the screen. Neil Pruitt, the guy who lends his voice to the following announcement promos, and the guy known as the voice of the New World Order, can be heard making fun of Jericho as the Lionheart makes his way to the ring. This would be a common theme throughout the entire show. Nick Patrick is our referee for this match, and he's in the NWO's back pocket, so what we end up getting is a bunch of slow counts when Jericho tries to make a pin, and yes, this would also be a common theme throughout the entire show. Nick Patrick would be instrumental in most of these sold out matches. The Chono vs Jericho match then is kinda symbolic of the NWO as a whole. Y2J brings the fight while Chono doesn't really seem to care at all, preferring to just get through the match and nothing more. Show up, do what you need to do, and get to the back. During the match, we see Harlem Heat, Arn Anderson and other WCW guys enter the building, sitting in the audience to cheer for the WCW guys. Jericho tries his best to get a match out of Chono, but it's just not happening. There's a moment where Jericho is screaming for Chono to run the ropes, and you can't help but feel that Jericho is legitimately fed up of doing all the work. The crowd then begins to chant USA, which doesn't make any sense, but anyway, Jericho hits a pinning German suplex, but Nick Patrick performs a slow count. The audience boos loudly, but the match just continues on. The same thing happens once again. Nick takes longer to hit the mat for the 3 count, and so you now understand what this pay-per-view was all about and why a lot of people don't like it. A top rope spot is then botched. Chono sets up a table on the outside. Jericho eventually gets sent through the table. Chono delivers the Yakuza kick and it's all over. Nick Patrick brags that Masahiro Chono is Japan's finest into the camera, and we have our first WCW vs NWO showdown in the bag. Chono vs Jericho sounds excellent on paper, it just didn't work, it sold out. Eric Bischoff tells us that there will be a Miss NWO contest, and pictures are shown of some of the contestants who wanted to enter this beauty pageant. Bischoff later revealed that he sent staff out to find women who would eventually participate in the infamous contest, and Eric specifically requested that his staff did not bring back supermodels. The Miss NWO contest is one of the things this show is remembered for. It was an absolute train wreck where Eric would end up kissing the winner on TV, a lady named Miss Becky, who looked like she could be Eric's mother. The Miss NWO segments that ran between each and every match were led by Jeff Katz. Who is Jeff Katz? I hear no one ask, but I'll tell you anyway. Jeff's father was an executive at New Line Cinema, and a WCW events promoter wanted Eric to give Jeff a chance on TV. That's all there is to it, really. And that's all I'm going to say about the Miss NWO stuff. The interviews were awkward. The ladies didn't look like they knew what they just signed up for. They just sat around the entranceway with some biker dudes, and it just didn't work as a pay-per-view showcase. Eric Bischoff defended the beauty pageant by saying, It was designed to be the exact opposite of what people would expect the NWO to do. Everybody, including the Dave Meltzers of the world, would have probably booked the hottest girl they could find. I wanted to go the other way, and I did, and it didn't work. Anyone that's ever been in the business of actually producing television that will say to you they've never misjudged an audience is a liar, and they've never been there. Dave Meltzer falls into that category. Up next we have Hugh Morris versus the NWO's Big Bubba. For a little backstory, Big Bubba ended his association with the Dungeon of Doom to join the NWO, and so Hugh Morris was out for revenge. Yes, the Dungeon of Doom stuff was still going on in 1997. Hugh Morris doesn't have any theme music either, and Big Bubba comes down to the NWO B-Team theme song, a theme we would hear quite a lot through this entire show. This was booked as a Mexican death match. Conan was originally supposed to wrestle in this match, but funnily enough, he wasn't able to leave Mexico to attend this show. Anyway, you'd quickly forget this was a Mexican death match because Nick Patrick threatens to disqualify Hugh Morris quite a few times. I understand he's an NWO referee, but still. This one here wasn't great either. Nick Patrick slow counted at every opportunity, robbing Hugh Morris of any chance of winning. In the end, Big Bubba runs Morris down with a motorbike on the entranceway, and Nick Patrick suddenly wakes up, counting rather quickly to give Bubba the win. It's 2-0 to the NWO, and we are treated to more awkward interviews from the Miss NWO hopefuls. Eric Bischoff promises more exciting action next, Jeff Jarrett versus Michael Wall Street, and again, it's a story about Nick Patrick. This show should have been called Nick Patrick Sold Out at this point. Nick puts his hands on Jarrett early on, physically forcing Double J away from Wall Street, and this leads to a bunch of stalling. Deborah McMichael is watching from the audience, and she grows concerned for Jarrett as the match progresses, clearly seeing Nick helping Wall Street at every given opportunity. Eventually, Deborah pleads for Big Mongo McMichael to help Double J. Mongo hits Wall Street with the briefcase before telling Nick Patrick to make the 3 count. Although Patrick doesn't want to, he has no choice. Jeff gets the win, scoring the first pinfall victory for WCW. The problem here, though, is that absolutely no one cared about Jeff Jarrett, nor the outcome of this match. The first WCW victory couldn't mean any less in the eyes of fans. Next up, the American males explode as Scotty Riggs takes on Buff the Stuff Bagwell. It becomes apparent around this time of the show that the fans are getting bored with the action in the ring. Bagwell and Riggs goes close to 15 minutes here, and it feels like an absolute eternity when watching this one back. Neil Pruitt, the NWO voiceover guy, calls Scotty Riggs a loser on the PA system during the match. This provides a little bit of entertainment, but apart from that, this match really struggled with Bagwell leading the way for most of the bout. Guys like Bagwell and Riggs were really more conditioned for those snappy and quick television matches you'd see on WCW Saturday Night and WCW Nitro. Giving both men at the very most 7 to 8 minutes was already pushing it, so what you end up with here is a lot of time wasting. The guys really didn't know what to do to fill up time, it seemed. Buff Bagwell gets the win with the blockbuster. You'll miss nothing of significance by skipping this match. Diamond Dallas Page takes on Scott Norton next, another match that sounds exceptional on paper, and a match I quite enjoyed even though it was very short. Norton easily overpowers Page at the beginning of the bout, but DDP is able to outsmart Norton and bring him to the mat. As Norton begins to swing things back in his favour, the audience suddenly makes a lot of noise when we see Sting in the arena watching the match from the crowd. Back to the match, and Norton is dominating Page on the outside. The guys working the PA system are getting a little trigger happy with the loser soundbite. The novelty has already worn off. Page begins rallying back, and after DDP hits a DDT, members of the NWO B team come to the ring led by Buff Bagwell. Bagwell asks DDP to join the NWO. Keep in mind that DDP already refused an offer on Nitro from the Outsiders that led to Scott Hall taking the Diamond Cutter. Page says he's in, he puts on the black and white colours, and he shakes hands with Scott Norton. Page then pulls Norton in for a Diamond Cutter before running off into the audience, the exact same way he refused the Outsiders on Nitro. It gets the desired crowd response here. It's sold out though. Nick Patrick rules the match in Norton's favour. Page gets counted out. We get more Miss NWO nonsense before our next match. The Outsiders defending the WCW Tag Team titles against the Steiner Brothers. Out of all the New World Order members we have seen so far, in early 1997, maybe Hall and Nash were the only guys who were truly over in the United States. They brought a certain star power to the New World Order, and so this was really the first match that felt significant. It was a fun match too, not great by any means. It does get slower and slower as the match progresses, but in comparison to what we've just seen, and the caliber of superstars we have had on display, this match went a long way in waking the audience up a little. And on top of this, Hall and Nash seemed motivated here, something that many consider a rare sight during this era of WCW. Kevin Nash took some big bumps from Scott and Rick Steiner, doing an impressive sell job here for the Steiner brothers. The bout falls into familiar territory though, as Rick Steiner needs to make the tag. He can't get to his corner, and you'd expect the fans in attendance to rally behind the suffering babyface, but it feels like the audience is a little underwhelmed at this point. Nick Patrick takes a bump, Rick and Scott Steiner get the better of Scott Hall while Nash is on the outside, and WCW referee Randy Anderson, who has been watching the show in the audience, jumps out of his seat to count the pinfall. New tag team champions are crowned at Sold Out, and the audience suddenly comes to life at this rather unpredictable outcome. Eric Bischoff said on commentary that this is a grave injustice and there will be consequences. The next night on Monday Nitro, Eric reversed the decision and the titles went back to the Outsiders. The best match of the show came up next, United States Champion Eddie Guerrero taking on Syxx in a ladder match. You could always count on Eddie Guerrero to deliver the goods in WCW. Those of you who watch the Reliving the War series on my channel would know that Eddie worked hard in World Championship Wrestling, and this match here is no exception. And say what you want about Sean Waltman, but when he was on, he was on. He could fly around the ring delivering a unique moveset, and he could bump like a champion when needed. And also, he never really got lazy. Ladder matches were a rarity in WCW too, so this was a treat for fans who exclusively watched Turner's wrestling show. For those wondering, by the way, Syxx stole the US title, hence why he's wearing it while coming to the ring. High risk aerial offense, suplexes to the outside, the ladder coming into play and being used as a weapon. It's a great match all around here, and yes, it has been surpassed numerous times in the years that followed, but you have to remember that this is the beginning of 1997. With the correct mindset, you'll have fun with this one, and honestly, with the exception of the production of the show, it's one of the only essential reasons to check out NWO Sold Out. Both men unhooked the belt at the same time. Eddie hits Syxx with the belt, and Guerrero wins the match. Eddie celebrates with the WCW superstars in the audience after the match. The winner of the Miss NWO contest is revealed, and Eric Bischoff gives her a big sloppy kiss afterwards, because he wanted to be different than the WWF. Whatever you say, Eric, whatever you say. This all went on way too long, nobody cared, and it came across as embarrassing. Our main event features the Giant challenging Hulk Hogan for the WCW Championship. The Giant won the World War III Battle Royal in '96, and therefore he had earned a WCW title shot against Hulk Hogan. Hogan refused to give the Giant a title shot the night after Starrcade, and Hogan made fun of the Giant for losing to Lex Luger at the same pay-per-view. This all led to the Giant getting kicked out of the NWO and Hogan putting the title on the line. It Sold Out. To be honest, and I've said this before, but I don't think this Hogan versus Giant match is as bad as others make it out to be, at least in comparison to their previous matches. We had just sat through a painfully mediocre show at this point too. It's very difficult to get excited for Hogan versus Giant to end Sold Out, but try watching this one before watching everything else. Like the Outsiders, Hogan seemed motivated here, and while there is the standard stalling to waste time and whatnot, there's still decent action here when things pick up. After some back and forth, Hogan hits the leg drop, but the Giant gets back on his feet. The Giant hits the chokeslam and it looks like we have a new WCW champion. But then you remember that Nick Patrick is the referee for Sold Out. Patrick only counts to 2. The Giant keeps pinning Hogan over and over again, but Patrick simply refuses to count to 3. The NWO then run to the ring, but the Giant is able to take care of the heel faction. Hogan then uses a guitar that was passed to him by Eric Bischoff, and the Giant gets destroyed. There's no bell to end the match, so I think this was a no contest. Anyway, Giant gets NWO spray painted on his back. The audience chants "We want Sting," but the Stinger doesn't make an appearance. The show ends with Hulk Hogan playing air guitar with the WCW Championship, and yeah, that was NWO Sold Out. With the experiment now in the bag, Eric Bischoff waited anxiously for the buy rate numbers, and it must have been quite a blow when Eric got word that NWO Sold Out attracted only 170,000 pay-per-view buys. Not bad by today's standards, you may think, but consider that Starrcade drew 345,000 buys the month before, and SuperBrawl 7 the month after brought in 275,000 buys. You can instantly tell that the experiment didn't work. As a matter of fact, Sold Out was WCW's worst 1997 pay-per-view in terms of buy rate. It's not that Eric misjudged the popularity of the NWO, but Eric was asking fans to buy into a novel pay-per-view concept featuring a heel faction, and fans were very right to be wary of the show. Those who did buy Sold Out in 1997 were disappointed by the in-ring action. Only Six and Eddie Guerrero truly delivered a show-stealing performance, and word quickly spread that NWO Sold Out was a weak show filled with ridiculous one-side officiating and a weird beauty pageant. I said earlier that the arena looked good and the whole aura of the show was on point, but once you see that for the first 5 minutes, then you're left with what's in the ring, and the show just didn't deliver in that respect. Thankfully, Eric had the sense to think twice about putting on another NWO themed pay-per-view. WCW SuperBrawl 7 took place on February 23rd, 1997 from the legendary Cow Palace in San Francisco. Just under 13,500 fans packed the venue to see Roddy Piper get a shot at Hollywood Hogan's WCW Championship in the main event. Something I want to get out of the way is I love the setup for this pay-per-view. WCW were improving their sets greatly, and in comparison to the WWF's Final Four show the previous week, the Cow Palace and the SuperBrawl entranceway looked brilliant. It's one of my favourite WCW sets. Tonight's show is absolutely jam-packed. 10 matches take place at SuperBrawl 7, so let's not waste any time and let's check out the event. Those who watched Reliving the War this past week would know that Roddy Piper locked himself up in Alcatraz in order to get mentally prepared for his match against Hulk Hogan. Well, at the very beginning of SuperBrawl, we see Piper getting released from his cell, and, you know, I could have bought the Nitro promo because it was still pretty well done, but here, the way Piper runs out of Alcatraz like some sort of savage beast who hasn't seen sunlight in 20 years, it's a bit over the top for my tastes. Piper says that he didn't lock himself up for nothing. Hogan is an endangered species and he's in extinction. And the SuperBrawl intro ends with Piper screaming that he's on his way to SuperBrawl while taking note of the shark-infested waters that surround Alcatraz Island. Tony Schiavone, Bobby Heenan and Dusty Rhodes are going to call the action tonight, and the commentators talk about all hell breaking loose when Roddy Piper arrives at the venue. Good times, good times. Our opening bout is the Cruiserweight Championship match, Dean Malenko versus Six. Malenko is the current Cruiserweight Champion, but Six stole the belt. Six done the same thing to Eddie Guerrero in the US Championship back in December, and I think it's a nice little gimmick he has going on here. Fuck being the belt collector, be the belt thief. Six reasoned that he only steals belts because it leads him to getting title shots, and well, if it works, it works. Sean Waltman was trained by Boris Malenko, Dean's father, and this was used in the storyline. Six said all respect he had for the Malenkos died along with Boris, and so Dean walks to the ring at SuperBrawl with the intent of doing some serious damage. Six takes a beating to start this one off, and Dean has an opportunity to end the match early, but he breaks up the pin. He wants to teach Waltman a lesson. A few forearms in the corner get followed up with a brainbuster, and the two men begin slapping each other while Six lays on the mat. Six continues to aggravate his opponent as the commentators talk about Malenko being unfocused here, and they're right. We watch a lot of Dean Malenko matches in this series, and we know how methodical the Iceman usually is, but he's trying to teach Six a lesson, and that's coming at the expense of his usual moveset. It's actually great to see. Six gets a boot up in the corner, but Malenko fires back with a power slam. We then see a chin lock. Six then finds himself cowering away in the corner as Dean lays in a few headbutts. Six goes for a Bronco Buster to a standing Dean Malenko, but Dean dodges it. I wonder how that would have looked if Six hit his target. Waltman is hung up in the Tree of Woe and Malenko performs a dropkick to Six's knee. Malenko then decides to end it with a Texas Cloverleaf, but a rake to the eyes keeps Waltman in the match. The match then spills to the outside and Dean decides to take his Cruiserweight title and hold it up in the air, showing everyone that he's the true champion. This should have given Six an opening, but Dean puts his opponent right back down before the two competitors get back in the ring. Malenko is destroying the challenger here. Finally, Six is able to get some offense in when he catches Dean with a kick. Malenko takes a kick combo in the corner and Six chokes him at the turnbuckles. We then see a Bronco Buster as Bobby Heenan talks about Malenko's history with neck problems. Six tries to pin Malenko after a dropkick, but Malenko kicks out. Waltman then tries a sleeper hold twice, and both times Malenko is able to escape. He escapes the second with a back suplex that folded Waltman up big time. Six makes Malenko pay with a boot to the head. Waltman then performs a diving elbow drop on Dean while Dean was draped over the apron. We then see a diving leg drop from Six. All this only leads to a 2 count. Another sleeper gets applied and the crowd pops when Dean eventually gets up and he applies a sleeper of his own. Six gets out and he goes for a top rope attack, but Malenko counters it. Six tries to shift his body weight during a top rope backdrop, but he overshoots it slightly, leading to neither man getting an advantage from this spot. Six then decides it's time to cheat. He grabs the Cruiserweight title, and this leads to Eddie Guerrero coming out and a tug of war takes place. Guerrero tries to take the belt away, but this backfires and Dean gets clocked. The referee didn't see it, and so Six pins Malenko and Six becomes the new Cruiserweight champion. Eddie Guerrero just cost Dean Malenko the Cruiserweight championship. A good opener here with a good amount of heat. DDP has a match tonight against a member of the NWO, but he doesn't know who it's gonna be. Seeing as Hogan is in the main event, the Outsiders are defending the tag titles. Six doesn't have it in him to wrestle another match. Big Bubba, quote, fell down a manhole on Nitro. So the question is, who's it gonna be? Mean Gene Okerlund then gets word that Diamond Dallas Page will face Buff Bagwell tonight on the pay-per-view. DDP says just when Buff thinks he has his number, Diamond Cutter. We have a trios match next. La Parka, Conan and Viano 4 taking on Juventud Guerrera, Super Calo and Ciclope. Mike Tenay gives us an interesting fact as the match begins. SuperBrawl 7 is actually the first ever pay-per-view held in the Cow Palace. You know what to expect from these trios matchups. Fast high-flying wrestling that the WWF at the time simply couldn't offer. Rather than go through the match move for move, have a look here at some of the more exciting moments of the matchup. Conan with an awesome rolling clothesline, Super Calo's senton to the outside, La Parka's dive to a seated Calo, all good stuff. There were some dodgy moments too though, such as this one right here where Ciclope missed a springboard moonsault and he hit the floor hard. Something about this bump in his one eye makes this funny when it really shouldn't be. Hoovy pulled off a 450 and he landed right on Viano 4's head. La Parka pulled off a nice corkscrew that nailed Guerrera. And check out Guerrera's Hurricane Rana that followed. There was this spot here where every competitor got involved in a 6-man inverted cradle, and gonna be honest, I didn't think it looked all that great, but what did look great was a Doomsday device pulled off by Conan and Viano 4. Check this out too, La Parka pulling off a surfboard while 4 other competitors formed a star on the mat. I thought this was better than the big 6-man cradle. Conan ends up scoring the win with a sit-down crucifix powerbomb. A fun match and one you shouldn't skip over if you enjoy cruiserweight action. Prince Iaukea got a big upset win on Monday Nitro when he pinned Steve Regal for the TV title. Regal was overly confident, he allowed himself to get distracted by Mysterio, and the Prince scored a big win on Monday night. This SuperBrawl match was originally supposed to be Regal vs Mysterio, and I read a report stating that Prince Iaukea was given the TV title as a way to counter Rocky Maivia winning the IC title. Not sure if that's true, but seeing as Jacqueline's arrival also matches up with Chyna's debut, a woman who WCW were eager to sign, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Still, I would have preferred Regal in this match, and I'm sure many others would also. Mysterio rolls out of a wrist lock to start this one off. We see a waist lock, a hammerlock, a side headlock, and we also see a bit of a timing issue here after a shoulder tackle and dropkick from Mysterio. Iaukea goes for a springboard attack, and even though Mysterio dodges it, he still takes a standing sidekick. You can tell that Prince Iaukea lacks confidence here. He seems to ever so slightly delay in everything he does, and it's very noticeable, particularly after watching the Trios match. Funnily enough, even Dusty Rhodes makes mention of Prince's confidence as the match goes to the outside. The Prince pulls off a shaky looking crossbody from the top rope here. Back inside the ropes, Mysterio takes a vertical suplex followed by a backbreaker, and the crowd is totally silent. Iaukea tries to get the audience into it a little, but this is rapidly going downhill, and it's because people just don't care for Prince Iaukea. As soon as Rey comes back by dropkicking his opponent out of an aerial attack, the crowd begins to make noise. Mysterio pulls off a Hurricane Rana that sends Iaukea to the outside. Mysterio then lands a middle rope senton dive, and this looked great thanks to the camera angle. It looked like Prince Iaukea got crushed here. Back inside the ring, you can see Mysterio get frustrated. He pulls off a beautiful springboard moonsault, and for whatever reason, Prince Iaukea kicks out at 1. The Prince then goes for Snake Eyes, but Rey counters it. Mysterio pulls off an Arabian Press moonsault or a rope flip moonsault, but it only scores 2. At least it wasn't 1. And Prince Iaukea eventually comes back with a Super Samoan drop that admittedly looked pretty good. Steve Regal then shows up. I think Regal didn't make it to the ring on time to stop Mysterio's top rope attack, and well, we end up with this. Mysterio goes back to the outside to try again, and this time Regal pulls Rey down, and Mysterio gets his head slammed on the apron. Regal then throws Rey back into the ring, and Prince Iaukea covers the challenger. 1, 2, 3, Iaukea retains the TV title. The Prince realizes what just happened, and he doesn't want to take a cheap victory. At this point, mate, I think you should take whatever you can get. Even worse is the fact that he tries to give Mysterio the championship afterwards, making both Prince Iaukea and Rey Mysterio look like losers, and completely nullifying the match both men just took part in. A pretty poor bout here. You can and probably should skip over this one. The Giant gets interviewed next, and it looks like he only applied oil to his left arm. Why? The big question tonight though is whether Lex Luger is going to compete and team up with the big man. Luger was injured by Hall and Nash, and Bischoff said that unless Lex could provide a doctor's note, then he wouldn't be able to compete in the scheduled Giant Luger vs Outsiders match. Luger provided the note 1 week too late though, and from the promo that the Giant cuts here, it sounds like we're going to have a handicap match tonight. Giant says Hall and Nash are all about mind games, and the Giant knows this because the big man was once part of the New World Order. The Outsiders want the Giant to get all fired up so he makes mistakes, but the Giant is composed tonight, and he promises to leave SuperBrawl with both tag team title belts. Diamond Dallas Page vs Buff Bagwell is our next matchup, and Page gets a great ovation during the entrances. DDP's journey up the ranks in WCW as of late has been one of the most entertaining things to watch unfold on WCW programming. As for Bagwell, I've said this before, I don't hate the guy half as much as others do, and his transformation from American male to Buff the Stuff was a good and much needed move. DDP baits Buff in with a slap to the face, and we go through a wrist lock routine. Buff makes it to the ropes, and DDP mocks Bagwell by rubbing his head. Bagwell grabs a handful of hair, and Page gets slammed to the mat. Bagwell runs to the corner afterwards, and the referee stops Page from attacking his opponent. Bagwell is now getting under Dallas's skin. A side headlock and a top wrist lock counter doesn't get Dallas very far, but a shoulder block followed by a swinging neckbreaker does. The crowd goes nuts here and Dallas is looking very good. Buff slides to the outside and Page ends up getting his neck snapped across the top rope. Bagwell mocks Dallas afterwards and he talks to the camera while choking Page inside the ring. Talking to the cameras would become Bagwell's favourite thing to do as time went on. DDP tries to push Bagwell away during a top rope DDT, but it doesn't work. The push almost makes Bagwell's move look like a tornado diamond cutter. Page should be taking notes here. Buff poses to the camera and he says he's the stuff, and then he tells fans at home he'll be right back before laying in a few kicks. Page tries to catch Bagwell out with a few pins, but he's unsuccessful, and Buff then gets annoyed at Scott Dickinson. Scott gets pushed, the referee pushes Buff down on his ass, and the crowd pops as Scott gives Buff an earful in the corner. Bagwell plays up to it brilliantly. Page comes back with a hard clothesline and Buff ends up taking a high angle inverted atomic drop. DDP then gets the crowd all fired up before hitting a sit down powerbomb, but Bagwell manages to kick out. Bagwell then tries to steal a victory by using the ropes for extra leverage during a pin attempt. DDP fires back with a pin attempt of his own, but he too is unsuccessful. And then Buff performs a fisherman suplex, and he doesn't want to win via pinfall. He wants the referee to give Page a 10 count. Bagwell poses as the ref begins his count. Page makes it to his feet, and Buff ends up going for a neck breaker, but Page reverses and we see the diamond cutter. The NWO then hit the ring and Page gets out of harm's way. The referee throws the match out and Dallas escapes through the audience. While this match served well in making DDP more likeable to fans of WCW, the bout itself was just okay. Page's popularity though right now is off the charts, and his upcoming rivalry on WCW programming would turn out to be the PWI Feud of the Year. Lionheart Chris Jericho vs Eddie Guerrero is up next, and Eddie's US title is on the line. You expect big things from these two. Guerrero cost Malenko the Cruiserweight title earlier on, but that doesn't play a part in this matchup at all. It starts off with your usual mix of lockups and holds and neither man gets the upper hand. The match resets and the speed picks up with Guerrero hitting a jumping back elbow and a side suplex. Jericho replies with a suplex of his own. A test of strength ends with Guerrero performing a bridge, but Jericho hits a Northern Lights suplex when Eddie gets back up. Guerrero again bridges in order to kick out, but Jericho performs a backslide afterwards. Eddie again kicks out at 2. Eddie and Chris then come to a stalemate after a few takedowns and a head scissors attempt. The two take their time and they recompose themselves. Jericho ends up locking in the Lion Tamer, but he doesn't sit down low enough. The commentators mention that the finisher isn't locked in all the way. Eddie uses his legs to twist out of the move and then Chris brings it down to the mat, pulling Eddie's head back while pushing his knee into Guerrero's back. Chris keeps the pressure on the back by dropping Eddie across his shoulders, but Eddie is still kicking out. Guerrero gets an opening when Chris misses a top rope crossbody, and Eddie takes advantage by hitting a clothesline followed by a pinning powerbomb. Eddie then goes upstairs, but he rolls out of his aerial attack. Chris fires back with a released German suplex, and really, this match could go either way. This hasn't been too bad. Jericho gets to his feet first, but Guerrero shows great balance when countering a monkey flip. Eddie can't escape from an overhead belly-to-belly suplex though, but he does get a foot on the ropes to break the cover afterwards. So far, so good. Guerrero gets set up on the top rope and Jericho utilizes the middle rope to perform a dropkick. He then uses the second rope again for a dive to the outside, and while Jericho connects, he also begins favouring the left knee. Undeterred, Jericho tries an aerial attack back inside the ring, but he gets caught out with an inverted atomic drop. He tries a spinning wheel kick, but Guerrero has the same idea, and both men hit the mat. Jericho again reaches for his left knee. The two knock each other down again, and this is where they begin to lose the audience. A few pin attempts follow, but the crowd are silent. Jericho counters a tornado DDT attempt with a pinning Northern Lights suplex. A great looking move by the way, but the crowd boos when Eddie gets his foot on the ropes. It almost feels like the crowd wants the match to end so they can move on to the next. Everything Jericho and Eddie does inside the ring is good, but the problem here is the match really lacks heat. It even lacked heat going into the bout. The match comes to an end when Eddie performs a crucifix to sunset flip pin. Eddie retains the championship, and yeah, they definitely lost this one as the match progressed. In a show of respect, Eddie places the US title on Jericho's shoulder. Chris hands it back, Eddie leaves the ring, and Chris is left wondering where it all went wrong. I still enjoyed this match, by the way, but the fans in attendance grew tired of it towards the end. The Steiner brothers were supposed to compete in our next match, but because of an automobile accident caused by Hall, Nash and Six, Rick and Scott miss out on an opportunity to become the #1 contenders for the tag titles. We have the Faces of Fear versus Harlem Heat versus Public Enemy. Rocco Rock has a new look tonight, and he starts this match off by getting his ass kicked by both the Faces of Fear and Harlem Heat. Johnny Grunge doesn't fare any better either. Booker T and Stevie Ray take turns in beating Grunge up, and there's some hard-hitting shots here. As a matter of fact, Johnny Grunge ends up in this match longer than anyone else, and he takes a beating throughout his whole time in the ring. We eventually get Ming and Booker T inside the ropes, and Ming pulls off a dropkick that only scores a 2 count. The Faces of Fear make Booker pay for kicking out, and the Barbarian hits a stunning top rope belly-to-belly suplex that makes the crowd go nuts. It's insane how much the audience is into this one in comparison to Guerrero versus Jericho. Booker's punishment continues with a piledriver from Ming, and the Faces of Fear land double headbutts. We also see the Faces of Fear backdrop into a powerbomb, and Stevie Ray has to come in to save his brother. Johnny Grunge then tags in, but the Public Enemy stay on the apron, and they allow the other two teams to keep fighting. And when it was time to strike, Rocco Rock goes to the top rope and he tries a senton. The Barbarian catches him, but Grunge then comes off the top rope and Barbarian falls down hard. Grunge then gets the referee's attention as Rocco Rock pins the Barbarian, and this is how the Public Enemy won the match. Keep in mind that Rock was not the legal man, by the way, Grunge was, but these things really don't matter in the world of WCW Tag Team Wrestling. The Public Enemy are the #1 contenders for the tag titles, and this match was pretty average. Deborah McMichael has this weird infatuation with Jeff Jarrett, and Big Mongo hasn't been too happy with his misses. Double J wants to be a horseman. Mongo, Benoit and Arn Anderson don't want anything to do with him. Ric Flair, on the other hand, also seems to like Double J. So if Double J can beat Steve McMichael tonight at SuperBrawl, he'll become an official member of the Four Horsemen, and he can conduct horseman business till his heart's content. This is a little personal though for Mongo, seeing as his wife seems to really like Jarrett. Our match starts off then with a bit of a shaky transition from a side headlock to a hammerlock. Jarrett then gets the better of Mongo with a hip toss, and Double J gives us a strut afterwards. Steve goes down with an arm drag, and Jarrett makes fun of his opponent afterwards by laying across the top rope. And Mongo makes Jarrett pay afterwards with a big power slam. When Mongo begins targeting the leg, Double J decides to roll out of the ring. Deborah decides to stop her husband from attacking Jeff on the outside, and this lets Jarrett get in a cheap shot. Deborah explains afterwards that they both need to keep this in the ring, but we all know what she's up to. Jarrett then tries to cheat while applying an abdominal stretch, but Deborah puts an end to it by hitting Jarrett's hand with the magical briefcase. So does Deborah really want a fair fight here? I'm confused. Mongo misses a leg drop, but he gets right back up and he hits a press slam. Jarrett then gets clotheslined over the top rope, and Deborah decides to wipe Jeff down with a towel. Mongo takes the towel away, and he uses it to choke Jarrett and ram Jarrett into the guardrail. The match gets back inside the ropes and Jarrett takes control, acting like the stuff on the outside never happened. Mongo takes a clothesline and he falls forward for some reason. Classic Mongo. The two men then trade sleeper holds, and after Jarrett hits a back suplex, Deborah says she doesn't know which competitor she should help. Tony Schiavone rightfully says that she should help neither man. Mongo lands a sidewalk slam, Jarrett replies with a flying crossbody, and when Steve kicks out, the referee takes a bump, allowing Deborah to get involved in the match. Steve tells Deborah to hand over the briefcase. Deborah refuses. She then throws the briefcase into the ring where Jarrett picks it up. Mongo gets nailed and the match is over. Jarrett wins via pinfall, and Jarrett has just become a member of the Four Horsemen. Or is that the Five Horsemen now? Deborah gives the cameras a little wink before she checks on her husband inside the ropes. It looks like Steve is waking up here from a bad dream. This match was the worst on the card, taking the title away from Mysterio and Prince Ikea. The San Francisco Street Fight's up next, now billed as a San Francisco Death Match. Kevin Sullivan with Jackie versus Chris Benoit with Woman. You know the story here. Benoit and Woman became an item, effectively meaning Nancy had left Kevin Sullivan for Chris. Jacqueline then showed up as a mystery part of Kevin Sullivan's past. The two are now a couple, but all we know about Jackie is that she sympathises with Sullivan and also she knows how to wrestle. The moment Jackie and Woman get strapped together, they begin fighting. Sullivan and Benoit go at it too and the Cow Palace erupts. They seem pretty pumped up for this one. Woman and Jackie whip each other on the outside while Sullivan hits a backdrop on Benoit. Jackie stops Woman from jumping into the ring and Woman returns the favour when Jacqueline tries to knock Chris off the top rope. There's quite a bit going on here and the commentary team have trouble keeping up with the action. Woman and Jackie end up in the ring and they're stealing the show here. As soon as they get physical, the crowd cheers. Sullivan then tries to intervene, but he gets his little Taskmaster smashed with the strap. Chris then tries to stop Jackie from attacking Nancy, but he gets whipped across the back for his troubles. Woman loses the strap and this allows Sullivan to take advantage while Jackie kicks Benoit's little rabid Wolverine. This makes Dusty completely lose his mind.
Yes, she kicked him! Yes, she did! She kicked him in the thing! I guarantee it!
Woman beats the hell out of Sullivan while Benoit has his hands full with Jacqueline on the outside. The women then use the strap to take out the men before they begin fighting again. Sullivan and Benoit just take this all in before they too go back to beating the hell out of each other. Benoit and Sullivan then begin fighting on the entranceway and they make it all the way back to the parking and loading area. They have a short fight here where neither man gets the upper hand. I'm surprised they didn't go to the restrooms. And while all this was going on, the fans in attendance got to watch Jackie and Woman go at it inside the ring. It doesn't take long for Sullivan and Benoit to make their way back though, and Chris ends up taking a running knee while in the Tree of Woe position. Sullivan hits his little bunny hop. It should have all been over right now, but Woman breaks up the pin. Sullivan goes after Woman, and this allows Chris to wake up and perform a pile driver. Benoit then brings a table into the ring. He sets Sullivan up and he goes for a splash, but Jackie jumps on top of Kevin, trying to offer some protection. Benoit still performs the splash and the table doesn't break. This must have hurt. I am the table. This is how the match ends. Benoit pins Jackie and Sullivan, and Chris Benoit wins the match. Afterwards, Sullivan, Woman and Benoit lay on the mat motionless. Sullivan and Jackie seem to be in real bad shape and Chris isn't doing too well either. Officials Lee Marshall, Paul Orndorff and Terry Taylor come out to check on the damage, and the doctors are also called to take Sullivan, Benoit and Jackie away from the ring. They're trying to make this look pretty serious. The three competitors get stretchered out and we see them getting loaded into ambulances outside. It ends with Jackie, Benoit and Sullivan taking a trip to the local hospital. Fun match though. I can see why maybe some people wouldn't like it because it's quite chaotic, but I enjoyed it. Hopefully though, this is the end of the Benoit and Sullivan rivalry. They really need to move on to something else. The Outsiders defend the tag team titles next in a handicap match. We already talked earlier about why the Giants' partner Lex Luger isn't allowed to compete in the bout. Six comes out with the Outsiders and Hall and Nash just look like absolute superstars here. They carry themselves like they're above everyone else, and it does give them a cool factor that I feel many others lack in WCW. The Giant comes out all alone and the Outsiders mock the big man. A fan in attendance think Hall and Nash are cross-dressers, and I've no idea what gave him or her that idea. It's a bit weird. An incredible amount of time is wasted here to begin with. The Outsiders play rock, paper, scissors and Nash does the job, meaning Hall will start this one off. Hall throws his toothpick at the Giant, and when Giant tries to attack Hall, the bad guy slaps his opponent around a little. This is that battle plan the Giant talked about earlier. The Outsiders are trying to make the big man mad. Hall finally tries to wrestle, but he takes a back elbow that sends him to the mat. Hall then falls down when the Giant grabs his face. I think Hall's bump might have been a little premature here. Scott tries to recompose himself and he goes on to hit some ridiculously hard chops in the corner. The Giant tries to give as good as he gets before he slams Hall back into the Outsiders corner. The Giant wants Big Nash. Scott Hall decides to spit on the Giant before tagging in Big Sexy. Again trying to make the big man mad, and it looks like it worked for a moment. Nash and Giant build up a little anticipation before going to work and the fans are very much into the match. Nash gets the upper hand to begin with, but the Giant retaliates and the crowd lose their minds. Giant then takes care of Hall before hitting Nash with a dropkick. Big Sexy falls out of the ring, and the Giant follows up by ramming Nash's back into the ring post. Back inside the ring, Scott Hall distracts Mark Curtis, allowing Six to hit Giant with the Cruiserweight belt. Nash lands a big boot immediately afterwards, and then Scott Hall slips when trying to perform a second rope bulldog. Still, Nash covers Giant afterwards, but the Giant kicks out at 2. A loud Luger chant breaks out as Nash chokes Giant in the corner. The numbers game catches up to Giant as Hall takes every opportunity to attack the big man from the apron. Six, on the other hand, completely misses a kick, and credit to the commentary team, they call it out. Hall climbs the turnbuckles and he tries to lay in a few punches, but the Giant keeps pushing him away. Nash then comes in, and look at Nash lowering his head for a big boot and then blatantly calling for a clothesline afterwards. It's as clear as day. Giant catches Six in midair and he throws him onto Nash. Hall then hits Giant with the Cruiserweight belt, and then... That looks so impressive. Lex Luger then makes his way down to the ring and he tosses Eric Bischoff to the side. Luger wants in this match and he wants tagged in right away. Lex gets the tag, he cleans house, Nash finds himself in the torture rack, and we have new tag team champions. I want you to watch that again, but keep focus on referee Mark Curtis this time. What a phenomenal referee. The Giant gives Scott Hall a chokeslam before the celebrations begin. There were a few rough moments during the match, but you can't help but get excited towards the end. The powerbomb was insane. That could have been the end of the match, but the Cow Palace becomes completely unglued when Luger makes his way down to the ring, and well, the rest is history. It's insane to think that Bischoff at one point didn't want to sign Lex Luger, and Luger also took a low-ball offer to begin work in World Championship Wrestling. The guy is super over here. And so Roddy Piper has arrived at the arena from Alcatraz, and it's time for our main event of the evening. I've enjoyed this show so far, by the way. There hasn't been a match that's topped the WWF's Final Four main event, but I definitely recommend SuperBrawl 7 as a complete pay-per-view over the WWF's February show. Hollywood Hogan comes out first and he's brought DiBiase and Vincent along for the ride. Piper comes out looking like a complete mess because, you know, Alcatraz. And man, if you thought Nash and Hall were good at wasting time, you ain't seen nothing yet. Hogan spits on Piper's kilt. He tries to build up enough courage to step into the ring, but he just decides to leave instead. The referee holds Piper back as Hogan walks up the rampway, and then he turns around and he walks back. Hogan goes to leave again, but this time Piper jumps him from behind and the two men finally get physical. This is the abridged version, by the way. No point talking about Hogan walking around the outside of the ring. Piper throws Hogan inside the ropes and the hot rod goes straight for the eyes. The Hulkster then takes a blatant low blow, a low blow that the referee allows, and then Piper chokes Hogan with his shirt before sinking his teeth into Hulk's forehead. The crowd loves it, a lot of people can't sit down. Piper continues to choke Hulk at the ring apron and on the entranceway. Hogan made this one personal when he said Roddy Piper hid behind his own son, and Piper's making Hulk pay right now for those comments. You kinda get took out of the moment when Piper hits an extremely soft chair shot on Hulk. He was so unhinged the moment before, but yeah, not great at all. The two men get in the ring and Hogan hits a low blow. Piper sells it for a few seconds before going straight back on the attack. So that's what Piper was doing in Alcatraz, growing a massive pair of indestructible balls. Piper begins biting Hogan's nose, and this is enough to make Michael Wall Street hit the ring, God love him. Piper takes care of Wall Street and Vincent. Hogan takes control for a few moments, but a classic poke to the eye sends Hulk right back down. Hulk begs for mercy and... okay. Another fight on the outside takes place and Piper again pokes Hulk in the eye to keep momentum. They get back inside the ring where the punishment continues, and then Sting and the Macho Man show up and they stand at the entranceway. Savage stops Sting from entering the ring on Nitro, and this time it's Sting who tries to stop Savage. Savage waits until Sting's back's turned and then he makes a beeline for it. Savage stands at ringside while Sting waits at the entranceway. Something's gonna happen here, but the fans make it crystal clear that they want Sting. Hogan has turned the match around and Piper's now taking a beating. Sting then decides to leave the arena and Piper notices that Savage is at ringside. Hogan delivers more punishment at the ring post before the two competitors get back inside the ring. They fight on their knees for a moment before Hogan locks in a bear hug. Savage looks on as the commentators remind us that Bischoff has stopped Macho from competing inside the ring. The last time Savage competed on TV, it was back at Halloween Havoc. The bear hug gets brought down to the mat and Hogan chokes Piper. Roddy fights back, but another low blow gets delivered. Again, Piper has balls of steel tonight, so he shrugs it off, and Hogan finds himself locked in the sleeper. This is what defeated Hulk back at Starrcade, and Piper does it again. Hogan can't raise his arm on the third try, and Roddy Piper wins the match, and Roddy Piper becomes WCW champion. While Roddy began celebrating, Savage pulled Hulk's feet beneath the ropes. The referee notices where Hogan's feet are, and so the match continues. It hasn't ended yet. Curtis allows the main event to go on. Savage then passes Hogan a pair of brass knucks that don't look like brass knucks, but we'll just call them brass knucks anyway. And then Piper gets clocked. Hulk Hogan covers Roddy Piper for the 1, 2, 3, and Hulk Hogan has just retained the WCW Championship, and Randy Savage has become part of the New World Order. Savage gives the Hulkster a big old hug before nailing Piper. Roddy gets NWO spread on his chest. The Hot Rod then takes a beating from Savage and Hogan as SuperBrawl draws to a close. 2 leg drops from Hogan, 3 diving elbows from Savage. Piper gets completely annihilated here. So much for staying in Alcatraz for 7 days. Hogan and Savage go to the camera and they dedicate this match to Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. And that's how SuperBrawl ended. The question now is, where does Sting fit into all this? SuperBrawl 7 is a good pay-per-view in my opinion. Not brilliant, but definitely worth putting on. There are a few matches you can skip. The Prince Iaukea bout, the Jeff Jarrett match, even the triple threat tag match could get passed over and you wouldn't miss all that much. The main event wasn't good either in my opinion. I thought the Starrcade Hogan vs Piper match was a little better, but it's worth sitting through to see Macho Man join the dark side. The Sullivan vs Benoit match was fun. Luger's pop and Nash powerbombing the Giant makes the tag match worth a watch. And then the other matches on the card ranged from decent to good. As mentioned, it's a better overall show than In Your House 13, but the Final 4 match is definitely the best pay-per-view match of the month. I hope you enjoyed looking back at SuperBrawl 7 with me today, and I hope to see you next week also for Reliving the War episode 72. We're going to check out the SuperBrawl Fallout show there, so hopefully a lot of questions get answered. Thanks for watching guys, and take care.
The following announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
WCW Uncensored took place on March 16th live from North Charleston, South Carolina. Just over 9,000 fans showed up to see a main event featuring 3 teams. Team WCW, Team Piper and Team NWO battle it out, with each team having their own reasons for taking part in the match. I'd usually say here that you don't need to watch Reliving the War in order to enjoy this pay-per-view video, but honestly, the road to the Uncensored main event was so convoluted that you probably would be best looking at the past 3 episodes or so, just to see how we got here. But I'll do my best to condense everything down a bit later on. Let's take a look at the opening match of Uncensored 97. Dean Malenko once again kicks off a WCW pay-per-view, and this time he's getting a shot at Eddie Guerrero's US title. This feud started back at SuperBrawl 7, where Eddie Guerrero accidentally cost Dean Malenko the Cruiserweight Championship. Malenko blamed Guerrero for the loss while also reverting back to a heel, and as for Eddie, well, Dean told everybody that there's a side to Eddie Guerrero that the fans don't see, and Malenko wanted to expose Guerrero as a cheater, a guy who is so jealous of Malenko that he'd do anything it takes to win. The thing is, Eddie actually did start cheating to win matches, so we've got some very interesting character development going into the match where Eddie may not be as innocent as we initially thought. This is a no disqualification match, by the way. Reinstated referee Randy Anderson is only there to count a pinfall or submission.
Malenko pushes Guerrero down at the opening bell, but Eddie fires back with right hands before putting Dean down with a shoulder block. Eddie then gets aggressive by punching Dean while Malenko's stuck in a side headlock, but Dean answers with a hard shoulder block that sends Eddie flying across the ring. Eddie takes some time on the outside to regroup, but it doesn't help. Malenko stomps a mudhole in Eddie Guerrero before delivering a suplex. So far, the audience have cheered for both men, but when Eddie returns the favour and he begins laying the boots into Dean, the crowd boos the US champ. Eddie runs at Dean, but the Iceman throws Eddie into the top turnbuckle and a big side suplex follows. Just as Dean applies a knee submission on Guerrero, we cut away to the backstage area where Kevin Nash, Scott Hall and Six are standing over a fallen Rick Steiner. Scott Hall says the Steiners are having a run of bad luck, it seems, as the NWO pretends to be concerned. Clearly it was Hall, Nash and Six who attacked Rick. The commentators wonder what this means for tonight's main event as our opening match continues. Eddie gets thrown over the top rope, perfectly legal in a WCW no DQ match, and Dean decides to grab the US title and do a little damage. Eddie takes 2 shots with the international object, and Dean almost takes Eddie's head off with a clothesline afterwards. Dean goes to do it again, but Eddie counters with a Sambo suplex. The crowd can't help but to cheer. Eddie shows he isn't afraid to fight dirty next by twisting his foot on Dean's face, and Guerrero then begins focusing his offense on Dean's left knee. And when Eddie Guerrero picks a body part, you know he'll make things a bit more interesting, from hitting a double axe handle from the top rope to performing his vaulting senton. Eddie brings it down to the mat where he hopes to get a submission, and let's get this out of the way. Someone's dad is dressed up like Sting in the audience, and he's gonna distract us throughout this whole pay-per-view. Eddie transitions into a snug STF as we go to split screen. Rick Steiner is getting put on a stretcher and the NWO continue to feign concern. Guerrero and Malenko then begin fighting on the outside where Eddie stays in control. Dean does get an opening when he throws Guerrero into the guardrails, but Eddie comes right back with more focused offense to the leg and knee. Rick Steiner has been taken to the hospital too, so Team WCW will be at a disadvantage tonight it seems. Eddie locks in a figure 4, but Dean breaks it with a thumb to the eye. Dean tries a backslide, but Eddie pulls off a nice European uppercut counter, and Guerrero floors Malenko with a jumping back elbow. Eddie is having a great match so far. After missing his senton from the apron to the ring, Guerrero quickly recovers and Dean gets hit with a baseball slide. Guerrero then maybe gets a little too cocky, and Dean manages to push him into the guardrail after a failed diving attack. Malenko brings it to the ring where he applies an armbar, but Guerrero gets back up. He pulls the straps down to show he's all business tonight, and Malenko takes a backbreaker followed by a powerbomb. We then get an excellent sequence that, in a way, sums up the whole storyline. 2 great wrestlers pulling off great counters, but both men also hit low blows when the opportunity arises. This was pretty well done here. Dean's able to hit a power slam next and he signals for the end. He goes to the top rope. He hits a frog splash on Guerrero, but it's Dean who breaks up the pin afterwards, wanting to deliver a bit more pain to Eddie. It's a shame that Dean forgot about the knee when performing the frog splash though. We see a beautiful head scissors takedown from Guerrero, but Dean comes back with a power slam, and things really pick up with Dean hitting a perfect German suplex and Eddie replying with a tornado DDT. The match ends with Six showing up, and once again Six tries to steal the US title. Eddie grabs the belt, Six tries to hit Guerrero with his video camera but he misses. Dean's able to pick up the camera and Guerrero gets leveled. Dean covers Eddie and we have a new United States champion. Once again, a Dean Malenko opening pay-per-view match has the potential to be the match of the night. Great work here by Dean and great work by Eddie also. It'll be interesting to see how Eddie takes this loss tomorrow night on Monday Nitro. Mean Gene Okerlund gets a backstage interview with Roddy Piper, and Piper can't believe he has to win tonight's main event to get another shot at Hulk Hogan. I guess there's no avoiding this. Now would be a good time to show everybody who hasn't seen it this fucking thing. For those who don't watch Reliving the War, this has been our carefully documented timeline of events leading up to tonight's main event. It's been confusing with things not being made clear and things changing consistently. But all you need to know is the rules of the match, and also you need to know what's at stake. Each team get their own prize if they win. If Piper's team wins, Piper gets a cage match with Hogan. If Team WCW wins, the NWO are put out of action for 3 years. And if the NWO win, they get a shot at any title belt on a date of their choosing. 3 men from each team start the match, new superstars enter at unspecified time intervals, and the last man standing wins. It's an elimination match where pinfalls, submissions, and over-the-top rope eliminations all count. Oh, and Dennis Rodman has joined the New World Order and he promised to be here tonight for the main event. Piper says Flair and Anderson promised they'd be here, but they didn't show up. Piper's teaming up with the other horsemen tonight, but he says he doesn't know if these guys ride mares or if they ride studs. Piper has to deal with Hogan, he has to deal with Rodman, he's worried about Rick Steiner on the other opposing team. Piper is having a bit of a meltdown, it seems. The horsemen show up and Jarrett says the group is on the same page, Piper has nothing to worry about. Big Mongo tells Dennis Rodman that we'll find out who the MVP of Chicago is later tonight. And Benoit tells Piper that the Hot Rod became the icon by making the right decisions, and the right decision was teaming up with the Horsemen tonight. Piper throws up the symbol of excellence. It looks like he's ready to conduct some horseman business now that his worries have been somewhat cleared up. Mean Gene says time's up and Deborah unfortunately can't speak tonight. And Tony Schiavone says we don't necessarily need to hear from Deborah, all the fans need to do is look at her. Ooh. Back in the ring, Ultimo Dragon defeated Psychosis with a Tiger Suplex. You know what to expect from these two. It wasn't as good as the opener and the crowd definitely enjoyed the Malenko vs Guerrero match more, but this was still a great showcase of why the cruiserweights were so special in WCW. Guerrero once said that the cruiserweights were the backbone of World Championship Wrestling, and he was absolutely right with that statement. Diamond Dallas Page comes out for an interview. Randy Savage attacked DDP from behind on Nitro a few weeks back, and ever since then, Savage has refused to acknowledge Diamond Dallas Page. Savage even forgot DDP's name. Mean Gene says there's a rumour going around that Dallas could step in for the injured Rick Steiner tonight, but Page says he showed up tonight to make Randy Savage acknowledge him. Dallas challenges Savage to snap into a diamond cutter once again, and the crowd pops. Randy Savage then appears with Miss Elizabeth, and it looks like Savage is finally gonna acknowledge Dallas. Not only that, Savage is also gonna acknowledge Dallas's wife, Kimberly. Savage says he got DDP all wrong. The Macho Man actually respects DDP, because as Savage and Elizabeth walked through the airport, they noticed a magazine being sold that featured a Kimberly Page photo shoot. And this photo shoot left nothing to the imagination at all. Page is pissed off. He's annoyed that the NWO would use his wife to try and get one over on him, but it gets worse. Out walks Kimberly and, well, her clothes have been covered with NWO spray paint. DDP then gets Pearl Harbored by Savage. The Macho Man then makes Kimberly look on as Dallas gets NWO spread on his back. Kimberly rushes over to her husband, and Elizabeth shows she's 100% NWO by spraying Mrs. Page on the back also. Mean Gene says this is completely disgraceful and despicable. Elizabeth says Kimberly should be happy that the NWO loves her so much, and Savage says DDP is the man before walking away. On commentary, Bobby Heenan says Savage has completely lost his mind. Next up, we have a martial arts match, Glacier vs Mortis. Mortis was introduced on WCW Saturday Night as the arch nemesis of Glacier by James Vandenberg, maybe better known by his real name, James Mitchell. James explained that he himself was a collector of all things unusual and odd, and that's why he manages Mortis. The Mortis character became a good pro wrestler before travelling around Malaysia, Singapore and Thailand to compete in blood sports. And James explained that for 6 months, WCW invested time and money in the Blood Runs Cold storyline. This only resulted in a slow-moving block of ice known as Glacier. Mortis is here to rectify that, and Mortis calls himself the skeleton in Glacier's closet, maybe implying that there's some sort of mysterious backstory going on here that we don't know about. I think Mortis just became my favourite wrestler of all time. Mortis would watch Glacier's matches on WCW Saturday Night from a distance, as Frosty Balls clearly became the target of this new superstar. And yeah, that's about it really. So this is the in-ring debut of Mortis, but it's not Chris Canyon's first match in WCW. This is being billed as a martial arts match where actually it's just a normal one-on-one no DQ match, pay no attention. Glacier starts off by trying to sweep the leg, but Mortis has seen the Karate Kid enough times to dodge it. Mortis spits on Glacier's face and this just pisses our frosty friend off. Mortis gets kicked into the ropes and Glacier lands a backdrop afterwards. Mortis comes back with a hard slap to the ear and it's a pretty effective strike. Glacier gets stunned and Mortis is able to put his opponent down to the mat. Can we also appreciate just how good Mortis's ring gear looks? It might not be for everyone, but I think the presentation of the whole Mortis character is absolutely on point. Mortis gets overconfident and Glacier is then able to sweep the leg. We see a jumping sidekick from the real Iceman, and Glacier ends up kicking Mortis right out of the ring. Glacier performs a vaulting crossbody from the ring to the outside, and Glacier brings it back to basics with a suplex on the protective mats. Vandenberg breaks the follow-up pin by grabbing Glacier's leg, and this leads to Glacier chasing the future Sinister Minister around the ring. Mortis then catches Glacier with a baseball slide and Glacier takes an excellent bump. Glacier then gets dropped headfirst on the apron, and Mortis's follow-up clothesline really should have got a bigger pop from the audience. Mortis successfully hits a Famouser on Glacier, but he tries it again and he ends up taking a powerbomb. A jumping back elbow from Glacier gets followed up with an inverted tilt-a-whirl slam. Glacier then leapfrogs over Mortis's back before hitting a big boot. Mortis hits a kick of his own afterwards, and the unique offense from both competitors has been brilliant here. This is really refreshing. After nailing a superplex, Glacier goes back upstairs, but Mortis counters with a perfect Northern Lights suplex. A neckbreaker puts Glacier back in control and we see a flying crossbody that only gets a 2 count. Glacier then tries to end it with a cryonic kick, but Mortis pulls the referee in front of him. This gives Mortis enough time to hit his very own super kick, but again, it's only a 2. Vandenberg holds Glacier in place for another super kick, but Glacier ducks out of the way. Mortis is able to pull back, but he walks right into the cryonic kick, ending the match with a pinfall victory for Glacier. This, I feel, was the wrong move. Mortis looked excellent in this match. Glacier was already somewhat established. A victory for this new character would have went a long way, but still a fun match. Vandenberg begins signaling for someone else to come down to the ring, and here comes Wrath, played by Brian Clark, who we last saw on WWF television as the Atom Bomb character. Wrath isn't given a name here, all we know is that he's maybe another unusual oddity collected by Vandenberg, and Wrath also does not like Glacier. Wrath and Mortis destroy Chili McFreeze and they look really good doing it too. Another entertaining match from WCW Uncensored 97, and I genuinely look forward to seeing more of Mortis and Wrath on Reliving the War. Next up, we have a strap match. The American males explode once again on pay-per-view when Scotty Riggs takes on Buff the Stuff Bagwell. You don't need the backstory here, you know it already. They used to be a tag team, Buff joined the NWO, Bagwell has been interfering in Scotty's matches and whipping him with a belt. That's really all that's been happening. Riggs won't even give Buff a chance to get strapped up. Bagwell takes a whipping and he ends up getting strapped up on the outside of the ring. Riggs starts off as the aggressor, but it doesn't take long for Buff to turn things around. Riggs gets hit with the whip and he takes a clothesline, giving Bagwell ample time to pose in the ring. Buff chokes Scotty before going to the top rope. Riggs is able to get up just in time to smash Bagwell's little Buff Daddy on the turnbuckles, and Bagwell takes another few shots with the whip before getting superplexed off the top. Bagwell takes more punishment, and so far no one has tried to touch the 4 turnbuckles. After a short scuffle on the outside, the two get back in the ring where Riggs chokes Buff, Buff chokes Riggs. We get to see this spot here where Riggs slides under Buff and Bagwell's bag gets totally wrecked. Look at how high Buff jumps up here. Riggs then tries to touch the 4 turnbuckles, but he only makes it to 2 before Buff fights back. Riggs gets dropped across the top rope and Bagwell has a chat with fans at home about just how great he is. After giving Scotty another bad whipping, Buff approaches the cameras and he says he loves himself more than anyone can ever imagine. He then tells fans to give him a moment and he goes straight back to whipping Riggs. People don't like Buff's confidence, but I think it's absolutely fantastic. Buff tries to hit the turnbuckles again, but he's stopped briefly. Buff has no problems putting Riggs back down and starting the process all over again. And I'll admit, while I enjoy Buff being as slimy as humanly possible, this match here hasn't been the most exciting. Bagwell making Riggs do the American males cheer gets a good laugh from the audience though, and the biggest pop of the match comes when Buff tries to pin Riggs and Randy Anderson won't count. Bagwell pushes Randy pushes back, and the crowd give a big cheer when Randy verbally destroys Buff in the corner. Bagwell screaming that he's sorry also got a laugh out of me. Riggs makes a comeback and he tries to end the match. Buff puts an end to the offensive flurry by throwing Riggs out of the ring and choking his opponent. But have a listen here to the sound of Scotty's back hitting the apron.
You go back to get him, oh my goodness!
There's no way that didn't hurt. It looked and sounded pretty brutal. Buff uses all his body weight to choke out Riggs and Scotty is now out cold. This allows Buff to touch all 4 turnbuckles and win the match. He touches the last turnbuckle with his ass. What comes across in this match so much is that Buff Bagwell was definitely the entertainer of the two. Riggs was a great pro wrestler, but Buff had the entertainment side nailed down. Whether you found Buff's antics entertaining is a completely different story, but it can't be denied that between the American males, Bagwell was definitely more of a character. The match was passable, but not great. It's the weakest match on the card so far, in my opinion. Team NWO cut a promo backstage and Scott Hall says that Dennis Rodman joining the NWO was sweet. Hulk asks Macho Man though if it's as sweet as DDP's old lady. The NWO guarantee victory tonight, and Hulk Hogan says when Dennis Rodman shows up later on, that's when the tide turns. The Hulkster's been plotting something with the real Hot Rod, and the plan will be put into effect in tonight's main event. The group continue making fun of Kimberly when Scott says he thought Silicon Valley was in California. Kevin Nash says the NWO are as bad as they want to be, and the promo ends with the group saying when you're NWO for life. Macho remembers to bring his magazine with him as the New World Order leave. Next we have a tornado tag match, Harlem Heat versus the Public Enemy. We have practically no story here either. Since the Four Corners tag match was turned into a triangle match at SuperBrawl 7, it seems that there's no longer #1 contenders for the tag belts. And I think that was done because of the Uncensored main event, with the NWO potentially losing all their belts if Team WCW wins the match. Jeff Jarrett and Steve McMichael were originally going to face the Public Enemy tonight, but Harlem Heat have stepped in since the Horsemen are in the main event. Anything goes in this one, and Dusty Rhodes laughs when Harlem Heat take away Public Enemy's plunder and start using it against Rocco Rock and Johnny Grunge. It doesn't take long until we have the dreaded WCW split screen, and things quickly get out of control. Sister Sherry helps Booker T on the outside, while Johnny Grunge uses a toilet lid on Stevie Ray. Dusty's reaction to this is amazing.
That's a toilet lid. Was that in the trash?
Stevie Ray gets his head smashed with a pair of trash can lids. Dusty forgets himself and he says this is just like a xylophone, and Bobby Heenan corrects him, saying it's more like a pair of cymbals. Dusty is just so excited for this match. We go back and forth from the split screen, and Rocco Rock and Stevie Ray go on the outside, and it's just chaotic. We get shots with baking trays, trash can lids, trash cans. I'm just realizing that there isn't much point talking about the action inside the ring. What you see here is what the whole match has been like since the opening bell. But Dusty Rhodes' commentary still makes this a must watch. I wish I could play more of it without the video getting hit, but you know what, here. Bobby Heenan can't stop laughing at Dusty, and it just brings a smile to your face. Johnny Grunge gets busted open by one of many weapon shots in this match, and I'm not going to sit here and find out which one it was. Bobby Heenan says this match is the best as Rocco Rock chokes Stevie Ray with a toilet lid, and when we go to the split screen again, we can see a conveniently placed table sitting on the outside. Both teams begin fighting at the guardrail, and what do you want here? Do you want to see more trash can shots, or do you want more Dusty Rhodes commentary? I want more Dusty Rhodes commentary, so here.
I used to do that, my little brother.
As Sherry begins choking Rocco Rock with a cable, Tony Schiavone attempts to call the match, but Bobby Heenan and Dusty Rhodes have completely left planet Earth at this point. They're having way too much fun. Rocco Rock picks up a pizza pan.
It's a pizza pan or a hubcap. So a pizza pan.
Booker gets clocked and Dusty goes into hysterics once again. More absolute fuckery happens on the outside when Sister Sherry decides to hit Stevie Ray with a trash can. Absolutely no idea what happened here, and Stevie has to tell Sherry it's alright after the botch. Looks like Sherry had a nasty cut too. The match comes to an end when Grunge and Rock perform the Public Enemy Sandwich. I hate calling it that. And then Steve McMichael and Double J show up. Remember, they were supposed to be in this match originally. Mongo uses his magical briefcase to take out Rocco Rock. Booker T then lands a Harlem Hangover, and that's it. Harlem Heat wins one of the most chaotic and unintentionally hilarious tag matches in WCW pay-per-view history. I prefer seeing Harlem Heat in standard tag team matches, and the 5 million trash can lid shots are not for me, but I know there's people out there who would enjoy this. Absolutely everyone though should watch it just for Dusty Rhodes and Bobby Heenan on commentary. They made a match I normally wouldn't like very fun indeed. Team WCW get interviewed backstage and Scotty Steiner is pissed off. Scott says he didn't need any more incentive to beat up the NWO tonight, but now that Rick has been taken out in an ambulance, Scott is going to rip the NWO apart later on and Team Piper better stay out of his way. When he finishes his part of the promo, Scott does a Road Warriors style tell him Hawk, but he says tell him Lex, a clear cue for Lex to take the next bit of the promo, but Mean Gene says nah, not today, and the Giant gets asked the next question. Lex gives Steiner a reassuring pat on the arm as if to say, it's okay lad, these things happen. The Giant says it's time to do some spring cleaning in WCW, and tonight there's gonna be some choke slamming from the Giant, some racking from Flexi Lexi, and some suplexing from Scott Steiner. Lex Luger thinks he's a modern day wrestling fan on Twitter when he says tonight's main event isn't just a wrestling match, it's all about society and taking down this anti-establishment trash known as the New World Order. The NWO have no respect for authority, they have no respect for society as a whole, they have no respect for the fans and no respect for the history of WCW and the NWA. It's made clear during this promo too that there's no replacement for Rick Steiner. Team WCW goes into the main event with three men who Lex says were brought together under adversity, but Luger does promise to get the job done tonight and restore the legacy of World Championship Wrestling. Prince Ikea vs Rey Mysterio was billed as a return match, so it's a rematch. Why bother billing it as anything? Ikea defended the TV title against Mysterio back at SuperBrawl, and I thought the match really highlighted how inexperienced Ikea was. Either that or he was maybe just nervous. While this match is an improvement, there's still a few moments that show us that Prince Ikea maybe wasn't still ready for pay-per-view, let alone a match in the semi-main spot. Prince's Samoan drop right at the beginning of the match looked good. He took a good bump when Ray got the knees up during a springboard splash, and Ray followed up with a great springboard somersault senton. After a bit of action on the outside, we get this right here where the positioning was all off, and a bit of extra work was needed to get Ray on the ropes, although to be fair, Prince's powerbomb afterwards looked pretty good. Check out Ray's split-legged springboard moonsault too. There wasn't much Ray couldn't do during this time in his career. The problem here though is that the crowd is just flat out silent during the match. I know I say this a lot, but here, take a look and have a listen.
Mid-air did the Prince. Prince has him up and down with a power bomb.
Even moves that would usually get the crowd pumped up only get a smattering of applause.
Using the springboard, oh boy, and that was great.
And when both men scissor each other in mid-air, Tony Schiavone is a little hesitant in saying what happened.
Both tried a drop kick, and they almost, well, they didn't almost, they scissored their legs that time.
After performing a corkscrew senton, Mysterio covers Ikea. The time limit expires though, right in the middle of the count. Mysterio asks for more time and Prince Ikea grants it. There's a lot of groans in the audience as Ikea says Mysterio is a great athlete and there has to be a winner. When the match resumes, the commentators do their best to talk over the boring chants.
But got hit in the gut and got hit in the throat, I believe that time.
Ray hits the West Coast pop, but Ikea rolls over and Mysterio takes a pinfall loss. From bell to bell, it is a better performance than the SuperBrawl match, but that doesn't mean it was good. Just like the fans in attendance, I actually couldn't wait for this one to end, and I normally really enjoy Rey Mysterio's WCW matches. Alright, time for the main event. I need to make a few updates to the timeline of events here, so let's put that here. I think the over-the-top rope eliminations were only announced on this pay-per-view also, so let's add that here. And there we go. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how we got to the uncensored main event. We talked about this on Reliving the War, but there's absolutely no way Team WCW is gonna win this. Their reward for winning the match is just too far-fetched. Team Piper has a chance, I guess. A Piper vs Hogan cage match isn't out of the realm of possibility, but the smart money here is on the New World Order. Okay, so Michael Buffer explains what's gonna happen here. There's gonna be a few rounds in this match. Round 1 will have one man from each team and it lasts for 5 minutes. We then get 3 more guys entering the ring to begin round 2. Then 2 minutes later, round 3 begins with another 3 men. And the 4th and final round is another 2 minutes later with everyone now in the match. Eliminations are via pinfall, submission, over the top rope and also knockout, forgot to mention that earlier. Buffer also talks about the prizes for each team, and then Buffer tells fans to get ready to rumble. This is the Uncensored 1997 main event. Starting the match, we have Chris Benoit representing Team Piper, Scott Hall representing the New World Order, and the Giant representing Team WCW. Hall and Benoit fight as the Giant slowly makes his way to the ring, and the big man makes it clear that he isn't interested in helping Team Piper. Both Benoit and Hall get clotheslined and the crowd goes crazy. After smashing Benoit and Hall's heads together, the Giant goes on a rampage. Hard chops get delivered from the big man, and although Benoit tries to fight back, he's absolutely no match for the Giant tonight. Every time Hall and Benoit try to mount some offense, the Giant just swats them away. It's quite interesting that Benoit and Hall are kinda teaming up here to try and do some damage, and Tony Schiavone brings up a pretty obvious but pretty important point also. There's no reason why the Horsemen couldn't help out Team WCW to get rid of the NWO for good in this match. Honestly, it makes no sense for the Horsemen to help Roddy Piper tonight anyway. Getting rid of the New World Order would benefit the Horsemen more than Roddy Piper getting a cage match against Hogan, but let's not get into all that. The Giant destroys both guys for almost the whole 5 minutes. Around 20 seconds before round 2 begins, the Giant goes over the top rope. He throws himself at Hall, Hall ducks out of the way, and maybe the biggest threat of this whole match is now gone and Team WCW only have 2 men left. The next 3 competitors enter the match. Jeff Jarrett representing Team Piper, Macho Man Randy Savage representing the NWO, and Lex Luger of Team WCW. As expected, the match instantly gets more chaotic. Lex is all alone representing Team WCW while the other teams have 2 members inside the ring. Macho gets his bandana knocked off by the Total Package and Scott Hall saves his teammate from taking a press slam. Hall then tries to hit an outsider's edge on Double J, but Jeff blocks it just before round 3 begins. Steve McMichael of Team Piper, Kevin Nash of the NWO, and Team WCW's final member Scott Steiner enters the match. So far, the only elimination has been the Giant, and there's a real problem with ring space here. Everyone has to kinda stop so Scotty Steiner can hit a tilt-a-whirl slam on Jeff Jarrett and a double underhook powerbomb on Scott Hall. So Kevin Nash just watches his tag partner take a big move before attacking Steiner. Benoit and Mongo pull Jarrett down from an outsider's edge as the clock ticks down to the 4th and final round. Just before the last competitors enter the match, things get really bad for Team Piper when Kevin Nash eliminates Jeff Jarrett and Scott Hall eliminates Big Mongo. The New World Order are the only squad with a full team now. The final entrant should have been Rick Steiner, Roddy Piper and Hulk Hogan, but only Roddy Piper comes out. Rick is still in hospital, and it looks like Hogan is gonna make the fans wait. While Piper was making his way down to the ring, Kevin Nash eliminated Scott Steiner. This is a seriously dominant performance from the New World Order, and although the match felt predictable, I don't think anyone could have guessed it would have been this cut and dry. The production team screw up and put another countdown clock in the corner even though there were no more entrants. You may think this was Hogan's own personal clock, but no. Out comes Hulk Hogan and Rodzilla of the Chicago Bulls. Dennis Rodman was made an official member of the New World Order on Nitro 6 days earlier. Hulk Hogan completely big times the whole match. He takes time to take media photos with Dennis Rodman on the outside, while the other competitors continue to work in the ring. Piper begins choking Savage with a chain and the 2 men fight on the outside. Benoit, Luger and the Outsiders are still in the match, but Hulk Hogan takes his sweet time in entering the ring. Hollywood finally gets in and he chokes Piper with his shirt. Piper then gets thrown out of the ring, but he goes through the ropes. The crowd has started a loud "We want Sting" chant as the match continues in the NWO's favour. Hogan and Piper then begin brawling on the outside, with Piper getting the upper hand. They go to the rampway and the legendary Bill Apter almost gets knocked over when Randy Savage offers some assistance to Hulk. The three men make it back to the ring, and look at this. Hogan and Savage bring Piper to the ropes. Dennis Rodman is supposed to be there. He clearly isn't. Macho walks over, right past Lex Luger of Team WCW. He tells Rodman to get in position and Macho walks right back over to Hogan and Piper. Lex just stands there and lets it all happen. Macho then waves Rodman into position for his spot, and it really does take you out of the match. It feels really amateurish, and this is the main event of a WCW pay-per-view. Rodman then holds down the top rope and Roddy goes flying over. Roddy has been eliminated, and Piper tries to go after Dennis, but security hold him back. Team WCW and Team Piper only have one man left, and there's been 0 NWO eliminations. This has been an absolute slaughter. As Piper gets attacked on the outside by Rodman, Hogan and Savage, Scott Hall has some serious problems lifting Benoit up for an outsider's edge. It's so bad that Kevin Nash has to help Hall get Benoit up for the move. Remember when Kevin Nash called guys like Benoit vanilla midgets? Yeah, so do I. Chris Benoit gets eliminated next, so we now have the complete Team NWO versus Lex Luger. The NWO have a two-sweet party with Dennis as Kevin Nash chokes Luger in the corner, and the crowd show their disapproval. The NWO have a team huddle as they decide how to finish Luger off, and Kevin Nash decides that he's going to pull the trigger with a jackknife. Lex counters it and he begins fighting back. The crowd lose their shit as Lex cleans house, and he manages to get Savage up for the rack. The Macho Man gives up, and so we have a 3-on-1 match. Lex then quickly clotheslines Big Sexy over the top rope. We're down to 2-on-1. Can Lex do it? Can he beat Team NWO all on his own? Scott Hall finds himself in the rack and the crowd can't believe it. Hall gives up, and we now have Lex Luger versus Hulk Hogan, the leader of Team WCW versus the leader of the New World Order. If Lex pulls this off, the unthinkable happens and the New World Order can't wrestle for 3 whole years. The dream gets completely shattered in a matter of seconds, I'm afraid to say. Kevin Nash distracts the referee while Hogan gets put in the rack. Dennis Rodman hands a spray can to Randy Savage, and Savage nails Luger. Hogan just falls on top of Lex, and Hogan gains all the glory by pinning Luger to end the match. Team NWO win the Uncensored main event, and they win a shot at any title on a date of their choosing. The win gets totally sucked out of the North Charleston Coliseum when the NWO get announced as the winners. Luger gets his back spray painted, and Dennis Rodman throws some of the worst looking slaps ever to the total package. The NWO leave the ring and they pose for more media photos, but then the Stinger comes down to the ring. Now, Sting was supposedly part of the New World Order after joining the group 3 weeks ago, so why Scott Hall ran in to attack what he thought was his NWO teammate makes absolutely no sense, but that doesn't matter one bit. I'm tempting fate here by showing more of this pay-per-view, but this pop has to be heard.
Do something! Yes! All right! Go with it!
All these years later, and this kind of stuff can still give you goosebumps. Sting takes out Savage, Hall and Nash. Each man takes a Scorpion Death Drop, and then Sting points his bat at Hulk Hogan. Sting wants the Hulkster. After dropping his bat, Sting turns his back and he allows Hogan to get in the ring. But Sting doesn't give Hogan the same courtesy he gave the likes of Rick Steiner and Lex Luger. Sting instead turns around and faces Hogan, and when Sting starts laying in the punches, the crowd lose their minds. Uncensored goes off the air with Hulk Hogan taking a Scorpion Death Drop, and that's it. That's the pay-per-view finished. The last match was a mess, and the match format didn't work for a pay-per-view main event, but Luger's brief comeback in the ending with Sting was some real edge-of-your-seat stuff that ended up making the whole main event worth watching. Uncensored 1997 starts off brilliantly, then progressively gets worse in terms of in-ring bell-to-bell action. Dean Malenko, to me, is the WCW pay-per-view MVP with a string of solid matches, and this one here with Guerrero is absolutely no exception. This was the match of the night, for me anyway.
The debut of Mortis, I enjoyed that too, but from there things get a little shaky. If you plan on watching this one, you can skip the IK match. The Ultimo Dragon match also feels a little redundant because it follows the Malenko vs Guerrero match, and the Bagwell vs Riggs bout can also be skipped over. Harlem Heat vs the Public Enemy is a must watch for Dusty Rhodes on commentary, and the main event is worth it just to feel those crowd reactions to Luger and Sting. After I get done with scripting and reviewing these pay-per-views, I always tend to check out what others thought. I do this afterwards so my opinion doesn't get swayed. And honestly guys, if you ever want to start doing your own pay-per-view reviews, don't ever go on what other people think and watch it from start to end for yourself. In regards to Uncensored, I read things like the whole Lex Luger vs NWO ending is played out at this point, and I read that Sting's bit at the end saved the whole pay-per-view from being a total disaster, and I 100% disagree with both of those statements. With that being said, there's so many matches you could skip when watching Uncensored 1997, it's hard to recommend the whole pay-per-view based on that fact, but there's also some good moments and matches to be found on this one too. That's gonna do it guys, thanks for watching, and if you want to see what happens next on Monday Nitro, please join me for Reliving the War episode 75 later this week. Take care everyone.
High five.
WCW Spring Stampede 1997 took place on April 6th in Tupelo, Mississippi. Like the inaugural 1994 Spring Stampede event, the show has a western theme with the 1997 edition heavily featuring the Four Horsemen in the event's promotional material. As a quick side note, there was no Spring Stampede in 1995 or 1996. There's also no Hollywood Hogan on this show, meaning there's no WCW Championship match. Instead, the show is main evented by a Diamond Dallas Page vs Randy Savage grudge match. There's also been a little confusion regarding the WCW Tag Team title match. Scott Hall hasn't been on WCW TV, and he's booked in a title defense tonight along with Kevin Nash against Rick Steiner and Scott Steiner. Kevin Nash got angry on Nitro due to NWO members choosing a Dennis Rodman movie premiere over appearing on the show to fight WCW. Scott Hall got a bye ball from Big Sexy as Kevin explained that his tag partner was dealing with things more important than pro wrestling. In reality, Scott had checked himself into rehab, and WCW didn't come up with any kind of explanation other than he was missing in action. Scott Hall is not at Spring Stampede, and it's announced at the beginning of the show that Kevin will face both Steiners in a 2-on-1 match, and the tag titles will be on the line. The semi-main tonight is a 4 corners match, the Giant vs Lex Luger vs Booker T vs Stevie Ray, and the winner of the match will get a shot at Hollywood Hogan's World Championship. Our opening match features Ultimo Dragon taking on Rey Mysterio Jr. So Mr. WCW pay-per-view Dean Malenko is not opening the card this time around. The Malenko vs Benoit match is a little later on. The match begins with your standard holds and locks, and Dragon ends up hitting a body slam. The two go at it again and Mysterio applies a leg trap camel clutch. Dragon performs a wrist lock and Mysterio gets out with a headstand counter. The wrestlers show respect to each other afterwards and the crowd gives a round of applause. Dragon puts Ray down with his kick combo and he follows this up with a drop kick. The match goes to the mat again with Dragon in control, keeping the focus on Mysterio's left arm. The fans then get excited for Dragon's spinning backbreaker drop, and Dragon follows up with a powerbomb catapult combination that looked excellent. Ultimo Dragon brings it back to basics momentarily with a sleeper hold, but then he pulls off a running Lager bomb that I must have watched back 5 or 6 times. Spring Stampede had a wonderful start here, and this was commonplace at WCW pay-per-views. The opening match was always exciting. Mysterio then gets rocked with a tombstone piledriver, and Dragon could have ended the match right here, but he breaks his own pin. Bobby Heenan says this was a mistake. Another sleeper gets applied, but Ray breaks out and we see a spinning wheel kick. Dragon replies with a clothesline before applying a Muda lock and a surfboard.
Ray just hasn't been able to get going here at all. The match goes to the outside where Ray throws his opponent into the guardrail. Ray then rushes into the ring to try and regroup a little, but Dragon catches Mysterio with another sleeper. The crowd pops when Ray gets up and he applies a sleeper of his own before knocking Dragon out of the ring. And Ray then performs a springboard senton before we go to split screen. Let's just appreciate this layout and the random picture of the Western bar taking up a third of the screen. What's going on here? Stagger Lee wants to get a word with Kevin Nash. Apparently Big Sexy has a demand in regards to his 2-on-1 match later on, but it's Six who pops his head out of the door. We can't hear what he says, but the door gets slammed in Lee's face. Back in the ring, Dragon misses a middle rope crossbody. Ray tries to take advantage, but he ends up getting dropkicked out of the ring. Dragon performs a plancha before the match gets back inside the ropes, where Mysterio gets dropkicked out of a lion's salt. Dragon then pulls off a giant swing that makes both men a little dizzy, but Ray comes back with a cartwheel spinning Hurricane Rana. Both guys then try to pin, but neither competitor can get a 3 count. Dragon goes back in control with an enziguri. We then see the Dragon Steiner, but Ray keeps himself in the match by getting a foot on the ropes. The match comes to an end with Ray avoiding a Tiger Suplex. He then ducks a wheel kick, and Rey Mysterio wins the match with a springboard Hurricane Rana. A really good opening match here that had some excellent pacing. WCW continues its tradition of making opening matches must-see attractions. A good start to Spring Stampede. Lee Marshall tries to get a word with Kevin Nash again. Six again shows up at the door, but this time Rick and Scott Steiner show up. Nash then appears as Scott and Rick get held back by Doug Dillinger and the boys, and Nash announces that he wants Nick Patrick as the referee tonight if he has to take on both Steiner brothers on pay-per-view. Nash then spits on Scott. Scott punches a random guy holding him back, and Doug Dillinger decides he can't handle it and Steiner gets maced. Scott screams for Rick to help him, but Rick is also getting held back. Scott ends up getting cuffed and he continues to scream for help. So we're going to have to wait to see how this affects the tag team title match a little later in the evening. The commentary team do absolutely nothing but talk about this throughout the next couple of matches, by the way. Watch the TV title match a little later on and you'll notice that the action in the ring is totally ignored in favour of the Nash vs Steiner storyline. The Medusa vs Akira Hokuto match was up next and it wasn't bad at all. It's one of Medusa's better matches in recent times. It's around 5 minutes long, pretty standard for WCW women's matches, and it starts off with Akira in control but Medusa turning it around with a few punches in the corner that gets a great pop from the audience. After a bit of back and forth, Medusa finds herself at the ropes and Sonny Ono decides to slap Medusa around a little. Medusa kicks Ono away, but this doesn't stop Sonny from going back at Medusa while we get to see the world's most oblivious referee. They fucked up the ending though. Medusa hits her German suplex, Sonny Ono jumps on the apron to stop the count, but the referee paid no attention to Akira's manager, and Akira wasn't sure if she should kick out or not. Have a look yourself.
Over the top of the suplex, 1, 2, and... Yes.
You can also hear the bell ringing, but the match isn't over. Medusa kicks Ono off the apron and she goes to finish Akira off, but Luna Vachon shows up and she costs Medusa the match. I was beginning to worry that we wouldn't see Luna again after her debut on Nitro a few weeks ago, so it's good to see she's still here, but it's not so good for Medusa. Akira Hokuto retains the Women's Championship at Spring Stampede. Lord Steven Regal vs Prince Iaukea was up next for the TV title. We have established on Reliving the War that the Prince really wasn't ready to get heavily showcased on TV. His recent pay-per-view matches with Rey Mysterio weren't great, and his most recent Nitro match against La Parka was bad too. But this match here with Lord Steven Regal was actually pretty solid, and that's because Regal forced the Prince to work at Regal's pace. Prince Iaukea wasn't given many opportunities to screw things up thanks to Regal keeping things grounded with a more straight-laced style of wrestling, and it done wonders for Iaukea. Tony Schiavone announced at the start of the match that Scott Steiner has been arrested, and this means Nash only has to face Rick Steiner tonight, but the tag titles are still on the line. As mentioned earlier, this is all the commentary team talk about throughout this match. We get our standard wrist locks and headlocks at the beginning of the bout, but if you plan on watching this back, pay attention to how much Regal gets out of these standard holds. Iaukea manages to bring it to the mat with a headlock takedown. Regal gets to his feet. He gets in a cheap shot when Iaukea releases the headlock, and Regal brings his leg down over Ikea's head, remembering to play up to the crowd afterwards, and again, getting the most out of the simplest things. Ikea gets thrown out of the ring and he comes back in with a springboard crossbody. Regal loses a test of strength, but he bridges out, and Regal decides to poke Ikea in the eye afterwards. He says it was an open palm strike, and the referee buys it. His lordship almost caves in Prince Ikea's back with a hard forearm shot, and he tries to end it with a full Nelson submission, but Prince stays in the match. The TV champion tries to steal a victory with a sunset flip, but Regal punches him in the face and the match continues. Big European uppercuts from Regal get answered with a few chops from the Prince. Regal is forced into the corner where he begs for mercy and the Prince backs off. This was a mistake. Regal obviously doesn't give Ikea the same courtesy when the referee calls for a break in the opposite corner. And check out this spot here. This sums up the match so well in almost a meta sense. The Prince tries a crossbody and Regal just walks away from it, resulting in Prince's high-risk offense not paying off, and showing that wrestling smart and keeping things straightforward would probably be a better strategy for the TV champion. And guess what? Keeping it simple leads to Prince Ikea winning the match. A back body drop gets followed up with a few chops. Regal goes for a schoolboy pin, but the Prince twists out of it and he pins Regal for the 3 count. I think if you watch this match without watching Nitro and without understanding where Prince Ikea was, you'd probably write it off as a pretty average encounter, and indeed, it was pretty average on the grand scheme of things. But those who saw how bad Ikea was in previous matches would see what the plan was during this encounter at Spring Stampede. Regal got a better match out of Prince Ikea here, and he done that by leading a more deliberate style of match with a focus on the fundamentals. Again, it wasn't a great match, but for Prince Ikea, it was his best TV title match to date. Just like on Monday Nitro when Chris Jericho defeated Regal, his lordship goes on the attack after the bell, only this time, no one comes out to help Prince Ikea. Ric Flair comes out to cut a promo, and this time Flair has a few announcements. First of all, the Nature Boy is stepping back into the ring. On May 18th at WCW Slamboree, Ric Flair will have his first match since September of 1996. Flair then says that Kevin Green is coming back to WCW, and Green has agreed to team up with the Nature Boy. Bit odd seeing as Steve McMichael had some issues with Green last time around, but nonetheless, Flair calls out Hulk Hogan next, and he challenges Hogan and other members of the NWO to step into the ring at Slamboree. Flair doesn't make it exactly clear what kind of challenge this is, not sure if it's a tag match or a 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 match that also includes the 4 Horsemen, but Flair is back and he's wrestling on next month's pay-per-view. Speaking of the Horsemen, Double J and Steve Mongo McMichael took on the Public Enemy next, and the story was the exact same as always. I think this was probably, the 3rd or 4th time when it looked like Double J and Mongo had sorted out their differences. Even Big Steve done the Fargo strut, showing he and Jeff had maybe set aside their problems for the betterment of the Horsemen. Johnny Grunge tried to put Deborah through a table and Double J had to come to her rescue. Grunge ended up putting himself through the table as Mongo and Rock battled on the entranceway. All was looking good until Deborah left the magical briefcase on the ring apron and Rocco Rock took it for himself. Double J applies a figure 4, he then gets whacked with the Halliburton, and the Horsemen take another loss. I'm sure we'll hear all about it again tomorrow night on WCW Nitro, but this is just the same thing we see time and time again with Double J and Mongo McMichael. A common complaint with modern wrestling is that storylines are too short and longer angles of the past were much better. That may be the case, but there were also some absolutely horrible storylines that lasted way longer than what they should have back in the 90s too. The problems with the Horsemen during late 96 and 97 is a prime example. Mean Gene interviews Harlem Heat next, and you'll notice they're wearing different colours tonight, and that's because they aren't teaming up at Spring Stampede. They're in a 4 corners match with the winner getting a world title shot. Now, we all know what happens here. Booker says something he shouldn't have. If you watch this on the network after the Peacock purchase, you get to hear the Turner home video edit, which, by the way, was pretty well done.
Want the gold, sucker? Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, sucker! I should point out for
the network version before the Peacock purchase has the unedited audio, and I can't play it here. The video will get flagged, I'm sure, but you know what happens. Booker T has stated quite a few times that this was one of the lowest points of his career, but well, what's done is done, you know, what can you do? Booker's reaction to his slip-up though is priceless, and so is Sister Sherry's. She tried to comfort Booker and tell him it's okay, but Booker is clearly distraught. It's a legendary botch for sure, but you do feel bad for Booker a little, and I'm sure it played on his mind throughout the remainder of the show. The thing is, verbal slip-up aside, the promo was actually pretty good. Sherry started it off by saying Harlem Heat will divide and conquer tonight, echoing her statement on Monday Nitro. Booker T said this was all about Harlem Heat finally getting a chance to get the world title, and Stevie Ray says the Giant and Lex Luger are in the way of Harlem Heat getting a shot at Hulk Hogan's belt. Booker T then says that too many people have been looking over the Heat, but the critics will be silenced tonight. What's interesting though is the fact that neither Booker nor Stevie talked about the possibility of wrestling each other in this Four Corners match. But yeah, everyone remembers the botch and the immediate reactions of Booker and Sherry afterwards. Stevie Ray's reaction? Well, apparently Stevie didn't pay attention and he didn't hear the slip up. He was too busy thinking about what he was going to say when it was his turn to talk. Chris Benoit gets a shot at Dean Malenko's US Championship next. Both Chris and Dean said they respect each other on Nitro, and Malenko wanted to give Chris a chance to win a singles championship. Both guys though have other feuds going on. Benoit and Kevin Sullivan have a rivalry that's been lasting forever, while Dean Malenko has been feuding with Eddie Guerrero, a guy who Dean has been trying to expose for what he truly is, a jealous cheater, according to Dean. Now, in comparison to Dean's other pay-per-view matches in 1997 and the ones we've just saw, this one plays out very differently, and it shows how versatile the Iceman truly was. It starts off with your standard holds and locks, but eventually it breaks down into both men trying to wear each other down. There's no quick pin attempts nor highly innovative holds or counters. It's all about who can go the longest and who can stay on their opponent and not stop. Almost a battle to see who has the better stamina. It's a great match too. Malenko works over the knee and leg early in the bout, but Benoit fires back with a stiff shoulder block that almost floors Chris too. Dean comes back with a wrist lock, but Benoit counters with a top wrist lock where he can apply much of his upper body weight onto Malenko. Malenko gets out with a body slam and he sails the wrist and arm afterwards. Benoit bridges during a test of strength and Malenko tries to bring Chris down by jumping on the crippler, but Chris stays put. Benoit then gets to his feet, another wrist lock gets applied, and Malenko gets stretched out on the mat. A slew of ground submissions by Chris Benoit follows where the neck and back is targeted. Malenko eventually stops the onslaught with a back suplex. Chris makes Dean pay with a few hard chops, and I hope this comes across on YouTube because you can see the sweat getting knocked off Dean's chest. These are some hard shots. Dean isn't one to stand around and take punishment though. He lays the boots into the crippler and we can see that Chris has cut his hand open too. Dean then brings it back to the mat with an STF followed by a camel clutch. Chris then gets launched into the ropes and Dean applies a short arm scissors from an arm drag takedown. Chris gets out by lifting the Iceman up in the air while the hold is still applied and Dean gets slammed to the mat. We see another back suplex from Chris Benoit and he thinks this is enough to end the match, but Dean kicks out of the pin attempt. An abdominal stretch gets applied next and it stays in for an extended period of time. Dean fights out eventually, but a kick to the head from Chris Benoit puts Dean back on the canvas. Chris tries choking Malenko at the ropes and he lands a neck breaker. Again, he thinks this is enough to end the bout, but Malenko gets a foot on the ropes. Dean has taken quite a beating here, but he's still going strong. Chris remains relentless. The sound of his knife-edge chops echo throughout the arena, but Malenko fires back with a running clothesline in the opposite corner. Dean goes for a suplex next, but Chris counters with an inverted suplex that gets a great reaction from the crowd. This is when the match ends, unfortunately, and it's due to interference. First of all, Jacqueline comes down and she begins fighting with Woman. Jimmy Hart then tries to steal the US title, and this leads to an injured Eddie Guerrero coming out. Eddie tries to get the belt back, and in the middle of the chaos, Benoit gets suplexed from the ring to the outside. Arn Anderson then makes his way down to the ring and he takes out Dean Malenko, and then Kevin Sullivan shows up. In a repeat of Monday Nitro, AA allows Sullivan to pass him. This leads to Sullivan smacking Benoit with a kendo stick. Sullivan then gets taken out and he falls on Eddie Guerrero, and all this chaos leads to Randy Anderson throwing the match out. Jimmy Hart, Jackie and Kevin Sullivan then put the belt on Eddie's shoulder. He's brought back up the entranceway and he protests that he doesn't want the belt, but the question here is this all a setup and is Eddie just tricking everyone while acting innocent? The finish lets this one down a little. This was an absolute war inside the ropes, and 5 people running down to interfere didn't do the match any favours. We know Anderson wanted his rivalry with Sullivan to be water under the bridge, but in a roundabout way, Anderson just cost Benoit the US title. Malenko talks to Chris afterwards, saying he was not supposed to be here. And we don't know if Malenko was referring to Guerrero, Anderson, or Sullivan, but either way, there's mutual respect shown between the two competitors. It's a shame the match ended the way it did, but don't let it stop you from watching. This is still a highly recommended matchup. Kevin Nash comes out for his match against Rick Steiner, and he's brought Nick Patrick, Ted DiBiase in 6 along with him, so you know exactly what's going to happen in this one. Rick tries attacking Nash right at the opening bell, but the big man overpowers his opponent. Rick takes a clothesline in the corner, Big Sexy lays in a few back elbows, but Rick gets an opening at the opposite side of the ring. Nash takes a big boot followed by a Steiner line. A belly-to-belly suplex follows, and there was just about enough rotation here to land the move clean. Nash is under the ropes slightly, and this means Rick has to break his follow-up pin attempt. We see Rick scoop power slam next, and any of these power moves of Rick Steiner are gonna look impressive when Nash takes them. This is no exception. The NWO then come into play when Six holds down the top rope and Steiner tumbles to the outside. Patrick has a conversation with Nash as Six lays in the kicks on the outside. Nash throws Rick back into the ring and the dog-faced gremlin takes a sidewalk slam. Steiner then gets choked on the ropes and Ted DiBiase gets in a cheap shot. This is turning into another slaughter by the NWO as Kevin Nash floors Rick with a big boot. Nash signals for the end, he hits a jackknife, but Rick manages to kick out at 2, surprisingly, and Rick really should have stayed down. Things get pretty bad for the Steiner brother next as Nash begins targeting Rick's injured ear. In storyline, Rick had a busted eardrum. Still, Rick manages to hit a low blow and he hits his bulldog from the middle rope, but Nash kicks out at 2. The commentators say this was a slow count from Patrick by the way, but it absolutely wasn't. Nash then takes a few more clotheslines, but Six distracts Steiner long enough for Kevin to hit Rick with a clothesline of his own. Six then tries to remove the turnbuckle padding, he has a little trouble so Ted DiBiase lends a helping hand, and Kevin Nash then performs snake eyes on Rick, again targeting the side of the head and the injured ear. Nash does this twice, and Ted DiBiase ends up showing sympathy for Rick, and he tries to reason with Kevin that that's enough. Nash tells DiBiase that he's supposed to be NWO, and Big Sexy will tell DiBiase when enough's enough. Kevin does it again, and DiBiase decides he's going to leave the ringside area. This was all playing off the stuff on Nitro with certain NWO members not showing up. DiBiase wasn't on Nitro, and so Kevin doesn't seem to care too much about what DiBiase has to say, and he doesn't care about DiBiase leaving the arena. Steiner gets dropped one more time. We see another jackknife. Nick Patrick hesitates making the count, but Nash forces the referee to do his job. Big Sexy picks up the win at Spring Stampede 1997. While not a match you'd call overly competitive, this one helped Kevin Nash stand out among a sea of NWO members, and the NWO having problems is way more refreshing than the Horsemen having problems. The issue here though is that this could easily turn out to be a repeat of the Four Horsemen stuff, and that's something we just don't want to see. Still, Kevin came across like a real bully here, one of the more dominant members of the NWO and a guy who wasn't prepared to take shit from neither his friends or his enemies. Not a great match, but I'm liking this no-nonsense version of Kevin Nash. The Giant and Lex Luger get interviewed before the Four Corners match, and the Giant says this was all Hulk Hogan's plan. He's trying to turn brother against brother and friend against friend. Giant says he and Luger are a team, but Giant understands that whoever wins this thing, they deserve the title shot, no matter if it's Luger, Booker, Stevie, or himself. Lex says WCW is here to claim what's theirs. This is a shot at Hollywood Hogan, in a shot to bring the New World Order down. Harlem Heat, the Giant and Luger are going to wrestle tonight, but the end goal is to bring the championship back to WCW and restore prestige to World Championship Wrestling. So, in short, Team Giant Package here are happy enough to fight each other to get a chance at Hollywood Hogan. Harlem Heat make their entrance together, as does Luger and the Giant. This one is every man for himself. You can tag out at any time, and you can tag in whoever you want. The first man to score a pinfall or submission will win the match. Lex Luger and Booker T start this one off, and you're just watching to see if Harlem Heat will square off against each other, or if Luger and the Giant will fight each other. And you know what's going to happen eventually, but the competitors make us wait it out. Luger floors Booker with a clothesline and a press slam follows. Booker fights back a little, but when Luger hits another clothesline, Booker decides to tag out, and we see Harlem Heat working together. This gets followed up with Luger and the Giant working as a team in the opposite corner also. And then the Giant gets officially tagged in, and we have the Big Man versus Stevie Ray for a little. Stevie shows no fear by going straight after the Giant, but fuck me, Stevie takes another clothesline and another one afterwards. There's a lot of clotheslines in this match. Booker gets in the ring to try and help Stevie, but he takes a press slam for his trouble. And then Booker and Stevie argue on the outside a little, setting up their inevitable fight a little later in the match. Before we get there though, Stevie Ray tags in the Giant, meaning Giant Package is gonna explode tonight at Spring Stampede. Their fight doesn't last long. They lock up, Luger tries to body slam his partner, but the Giant falls on top of Lex. Luger kicks out, and then Stevie Ray and Booker T get tagged in. This, I feel, is way more interesting than the Giant and Luger having to fight, and Harlem Heat take their time in building up a little anticipation. The two are evenly matched as they go through a wrist lock and headlock routine. A drop down leapfrog sequence then ends with the brothers showing each other a little respect, and the crowd boos as it looks like Booker and Stevie aren't going to fight each other here. Booker tags in Lex Luger, and what a shame this was. Neither team fight with each other for the remainder of the match, and it pretty much turns into a normal tag team match after this. Not much point going into further detail, let's just skip to the end. Luger takes a beating for the rest of the bout and he needs to tag out. The Giant gets tagged in and he and Stevie Ray end up the legal men. Giant has the match won, all he needs to do is put Stevie away with a chokeslam. But he tags Luger back in, completely gifting the total package with an easy win. Luger applies the rack and Luger wins a title shot against Hulk Hogan. I found this one pretty disappointing. There wasn't enough physicality between teammates, and I know the Luger vs Hogan match is much more appealing than another Giant vs Hogan match, but it didn't really make sense for the Giant to give up a title shot and a chance to get his hands on Hogan again. Still, Luger is one of the most over WCW superstars of this time period, and fans can now look forward to Lex getting a shot at the gold. The DDP vs Randy Savage feud started the night after SuperBrawl. Randy Savage, the newest member of the New World Order at the time, attacked Dallas from behind, and when Dallas said he was coming after Randy, the Macho Man treated DDP like he was a nobody. Savage would say that Dallas wasn't a threat to him, and so Randy just went on about his business. Page wouldn't stop though, he was determined to get revenge on Randy. At WCW Uncensored, Randy and Liz revealed to wrestling fans that Kimberly was Dallas's wife, and Kimberly had also done a photo shoot for an adult magazine. Dallas wasn't happy that Randy was taking personal shots, but things got way worse when Kimberly walked out, completely covered in spray paint. It was clear the NWO got to her. Randy attacked Paige again at Uncensored, and Kimberly was spray painted again when she tried to protect her husband. And the next night on Monday Nitro, Paige agreed to wrestle Dallas at Spring Stampede. This match was a big deal for DDP. It was his first major one-on-one singles main event on pay-per-view, so the pressure was high. It's truly a make-or-break bout for the master of the Diamond Cutter. Not counting the messy, uncensored multi-man main event, this is also Savage's first main event since Halloween Havoc last year. DDP cut a promo before the match where he said a man has to stand up for what really matters, and what matters to DDP is his wife. Kimberly then appears and she says she prefers Dallas to keep a positive attitude about everything, but tonight, the rage of DDP is what will win him the match. Before the bout begins, Savage says this isn't DDP's big day, it's his last day on the planet. The crowd chants DDP as Randy gets in the ring, but he quickly leaves again when Page comes at him. Randy then goes to walk back up the entranceway, but this was all done to trick DDP into following him. Randy tries to take advantage, but he gets smashed into the guardrail. When the match gets back in the ring, Dallas again has to stop Randy from running away. Dallas goes for his high angle atomic drop, but he overshoots it. And well, it doesn't look too hot, but still a decent enough recovery. Dallas tries to end it with a diamond cutter, but Randy holds onto the ropes. DDP cracks his head on the mat, and Savage snaps DDP's neck across the top rope, resulting in Page falling out of the ring. The two men end up fighting through the crowd, and they make it all the way up to the arena doors. Randy throws Dallas out, and he lifts up a trash can, but it's the Macho Man who ends up getting hit on the head. Randy ends up taking 2 trash can shots, and he gets choked with some cables before the competitors get back to the ringside area. Savage uses Kimberly as a shield, and Liz tries to hit Page from behind. This distracts Dallas long enough for Randy to get in a cheap shot. From here, Randy destroys Page on the outside. We see his double axe handle from the top rope to the outside, and Page gets rammed into the ring steps. And when Randy and Dallas get back in the ring, the Macho Man tries to pick up a cheap victory, but DDP still kicks out. Savage tells Michael Buffer to get off his seat, and Randy takes the chair. Page takes a shot across the back, and Mark Curtis ends up taking the chair away from Savage. Undeterred, Randy goes back to the outside, and he doesn't only take Dave Penzer's chair, but he also gives Dave a hard smack across the face. Savage also kicks Dave right in the head before getting back in the ring, but Dallas takes the chair and he manages to push it in Randy's face. Randy gets up before Page, and Dallas takes a beating in the corner. Page momentarily turns it around, and Savage takes a ton of right hands, but a Macho Man clothesline completely destroys Dallas, and it looks like Randy has Page's number tonight. Maybe Dallas was in over his head. Randy toys around with Page a little, but he gets too confident. Page hits a clothesline of his own, but once again Randy gets up before Dallas. Page takes a body slam, a kick to the midsection, another 2 body slams. Page is struggling to get back into this match, and Randy is now getting a little more vicious. The Macho Man goes to the outside and he grabs the ring bell. Savage goes to the top rope to end the match, but Kimberly takes the ring bell away from Macho. Randy decides he's going to hit a diving elbow instead, but Page gets the feet up and Randy gets clocked. This could be DDP's last chance. He signals for the diamond cutter. Page tries to end it, but Savage counters into the backslide position, and he then hits DDP with a low blow. Dallas kicks out of the follow-up pin attempt, and Savage just snaps. He slaps our favourite referee Mark Curtis across the face. He hits the referee with a pile driver. He takes Mark's belt and he begins whipping the poor guy. Savage has totally lost it. Mark gets tossed out of the ring. Savage then hits the diving elbow on DDP, but of course there's no referee to end the match. Here comes Nick Patrick to put an end to this massacre. Patrick hugs the Macho Man. Macho goes for another body slam, but Page counters with a diamond cutter and the roof comes off the arena. The commentators wonder if Patrick will make the 3 count, and he does. Diamond Dallas Page defeats Randy Savage to end the show. Kevin Nash immediately hits the ring and he grabs Patrick by the throat while checking on Savage. Eric Bischoff and the New World Order then walk down to the ring, and Bischoff doesn't look too happy with Nick Patrick for making the 3 count. Kevin Nash hits a jackknife on Patrick, and Randy Savage takes out DDP, leaving Kimberly all alone in the ring. Savage grabs DDP's wife, and surprisingly, Eric Bischoff tries to stop the Macho Man. Savage ends up shoving Eric down to the mat. Eric gets up and he pushes the Macho Man, and Randy knocks Eric down with a right hand before the NWO rush into the ring to break things up. This right here is how Spring Stampede ended. It was Randy Savage who famously said on this evening, "I think I want to take the diamond cutter tonight," when the match finish was being discussed backstage. Savage wanted to give Page the win at Spring Stampede even though he didn't have to, nor did he need to. But in losing, he helped elevate Dallas even further, and it was a gesture that Dallas still remembers fondly to this day. I covered all this in more detail in my Savage vs Page rivalry video, so if you want to learn more, please check that video out. It was a great main event though, and you'll get much more out of it if you follow DDP's journey up to Spring Stampede. It's a very meaningful bout in terms of creating an even bigger star out of Dallas, and it's just a very fun and very solid matchup. But that was Spring Stampede 1997, a decent show in my opinion, with the Malenko vs Benoit, Dragon vs Mysterio, and Page vs Savage matches being the highlights. Hopefully you'll join me on Thursday for Reliving the War, where we'll check out the Nitro after Spring Stampede. The New World Order are seemingly falling apart, with Savage now getting annoyed just like Kevin Nash. There's a lot of questions coming out of Spring Stampede, and hopefully we get some answers on Nitro. But thank you so much for watching this one, guys, I do appreciate it, and take care. WCW Slamboree 1997 took place in the Independence Arena in Charlotte, North Carolina on May 18th, 1997. Just under 10,000 fans showed up for the event, and an estimated 220,000 homes bought the show on pay-per-view. There's no WCW Championship match tonight in the main event. Instead, the original Wolfpack, consisting of Scott Hall, Kevin Nash and Six, are going to face Ric Flair, Kevin Green and Roddy Piper in a no disqualification match. Flair has been out injured since September of 1996, so this is his big return match. We have 9 matches to look at today, so let's get started with the TV title bout featuring Steven Regal and Ultimo Dragon. Regal said on Nitro that he's throwing away his nobility and bringing back the grappler who fought in England as a young lad, beating guys twice his age at Blackpool Pleasure Beach in the 80s. He has his hands full tonight though, because Ultimo Dragon has been having some seriously good matches recently. He's been a highlight of WCW programming for sure over these past 6 months or so. It's all about gaining wrist control to start this one off, as Mike Tenay says Dragon will have to approach this match differently. Dragon brings Regal down and an armbar gets applied, but Regal quickly counters with a head scissors submission. A test of strength follows and Regal throws Dragon to the mat after Dragon bridges out, but Regal manages to cross Dragon's arms over his neck and we see a modified surfboard stretch. Regal then performs a tilt-a-whirl slam and he then decides to stomp on Dragon's head. So far, Regal has been completely in control. The TV champion then comes back with a shoulder block. Dragon then moves into a side headlock and Regal goes down after a dropkick. Regal tries to put an end to Dragon's offensive flurry with a boot to the head, but Dragon replies with a drop toe hold. Regal then gets confused when the champ shows off his balance on the top rope and the challenger gets kicked away. And then we see Dragon's signature kick combination. The final kick hits Regal right on the throat. Regal then takes a few hard kicks to the back. Dragon gets a little vicious here, and Regal finds himself in a half crab, but he makes it to the ropes. A neckbreaker from Ultimo Dragon gets followed up with a head scissors, and when Regal fails to counter with a Regal stretch, he too ends up getting a little vicious, and Dragon takes a ton of kicks on the mat. Dragon has to take some time on the outside to regain composure. Regal hits a suplex, the two competitors trade full Nelson locks. Regal slaps Dragon after once again failing to lock in the Regal stretch, and Dragon retaliates with a few slaps of his own. This gets the crowd making a little noise. An armbar from Dragon gets countered with another failed attempt at a Regal stretch, but Regal does manage to pull off a bow and arrow. Dragon then gets out of a chinlock by batting down on Regal's forearm. And then we see the Muda lock from Ultimo Dragon before he moves into a crossface camel clutch. This has been a great match with a very different pace than normal. Submission fans shouldn't sleep on this one. Dragon counters a backdrop and Regal gets drop kicked out of the ring. Sonny Ono kicks Regal on the outside and Dragon actually doesn't look too happy with his manager here. Dragon then performs a top rope Frankensteiner. Regal kicks out. Dragon goes for a moonsault, but Regal moves out of the way, and Regal once again fails to apply the Regal stretch.
Frustrated, Regal goes for a double underhook suplex, but it's countered with another Frankensteiner. The fight goes to the outside again, where Regal casually walks away from a plancha. I love this. But Dragon's able to hit the Asai moonsault, and Regal is now in trouble. Ono once again begins kicking Regal, but when Dragon throws Regal back in the ring, Ono kicks Dragon. The commentators say this was unintentional, but it sure didn't look like it was. Regal takes advantage, we see an inverted suplex, and Regal finally applies the Regal stretch to become a 4-time TV champion. WCW simply can't be beat with their opening pay-per-view matches. This was another great underrated opening contest that has the potential to be match of the night. Looks like Sonny Ono is now done with Ultimo Dragon 2. Medusa vs Luna Vachon was up next, and there's a few problems here. First of all, WCW waited way too long before having this match. And secondly, the rivalry hasn't been given any TV time at all. Luna attacked Medusa twice over the course of a couple of months. Maybe there was something that was stopping Medusa and Luna showing up on TV, but yeah. The commentators say that Medusa defeated WCW Women's Champion Akira Hokuto in Japan, and Medusa should be the Women's Champion, but apparently Sonny Ono says that the match never happened. There's some controversy surrounding the championship here, but why care about it? The championship belt is seen again on WCW very soon before it's totally forgotten about, but we'll get to all that soon on Reliving the War. Luna and Medusa are given 5 minutes here that goes by very quickly after the 16-minute TV title match. It's all Luna to start off with. Medusa gets an opening after nailing a spinning heel kick, but Luna comes right back with a chokehold. An impressive hook clothesline from Medusa brings her right back into the match. Luna misses a top rope splash as WCW advertised their website, and Medusa gets the win with her signature German suplex. A decent match in the ring, but no one really had an investment in the rivalry. It seemed to be an afterthought. Randy Savage then shows up. He takes a microphone away from Mean Gene Okerlund and he heads to the ring to cut a promo. While putting over members of the NWO, Randy gets interrupted by fans chanting DDP. Savage says Page doesn't want none of the Macho Madness anymore, but Dallas shows up to prove Savage wrong. Dallas is holding Savage's crutch, a crutch Hogan used to attack DDP on Nitro. Savage quickly gets out of the ring and Eric Bischoff has to hold Randy back. Eric calls for the troops and out comes the NWO mid-carders. DDP decides to bait Savage back in the ring by saying the Macho Man has to go to Hogan's house to clean his car and kiss his ass. Randy tells the NWO to step aside and the Macho Man ends up getting in the ring and getting destroyed with the crutch. Page takes out Bagwell, Vincent and Eric Bischoff as the crowd goes absolutely nuts, but Big Scott Norton puts an end to it. The NWO then regroup and Page gets attacked, but the Giant hits the ring and the New World Order decide to leave. Macho Man still wants to fight, but he's held back. The commentators say that what happened tonight will not go unanswered. Page is gonna pay for what he did to Savage. Rey Mysterio vs Yuji Yasuruka was up next. Yuji was a superstar from the Wrestle and Romance or Wrestle Association R promotion in Japan, and this, along with a match on WCW Saturday Night the night prior, would be his only 2 televised appearances for WCW. Mysterio, being the established WCW star, gets all the adulation here. There's this great spot where Mysterio performs a somersault plancha over Mark Curtis and onto his opponent. Yasuruka counters a springboard attack with a jumping spinning wheel kick. There was this double arm DDT from Yuji that looked great, but predictably Rey won the match with a West Coast pop. A lot of the match was spent on the mat too, which wasn't normally seen in cruiserweight matches. Of course, the cruiserweights do perform grounded submissions often, but normally they aren't locked in for very long. Yuji Yasuruka kept the submission holds locked in maybe a little longer than he should have, but really that's the only small complaint here. A decent match, but not must see. Alright, now it gets good. A Glacier vs Mortis rematch on pay-per-view. Vandenberg, Mortis and Wrath stole Glacier's helmet and Glacier wants it back. Glacier has been falling victim to his Mortal Kombat compadres, and it's been a blast watching this stuff on Nitro. It's so ridiculous that it's good, and besides, all three men here are pretty good in the ring, with Mortis being the standout, for me anyway. There's nothing I like to see more than old Frosty Balls getting his personal items stole while also getting beat up, so this for me is going to be a delightful little match. Also, Fightful reported that Ray Lloyd, the man behind the Glacier gimmick, recently filed trademarks for Glacier paper goods, stationery items such as pens, paper, desk calendars, picture cards, carry cases, things of that nature. Glacier is making a comeback, lads, in the form of office supplies. And I for one can't wait to buy my Glacier colouring pencils. I bet they arrive late and they don't work either. Anyway, Vandenberg says he and Mortis are going to send Glacier back to his igloo tonight in a body bag. Glacier makes the mistake of rushing down and sliding into the ring, and Mortis takes advantage by beating the ever-loving shit out of Chili McFreeze in the corner. No kidding, Glacier gets decimated here with a ton of strikes as Mortis targets the knee and head. While Glacier dies a slow death in the corner, we see Wrath making his way down to the ring. Man, this is gonna be good. We're gonna see the end of Glacier tonight on pay-per-view, and this would have been worth the price of admission. But no, Glacier has magically healed and he performs an electric chair drop on Mortis, damn it. Glacier hits a clothesline and a back body drop before Mortis gets sent over the top rope, but thankfully Wrath gets in the ring and he breaks Mortis' staff over Glacier's back. Glacier wins via DQ, but I don't care. It's time for Glacier to pay for arriving late to WCW back in 1996. Too Cold Arse Julio gets choked out with the staff and Mortis lays in the strikes in the corner. Mortis drops Glacier on the steel steps with a kinda modified Famouser and it looked awesome. Vandenberg even gets in on the action and Glacier quite simply has no hope at all this time. Wrath goes for the death penalty and wait, who the fuck is this? The commentators say it's a fan or the police. This dude is ruining a very special moment for me by taking out Wrath and Mortis with some admittedly awesome karate kicks. Security come down and Tony Schiavone says, "Is that Ernest Miller?" Dusty and Heenan say, yeah, it's actually the real Ernest Miller, live and in person. But the problem here is, nobody knew who the fuck Ernest Miller was unless they followed karate or was a die-hard kickboxing fan. Admit it, you didn't know who Ernest Miller was when this happened, and the fact that the commentators expected people to know who it was is a joke in itself. Miller was a karate instructor around this time and he was teaching Eric Bischoff's son the deadly arts. Bischoff apparently asked Miller to come into WCW and show what he could do, and well, here he is, fucking saving Glacier. All joking aside, Ernest Miller would end up being a quite memorable character in WCW, and he really wasn't bad in the ring at all and on the mic. Some may say he was even underrated, but we'll be seeing more of the cat on WCW Nitro very soon. He's a friend of Glacier, so he's no friend of mine. You ready to take care of some horseman business? You better be, because Jeff Jarrett battles Dean Malenko next for the US Championship. Unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever way you want to look at it, Double J was unable to get the job done, and the finish of this one brings us right back to around 4 weeks ago. It's 1 step forward and 10 steps back when it comes to the Four Horsemen in 1997. Those watching Reliving the War and following the series would remember for weeks upon weeks, Double J was having some problems with Big Mongo McMichael because Deborah, Steve's wife, seemed to show Jeff a lot of support, and this annoyed the former Chicago Bears defensive tackle. When Reggie White showed up in WCW to challenge Mongo, it looked like Double J and McMichael got on the same page, and their repetitive and played out rivalry came to an end. Well, tonight at Slamboree, that rivalry started again, and it's the same shit we have seen before. Jarrett bumps into Malenko and he falls out of the ring. Deborah checks on Jarrett, and this is enough to make Big Steve McMichael walk down the ramp, and he tells Deborah to stay away from Jarrett. Mongo tells Jeff to do his job before throwing him back in the ring, and Jarrett takes a double underhook powerbomb before submitting to the Texas Cloverleaf. As for the match itself, Dean clearly worked a style more suitable for Double J, and I don't mean to be negative, but it was detrimental not only to the bout but also Dean's streak of incredible pay-per-view matches. This one was a lot slower and a lot more by the numbers than the other matches Malenko has had over the past lot of WCW pay-per-views, and that's a shame. Again, there's no real reason to watch this one. Next up, we have a death match, Meng versus another horseman, Chris Benoit. No pinfalls, no countouts, no DQs, it's over when one man can't continue. This match stems from the Kevin Sullivan versus Chris Benoit rivalry. Sullivan is kinda using Meng as a henchman here in storyline, but in reality, Sullivan was preparing to step away from the ring and putting all focus on backstage work. Kevin has one more match in WCW, and that one happens at Bash at the Beach in a few months' time. Turns out Kevin wasn't too legit to quit after all. Sullivan's on-screen character hasn't added much to WCW's programming, and it was the right move to step away. There were too many big dogs in WCW, too many younger guys who could put on better matches. Sullivan didn't really have a place on TV, with his most recent promos feeling like a waste of time, and that's time that could have been spent on other guys. So, Meng versus Benoit, this sounds like it should be good. Benoit and Meng cautiously try to attack each other at the start of the match, and they also show caution when going for a lockup. Meng tries to take a shortcut during the second lockup and he kicks Benoit, but Benoit counters the second kick with a dragon screw. The third lockup ends with Meng hitting a belly-to-belly suplex. Meng lays in a few kicks and Chris Benoit gets stunned, but the crippler fires back with a German suplex. Both men take a moment before getting back to their feet. Meng goes for a big boot, but Chris holds onto the ropes before hitting a low drop kick. But Meng kicks Benoit when Chris goes for a figure 4. On the outside of the ring, Chris takes a hard slap, but he answers by throwing Meng into the ring steps. It's all back and forth here, and no one is gaining any kind of advantage. The match resets back inside the ropes and Meng brings Chris to the corner. You can see the sweat fly off Benoit's chest after a few hard chops, but Chris gives as good as he gets. This, however, just pisses Meng off and Chris gets annihilated afterwards. Jackie shows up and she stands at the entranceway. Woman approaches Jackie and she backs off. The commentators wonder why Jackie even decided to show up. Meng applies a half crab and Chris Benoit makes it to the ropes. This is a death match, so why Randy Anderson gave Meng a 5 count is anyone's guess. I know this kind of thing happens frequently in no disqualification matches, but I always hate it when it happens. Benoit takes a pile driver and the referee asks Chris if he wants to end it. Benoit gets back to his feet. He then manages to trap Meng's arm and we see the crossface. Meng makes it to the ropes and again Anderson gives a 5 count. Tony Schiavone rightfully says that Chris doesn't have to break the hold, but Benoit releases his submission finisher. After recovering on the outside, Meng completely unloads on Benoit as Woman screams on the outside. Randy begins a 10 count, but Chris gets up and he goes right back down. Meng is unstoppable tonight. Chris again challenges Meng to come at him, and this time it goes to the corner where Meng lays in the boots. Chris gets out and he starts throwing right hands before going for his 3 German suplexes, but Meng counters the third with a few chops. Chris again traps the arm and we see another crippler crossface and we see another rope break. A suicide dive from Chris Benoit keeps Meng down on the outside. Chris goes for a top rope move back in the ring, but Meng stops the horseman. Benoit then counters a slam and we see another German suplex while Meng was elevated a little on the bottom rope, and now it's time for the diving headbutt. Chris goes up to finish the match off, but Meng catches Chris on the landing and we see the Tongan death grip. Woman pleads for Chris to give it up while the crowd chant for Benoit, but Chris shakes his head. He wants to see this one through. Meng brings it to the mat and it's over. Chris's body goes limp. He can't answer the referee, so Meng wins the match. Meng heads back up the entranceway as Woman and officials check on Chris. And I enjoyed this one quite a bit. It was hard hitting with some of the chops looking particularly brutal. Both men looked good throughout and I thought Meng getting the victory was unexpected. The Steiner brothers took on Conan and Hugh Morris next, and this one was plucked out of thin air. No build-up, no story, just a random tag team match featuring Rick and Scott Steiner and 2 members of the Dungeon of Doom. The Dungeon of Doom were getting slowly phased out too by the looks of things as Morris and Conan come out to different theme music. Also, some guy knocks Conan's hat off during the entrances, just thought I'd point that out. Scotty and Morris start this one off. Scott lands an arm drag and Morris complains about hair pulling. Steiner then applies a top wrist lock, and when Morris slams Scott to the mat, Scott then complains about hair pulling. Morris hits a shoulder block and he tries to bring it to the corner, but Scotty comes back with a belly to belly before applying a submission on the mat. Scott then tags in brother Rick, and the dog-faced gremlin's too busy barking and running around the ring. Morris catches Rick with a few right hands followed by a corner clothesline, but once again, Hugh Morris takes a suplex. This time it's an overhead belly to belly. 2 Steiner lines followed by a diving Steiner lines, enough to knock Morris out of the ring, and the funny man has been out-wrestled by the Steiner brothers. Conan tries his luck next, but it's another Steiner line from Rick that keeps Conan in check. Rick gets in a belly to back before tagging Scott back in, but a boot from the corner puts Scotty down. Scotty doesn't stay down for long though, because we see another overhead belly to belly suplex. If you enjoy big suplexes, then this is definitely the match for you. Morris comes back in and Jimmy hard trips up Scott. Morris then drops Scott on the top rope, and the Dungeon of Doomers then begin quick tagging and double teaming. Both guys try to make Scott tap out by focusing on his left arm, but Scott hangs in there. Morris misses a clothesline and we see one more belly to belly before Scott tags in Rick. Rick cleans house and the match breaks down. All 4 men are in the ring, Conan gets taken out, Morris misses the no laughing matter moonsault, and we see the Frankensteiner from Scott. It's been a while since he's done that move and the crowd pops huge. Rick covers Morris and it's over. The Steiner brothers win at Slamboree. Conan looks pretty disappointed on the outside. He gets in the ring and he takes out Morris with a low dropkick and a DDT. He then pays no attention to Jimmy Hart afterwards, so yeah, as mentioned earlier, the Dungeon of Doom are falling apart and we should all be very, very happy. Reggie White of the Green Bay Packers showed up on Nitro a few weeks ago, and it was announced that he would face Steve McMichael at Slamboree. This week on Nitro was the first time we saw Reggie get physical, and you could instantly tell what kind of match we were in for at the pay-per-view. Whereas Kevin Green wasn't absolutely awful in the ring, and while Mongo gets a pass because it's Mongo, Reggie White just didn't look all that good in the ropes, but you know, much respect for getting in there on pay-per-view and giving it a shot. I'm sure the payoff made it worthwhile. You hope for something good here, but common sense kicks in and you realise that this is gonna be bad. Steve McMichael is still learning himself, so Reggie didn't have a ring general in there to go through the steps, but I'm sure this match was rehearsed quite a lot before Slamboree. 15 minutes. 15 fucking minutes. Tons and tons of time wasting to start us off. Reggie pushes Mongo into the corner after the initial lockup. Mongo comes back with a hammerlock and a push afterwards, and the 2 men then run into each other with shoulder blocks, but neither man goes down. This results in both guys circling the ring again and wasting more time. Another side headlock, another shoulder block, more time wasting follows. Fuck's sake, Reggie, let's see that Dragon Rana or a corkscrew moonsault and stop teasing us. Side headlock, shoulder block, and... Okay, that was good. You got me, Mongo. Now, it begins going downhill rapidly here, and apparently the guys were told to hurry the match and go home early, but because the match was worked out step by step, and because Mongo and White weren't comfortable deviating from the script, they decided to not listen to the order and they kept going, and it was absolutely horrible. I'm not sure when they get the order, but it does happen. Mongo draws the scrimmage line in the ring, and this gives us more time wasting. Mongo then takes his opponent out while thinking he was very smart indeed. But when we see the same spot again, Reggie leapfrogs over Mongo and we see one of those top-notch clotheslines. Jesus Christ. Mongo decides to leave the ring and head to the back, but he's stopped by Reggie's teammate Gilbert Brown. Nose tackle for the Packers. Reggie then hits a dropkick, and honestly, I've seen worse. It's not graceful or anything, but I've definitely seen worse. Rocky Maivia. More stalling, more walking around the ring. Mongo applies an armbar that stays in way too long, and Reggie gets out with another one of these. And I'm pretty sure afterwards is when Mark Curtis sends the message to Mongo to wrap the match up and go to the finish, but that doesn't happen. Reggie instead applies another side headlock, and Mongo forces a rope break before clipping the Minister of Defense. Mongo then twists away at Reggie's ankle, and he does some damage to the leg, but he also misses a leg drop. And I'm losing patience with this match. The crowd have even died down, and the novelty of the match has definitely worn off. Another side headlock, this time it ends with a Reggie White crossbody, but Mongo kicks out of the follow-up cover. And holy mother of God, Reggie White with a deadly nerve pinch. There's a spot available for this guy in the Nation of Domination. Mongo gets out with a low blow, he tells fans at home that he just heard the church bells ringing, and Big Steve makes Reggie crawl to the bottom rope after locking in a half Boston Crab. I'm gonna breeze through the rest of this, guys, trust me, I'm doing you a favour. Reggie throws Mongo off the top rope. Reggie also hits an okay looking clothesline followed by an atomic drop that also looked fine. After a brief fight on the outside, Reggie hits his splash in the middle of the ring, but Deborah distracts the referee. Mongo grabs his magical briefcase. He gets it taken away by Gilbert, but then Double J runs down with another briefcase and he tosses it to Mongo. This is like double doinks at WrestleMania 9. Reggie gets whacked and Mongo wins the match. Why Double J would help Mongo after the US title match, I have no idea. But the match ends with mercy, and I'm sorry for putting you all through that. I'm not a big football guy, but I know Reggie was one of the greats. Certainly he was a big name and a respected man in the sport, but he and Mongo put on one of the worst pay-per-view wrestling matches in WCW history here. A painful 15 minutes for wrestling fans, but in terms of marketing, it probably paid off. Eric Bischoff stated himself that if he had the option of going back and cancelling the match, he wouldn't do it. He actually would have done it again. Main event time, another WCW vs NWO battle. The original Wolfpack consisting of Scott Hall, Kevin Nash and Six taking on Roddy Piper, Ric Flair and another football player, Kevin Green. This one really started when Nash cut one of the best promos of his career, calling out old timers and legends of the business who left potholes in the road for the younger guys to travel on. Pushing the message that tradition bites, the young lions of the NWO were not only interested in filling the potholes, but they also wanted to wreck the tradition of WCW and bring in a new era. And to kickstart that new era, the legends of WCW and the old timers had to get taken out. This is Ric Flair's return match, as mentioned earlier, but it's also Scott Hall's first televised match since returning to WCW from a stint in rehab. Roddy Piper's in here because he's been feuding with the NWO ever since showing up at Halloween Havoc 96, and Kevin Green must have had a few free dates and WCW decided to add him to the main event. He certainly doesn't fit in with the story Kevin Nash and the NWO were telling in the run-up to Slamboree, but we are in North Carolina tonight, so he fits in as a babyface. This is also a no disqualification match as announced by Nash this week on Nitro. Piper was also attacked at the end of Nitro this past week by the NWO and he sold his hip, so it's likely that the injury is going to come into play during this 6-man tag. With all due respect to Flair and Piper, you can see why the NWO were so popular just by watching their entrance. They were much more fresh and much more cool as they made their way down to the ring, whereas Piper and Flair relied on their legacies. And rightfully so too. These guys are true wrestling legends, and with Flair wrestling in Charlotte tonight, you can bet the fans would get behind the Nature Boy. They go absolutely nuts for his entrance, it's great to see. But the NWO really did represent a change in World Championship Wrestling, whether you want to admit that or not. Six said to Flair that he's nothing but a fraud who ripped off Buddy Rogers, and the fans get excited when Flair and Six start the match off. We see a side headlock and a shoulder block, for fuck's sake. But look at the difference here when two true pro wrestlers do the spot and they put a lot of snap into it. It looks great. Six gives Flair a wrestling lesson by performing a hip toss afterwards, but he ends up taking a chop after doing the Flair strut. Flair pays with a ridiculous kick from Waltman, and man, I said on Reliving the War that I wasn't really excited for this match, but the crowd are great here, and I'm already enjoying this. Maybe it's because I watched Mongo vs White beforehand though. Flair takes a few chops in the corner before delivering a few of his own. Six gets rocked with a back body drop, and Rick starts naching in the ring and it gets Hall all fired up. Hall decides he's seen enough and he tries attacking the Nature Boy, but Rick takes out Scott and Six. He then chops Big Nash and Nash doesn't go down. Instead, he looks at Flair like he just pissed in his cereal. I can't say this enough, the Carolina audience is absolutely brilliant here. Rick has him in the palm of his hand and the Wolfpack are playing along perfectly. Watch this match just to see the atmosphere in the arena. Big Sexy waits it out and Scott Hall gets tagged in. We see a little more styling and profiling, and then Kevin Green of the North Carolina Panthers gets tagged in, and it's another huge pop. Kevin's feeling it tonight, he's all excited, and Scott Hall isn't quite sure what to make of this, so he spits on Green before tagging in the big man. Nash is the man who made this match mean something through the promos he cut on Nitro. People don't like giving Kevin Nash credit for anything it seems, but I'll give him all the credit in the world for doing the good mic work in the run up to this main event. Big Sexy and Green push each other around before Nash hits a knee strike and he brings Green to the corner, shouting, "How about that, football boy," in between elbow smashes. And here, I'm just going to play the audio from the show here. Listen to the crowd. Big Sexy gets back on his feet and Green pulls off a jumping clothesline. Green then nails Nash with a body slam, and Nash goes to the outside to set up a sneak attack. Only problem here is Kevin Green knowing an ambush when he sees one. Six and Hall get taken out and the NWO look like absolute chumps here. Kevin Green is having a lot of fun. The Wolfpack regroup on the outside and they change battle plan. Scott Hall gets in the ring and he calls out the Hot Rod. Piper gets in the ring, Hall makes fun of Roddy and he slaps his taped up leg and hip only to get slapped right back in the face. Scott's a little taken back but he goes for a lockup and he brings it to the corner where Piper turns it around and we see a ton of strikes from the Hot Rod. Piper then mocks Scott and Scott looks on as if to say, "Is that right, motherfucker?" And Scott tries to go after Roddy one more time but a knee lift sends the bad guy down. Hall looks at his corner and he says, "That's it." Scott's going to try and finish Roddy for good, and Piper gets brought to the NWO corner for a beatdown, but the Hot Rod fights off every member of the Wolfpack. Hall gets taken out with a swinging neckbreaker, but the NWO get a chance to fight back when Six takes Piper out from behind. Piper is supposed to have an injured hip, but the whole leg is being targeted. Hall mocks Flair, who watches on from the apron, and Scott goes for a figure four on Piper, but the Hot Rod kicks Scott away. Roddy then goes to the wrong corner for a tag. I hope that was intentional. He then turns around and the Nature Boy gets tagged back into the match. The Nature Boy's adrenaline overflows as he takes out all three NWO members, but Hall puts an end to that with a thumb to the eye, gets him every time. We see the corner bump, Flair rushes up to the other turnbuckles, but Hall catches Slick Rick and we see the fallaway slam. Rick gets sent to the outside and when Roddy Piper tries to help his teammate, Six attacks him. This leads to Green running over for the save, but Nash ends up hitting Rick with a big boot when Randy Anderson sends the babyfaces back to their corner. Big Nash tags in and he hits Snake Eyes on Flair. Hall lends a hand from the outside to keep Nash in the driver's seat, and there's a hush in the arena as Kevin lands a sidewalk slam. The NWO then take turns at punishing Flair, with Hall hitting a corner clothesline and Six hitting a Bronco Buster, and the crowd lets Six know what they think of him as Flair continues to get destroyed. Rick then fights back and Six takes a forearm to the back. This didn't look too good and it's strange that they done the same spot again afterwards. Hall and Piper get tagged in, but the referee does not see the babyface tag. Anderson tries to send Piper back to his corner, but he gets punched instead. And then the match breaks down and everyone hits the ring for a brawl. Nick Patrick, the former NWO referee, comes out to check on Anderson, and the ring clears out until we only have Hall and Flair inside the ropes. Flair gets the better of Scott, but Nash hits Flair from the apron and Scott sets up the outsider's edge. Rick counters with a figure four while Kevin Green stops Nash from breaking the hold. Piper then locks in the sleeper on Big Sexy, and Green takes out Six with a running power slam. The outsiders are locked in submission moves with nowhere to go and no one to save them. Green pins Six, Hall's shoulders are also on the mat. Nick Patrick counts to 3 and it's all over. The babyfaces win and the crowd goes crazy. WCW just defeated the NWO at Slamboree. The heels are left laid out in the middle of the ring as Flair, Piper and Green walk back up the entranceway. And the show ends with the babyfaces celebrating and the crowd still going nuts.
I'd forgotten how fun the Slamboree 1997 main event was. I'm sure many will disagree, and I'm sure the reviews online bring up work rate and all that shit, but I'd only ever seen this match once beforehand, and I had a blast watching it again. I mentioned earlier that I wasn't looking forward to this main event, and I was wrong to expect a poor showing here. It isn't a technical wonder, but the crowd make it so much fun, and everyone who worked the match played their role perfectly. A good main event that surprised me a lot. Regal vs Dragon I thought was fantastic too. If you only watch a few matches from this show, check out the opener and the main event. All in all, Slamboree 97 was decent. You have the Ming vs Benoit match too, that's pretty fun to watch. The Steiners match wasn't bad neither, and the rest, yeah, you could skip it over. But in comparison to the World Wrestling Federation's Cold Day in Hell pay-per-view, I personally think that Slamboree 97 was a much better show from start to end. I do recommend you check out the main event though if you simply want a fun 6-man tag, and also it's good for those who want to see how a hot crowd can make all the difference to a wrestling match. I hope you enjoyed watching Slamboree with me today, and I hope you're having a great Christmas break too. Thanks for watching guys, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Reliving the War. The NWO won't take this defeat lightly, so join me next week and we'll see how they retaliate. WCW's 1997 Great American Bash took place on June 15th in Moline, Illinois. Around 9,500 fans attended the event, which is crazy when you consider the previous Nitro, a TV show, had around 22,000 fans inside the Boston Fleet Center. A reported 220,000 fans purchased the event on pay-per-view, which was similar to last month's Slamboree event. We have a double main event tonight. The Outsiders defend their tag team titles against Roddy Piper and Ric Flair, while Randy Savage vs DDP 2 will close the show. Let's waste no time and get right into it. This is WCW's Great American Bash 1997. Ultimo Dragon vs Psychosis is our opening contest. Sonny Ono turned his back on Dragon at Slamboree, and on Nitro, he asked Psychosis if he wanted to talk business. Psychosis is now being managed by Ono, and Dragon's out to get a little revenge. Straightforward, no nonsense stuff. It's billed as a respect match. Sonny wants Psychosis to teach Dragon some respect, but you can just ignore all that. Straight away you can tell we've got an excellent crowd for the Bash when they pop for the first arm drag.
Hey, have you ever been to Japan?
I have not.
Well, I've been there quite a few times. And
The two fight over wrist controls, some nice smooth mat wrestling here, and then Dragon performs another arm drag.
Together almost 10 years ago, and his career...
Psychosis spits on Dragon, and this begins a leapfrog sequence. A leapfrog sequence that ends with Psychosis slapping Dragon out of the air. I mean, he really slaps him out of the air. Psychosis plays up to the negative reaction he's receiving, and it looks like he's enjoying himself. And I'm sorry, you gotta hear another pop here for Dragon.
When the NWO has the cruiserweight belt, you never know what's going to happen there.
A simple elbow drop getting that kind of reaction. I could go on and on here, but I'd end up showing all of Dragon's offense. In short, this crowd's fantastic and they love Ultimo Dragon. He performs his top rope balancing act and Psychosis gets booted away. We then see the kick combo, and Psychosis takes a little time on the outside before getting back in the ring. Dragon performs his rack backbreaker, and this pleases the fans in attendance. Psychosis goes on offense next, and he's careful not to do too many flashy moves, making sure to maintain heat and not give fans a reason to cheer for him. It's all kicks, punches, and strikes from Psychosis. A dropkick stuns Ultimo Dragon, but Psychosis finds himself on the outside again after Dragon snaps his neck over the top rope. Dragon then misses a plancha, and this gives Sonny Ono a chance to lay in a few kicks. Dragon then finds himself hung up on the middle rope and Psychosis hits a leg drop. Half the crowd cheers while the other half boos. And back in the ring, Psychosis lays in the elbows and he performs a backbreaker. Even Mike Tenay talks about Psychosis working a more deliberate style.
The referee refuses to count Dragon's shoulders to the mat when Psychosis tries to use the ropes, and immediately after the break, Dragon gets thrown out of the ring. He then goes to suplex Ono, but Psychosis saves his new manager. Back in the ring, Psychosis gets rocked with a jumping back kick and Dragon follows up with a handspring back elbow. Psychosis finds himself on the outside again and Dragon hits the Asai moonsault. The crowd loses its collective mind here. We then see a brainbuster followed by a tombstone from Dragon. Psychosis hits a top rope spinning wheel kick, and Psychosis's dive over the top rope looks absolutely brilliant. What an opening match this has been. Psychosis counters a Frankensteiner with a pin, but he only gets 2. He then goes for a moonsault, but Dragon kicks him out of the air, and this gives Dragon a chance to set his opponent up, and we see the Dragonsteiner. This should end the match. Dragon goes for the Tiger Suplex, but Sonny Ono causes a distraction, a pretty big distraction that lets Psychosis hit a dropkick. The heels get too confident though. Dragon ends up throwing Psychosis into Ono, and Psychosis gets kicked in the head. We see the Dragon Sleeper, and that's it over. Ultimo Dragon wins the match, and the excitement in the arena is truly something to behold. WCW pay-per-view opening matches, man. There should have been a compilation of these released at some point. Absolutely fantastic stuff once again from WCW and the Cruiserweights. Chris Benoit's answering questions on WCWWrestling.com. He has his own state-of-the-art super fast laptop, as you can see right here, but a WCW intern is typing out Benoit's answers. I like the big fuck off TV they're using here for an external monitor. Next up, here's a story about two brothers, Rick and Scott. They don't use drugs and they're always on top. The Steiner brothers take on Harlem Heat, with the winners getting named the #1 contenders for the tag team belts. JJ Dillon announced on Nitro that the Steiners were #1 contenders and Harlem Heat didn't agree. Booker and Stevie would interfere in the Steiners' match against the Great Muta and Masahiro Chono, while the Steiners got revenge later when Harlem Heat faced Damien and Cyclope. And that's really all we've got here. Now, this one had potential. It's the Steiners versus Harlem Heat after all, two of the greatest tag teams of all time. But the finish is going to let this one down, unfortunately. Scotty and Stevie started it off, two big boys beating the hell out of each other with forearms, back elbows, and check out Stevie Ray's big boot right here, Jesus. Scotty hits an exploder suplex and Rick decides to tag in and he nails his scoop power slam on Stevie. Booker T and Scott then done a little work where Scotty ended up locked in a full Nelson that almost made the referee's eyes fall out. Steiner got out of the hold and he kinda let go during his double underhook powerbomb, but it still looked fantastic. This spot here though didn't look too good. Looked like Scott actually hurt himself during the landing, but he was able to continue fine. Booker took advantage with a Harlem sidekick. Rick got tagged back in and he took a beating on the outside while the referee was distracted. And it turned into your standard fight for the hot tag as the dog-faced gremlin tried his best to get back to his corner. Scott comes in, he cleans house. Booker T takes a big boot followed by a belly-to-belly suplex. We get a big old brawl with all four men, and then we see a Frankensteiner from the future Big Papa Pump. All was going well until Vincent hit the ring. Yeah, Vincent, NWO Vincent, who's done absolutely nothing on Nitro since his debut. Vincent drops an elbow on Booker T, the referee calls for the bell, and this means Harlem Heat win via disqualification. Vincent acts like he just done Harlem Heat a big favour, but it looks like Stevie Ray didn't want any help from Vincent or the NWO. Vincent pays for his actions dearly though. The Steiner brothers absolutely fuck him up after the match. He takes the Steiner Bulldog and Rick Steiner spits on Vincent as we move on to our next match. Conan vs Hugh Morris was up next. These two broke up at Slamboree and they've been sneak attacking each other ever since. Because they were involved in the Dungeon of Doom though, no one really cared. I'd say that was a shame because both guys, especially Conan, were pretty damn good in the ring. But WCW had a special way of making you not care about great wrestlers thanks to the storylines they were involved in. Conan gets more opportunities as time goes on thankfully, and he's definitely one to watch as Reliving the War continues on. I don't think he gets nearly enough praise for how good he was in the ring during the whole Monday Night War era. Again, the Morris vs Conan storyline was the problem though. Nobody really cared and it maybe done these two more harm than good. Fans could be heard chanting boring even though the action in the ring was solid. Morris takes too long going for the moonsault and Konan's able to knock his opponent off the top rope. Konan then locks in the Tequila Sunrise and it's over. Morris gives up. After the bout, Mean Gene interviews Public Enemy. It's pretty lighthearted, but Rocco Rock and Johnny Grunge also say they're being overlooked. Harlem Heat should not be the number one contenders. The Public Enemy should be getting a title shot. After the promo, Rock and Grunge dance in the audience and the crowd gets into it. There's a much more joyous feeling to the Great American Bash when compared to King of the Ring 1997, so far at least. The overall tone of this pay-per-view feels a little more fun, whereas King of the Ring felt a bit more serious, maybe even a bit more mature. Not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing either, by the way. Wrath vs Glacier's up next, and I don't feel I need to tell you guys the whole story here. All you need to know is Glacier got his helmet stolen by Vandenberg. Vandenberg collects rare and unusual oddities, and Mortis and Wrath are also part of his collection. You also need to know that Mortis and Wrath are fucking awesome. Whereas Glacier shows up late to appointments, he uses all capital letters when typing, he doesn't return his shopping cart after getting his groceries, he takes up 2 parking spaces, he plays music from his iPhone in public places, he talks about people behind their backs, he pauses the fucking game to look at the special moves, he posts spoilers to movies on social media. Glacier sucks, man. He fucking sucks. Unfortunately, Mortis has to get handcuffed to the ring post tonight so he doesn't interfere in this match. Wrath does well to begin with, but he misses a pump kick and this allows Glacier to act the maggot and show off. No one wants to see that. A jumping sidekick sends Wrath to the outside, Glacier performs a plancha, and he lands some karate chops to the head all the way from Casa del Frosty Balls. Vandenberg tries to get involved but he gets chased away. Wrath then takes a super kick but it isn't enough to end the match. Glacier gets destroyed at the guardrail and Wrath tries to use the ring steps to his advantage, but Glacier turns it around. Mortis tries to loosen the turnbuckle but he's having no luck. Glacier lands a karate chop from the apron, and he covers Wrath back inside the ring, but Wrath gets a foot on the bottom rope. Mortis starts fucking around with Glacier, and this leads to Mortis dropping the ice cold cockknocker on the top rope. Glorious. But it gets even better. On this pay-per-view, ladies and gentlemen, Wrath applies a chin lock on Glacier. That's right, a chilly chin lock. I'd lose my mind if Wrath performed 3 of these. This one stays locked in for ages, which is a good thing. Mortis is still trying to break free from the handcuffs as Glacier begins fighting out, but then... Nice. It gets better. Wrath pulls off a somersault plancha from the apron and back inside the ring, the big man performs a nice top rope clothesline. Underrated, guys. He was absolutely underrated. Glacier takes a few slaps to the face, but Wrath loses the advantage moments later when he misses a second rope elbow. Glacier lands a back body drop, and give him credit, this jumping forearm looked pretty damn good. A side suplex brings Wrath back into the match, but not for long. Glacier pulls off a superplex, and he smacks Mortis off the apron immediately afterwards. Vandenberg then distracts the referee, and Mortis pulls a chain from his tights. He tries to throw it to Wrath, but unfortunately, Mortis can't throw for shit. To be fair, Wrath also got pushed, but it was still a bad throw. Glacier nails Wrath with the chain while Vandenberg tries to get the handcuff key from Nick Patrick's pocket. Glacier lands the cryonic kick, and Glacier wins again. Hulk Hogan does more jobs than Glacier, for fuck's sake. Vandenberg manages to free Mortis, and Glacier doesn't realize he's about to get destroyed. Mortis attacks from behind, Glacier gets handcuffed to the top rope, and you're expecting Ernest Miller to show up again, but that doesn't happen. Chili McFreeze gets completely annihilated here. Nobody saves him, and my god, I'm going to save this video to my phone and watch it every time I feel depressed. Instant good mood material. Glacier gets knocked out, and the Great American Bash continues on. If Medusa failed to beat Akira Hokuto next, and if Medusa failed to capture the WCW Women's Championship, then she'd be forced to retire. This was a stipulation Sonny Ono added to the match, and well, Medusa got beat. Medusa steps away from in-ring competition after this bout, and the entire women's division also closes down. Reports online are mixed here. Some say this was all due to a pay dispute. Others say Medusa was going to step away from the ring and focus on becoming a valet. But really, there was simply no one for her to wrestle anymore in WCW. Eric Bischoff was paying for Japanese wrestlers to fly over and work odd matches here and there, while Medusa was really the only proper WCW signed female wrestler who was on the official roster. Yeah, there was Luna Vachon and Jackie too, but Luna's appearances were also few and far between, while Jackie was much more of a valet during this time period who could pull off wrestling moves. Building storylines for Medusa became a problem. The Japanese female wrestlers couldn't cut promos, or they weren't allowed to, and from a TV perspective, there was simply nothing for Medusa to do. Bischoff said there wasn't enough talent to build a women's division, and so the project was scrapped. No women's division means there's no need for Medusa to stick around as an in-ring talent, although she does end up coming back to the ring. This match though turned out to be pretty good. Medusa's mid-match comeback completely blew the roof off the arena, and she fed off the crowd's energy big time. But Medusa ends up hurting her knee after a failed top rope move. She does a great job of selling the injury by refusing to place any weight on the body part, and this results in Medusa taking a lot of punishment. Knee breakers, bow and arrows, knee locks. She gets little moments where the adrenaline takes over, and at one point she even hits her German suplex finisher, but Sonny Ono broke up the pin. Hokuto stands on Medusa's leg and knee while the challenger screams in pain. Medusa makes the mistake of putting her legs up to block an aerial attack, and this results in more damage getting done. In the end, Medusa tries to lift Akira up for a back suplex, but she just falls to the mat. Hokuto hits her Northern Lights bomb, and that's the match over. Medusa cries on the mat, she needs to get helped out by officials and medical staff, and Mean Gene Okerlund decides to remind Medusa that her career is now over, while the fans chant "Leave her alone." Medusa pushes Gene's mic away as she gets assisted to the back, and that's the end of the WCW Women's Division. Up next we have Chris Benoit vs Ming in another death match. It's billed as a return death match, which doesn't sound right, but yeah, these two had a good match at Slamboree, but the stakes are a little higher for Benoit at Great American Bash. If Chris can beat Ming tonight, then he's one step closer to getting another Kevin Sullivan matchup on pay-per-view. To their credit, Benoit and Ming have a different match at this event in comparison to last month's pay-per-view. Chris dives out of the ring to attack Ming right at the opening bell. He then throws Ming inside the ropes and he performs the diving headbutt. He then applies the crippler crossface, trying to get this one over with early, but Ming lifts Chris up onto the top turnbuckle while still locked in the hold, and Benoit gets launched to the other side of the ring. Still, Chris stays on top of Ming. He fails to apply a figure 4, but he still manages to trap the arm, and we see another crossface. Ming gets a hand on the bottom rope in a death match, and Ming makes Benoit pay with a hard kick to the side of the head. After a bit more back and forth, Chris tries to suplex his opponent to the outside. It looks like Ming forgot to let go of the top rope though, because the landing was a little awkward. Again, Chris pays moments later when he gets hung up in the Tree of Woe, and Ming lays in a ton of kicks, the last one in particular looking quite nasty. Chris gets up before the 10 count, but a spinebuster puts him right back down. A Dragon Sleeper gets applied next, but again Benoit stays in the match. Ming gets stunned with a few knife-edge chops, but he puts Chris down with a body slam, and he follows this up with a top rope splash. Ming forgets himself afterwards and he tries to pin Benoit. A kick to the head sends Benoit to the outside, but Chris turns it around by throwing Ming into the guardrail. The two get back inside where Benoit hits a German suplex, not once, but twice. Ming wisely takes some time on the outside to get it together, and it done him a world of good, because Benoit finds himself in the Tongan death grip moments later, and he has to get out of the ring in order to escape. After a miraculous recovery, and after the guys trade strikes on the outside, Ming brings it down to the mat with a chin lock, and Chris gets kicked in the head once again when Ming breaks the hold. Ming goes to the top rope for another splash, but Chris dodges it, and we see another crippler crossface, the third of this match. Ming fights out, we see some scrappy offense from both guys, and then we get the fourth crossface of the bout. Ming just keeps getting caught out. After making it to the ropes, Ming gets frustrated and he begins swinging wild punches at Benoit. Chris ducks when Ming goes for the death grip. This allows Chris to apply the fifth and final crossface, and Ming can't escape. Benoit's finisher stays locked in for an extended period of time, and they lose the audience here. They've been silent for the last few minutes actually, but the final crossface stays locked in for maybe a little too long. and you can hear a few boring chants in the crowd. Ming eventually gives it up, so we'll have to see if Jimmy Hart was true to his word, and we'll have to see if Chris can now wrestle Kevin Sullivan again at Bash at the Beach. And yeah, that's it. It's a decent match. They tried something different, but I thought the Slamboree bout was better. Both men getting taken out on stretchers, especially after Benoit had just celebrated. I thought that was overkill too, and it took up a lot of time. Kevin Green versus Steve Mongo McMichael. Don't fast forward just yet, because Kevin Green has already proven he knows how to work the crowd. He also knows how to talk, and he really isn't all that bad in the ring. Well, he knows his limitations and he plays within those limitations. Maybe it's Mongo we have to be careful about here. Green gets in the ring by kicking Mongo to the mat, and a few big forearm shots are sure to ruin Steve's day. Kevin then lands a jumping clothesline and he lays in more of those forearms, and then Mongo takes a break on the outside to get himself together. Green makes a rookie mistake by going to the ropes and allowing Steve to pull him out. Mongo works over the leg a little, and then he notices Kevin's family sitting at ringside. McMichael brings Kevin over to Mama Green, but Mama Green smacks Mongo with her purse. This allows Kevin to go on offense, and Mongo gets thrown into the ring steps before Kevin checks if his mum's having a good time. The more experienced Steve McMichael knows that the first man in the ring gets the advantage, and Green goes down when he slides back in under the bottom rope. Kevin takes a kick to the midsection and Mongo throws up the symbol of excellence. Half the crowd chants Mongo and the other half boos. Green then tries a back body drop, but Steve ain't gonna fall for that shit. Kevin takes a neck breaker and it looks like Green doesn't have a hope in hell tonight. McMichael kicks his opponent before shooting him off the ropes, and Kevin performs a Luthez press. The guys take a moment to psych themselves up, and then we see a big tilt-a-whirl backbreaker from Mongo. Consider the limited experience inside that ring, guys. Seriously, this is on pay-per-view and they aren't doing bad at all. It's certainly no masterpiece, but you gotta give credit to Kevin Green especially. Green gets thrown in the corner while Mama Green looks on with concern. Mongo applies a unique ankle lock that maybe looks more like a foot massage. Kevin takes a few forearms in the corner, but he manages to kick McMichael away, and we see one of those Mongo bumps. Fantastic. Green goes upstairs, he hits a top rope shoulder tackle, but Mongo gets a foot on the ropes during the cover. Green's clothesline afterwards pops the audience as Steve goes over the top rope. Mongo takes a body slam on the outside, and then Deborah pretends to hurt her ankle. Green shows concern for a moment, but then he realizes what's going on and he tells Deborah to get out of his face. Good man. Mongo tries to get that first man in the ring advantage again, but Green sees it coming. Green gets back inside the ropes, he lines Mongo up with a 3-point stance, but Steve moves out of the way and Deborah decides to distract the referee. This gives Double J Jeff Jarrett a chance to come down and smack Green with the magical briefcase, but Green manages to pull Mongo in for the shot, and our match comes to an end. Kevin Green wins via pinfall, and the Double J vs Mongo feud continues on. Deborah, for the first time, seems pissed off with Double J, and the commentators wonder why Jarrett didn't run back down to help his fellow horseman during the pin attempt. But at this point, who the fuck cares? It feels like Mongo and Jarrett will just get back together on the next episode of Nitro and all will be forgiven. Or will it? Medusa receives medical attention backstage, as in a guy having a good look at her knee while Medusa cries. Yeah. The Outsiders versus Flair and Piper then, the tag titles are on the line. This one started off as a tradition versus new blood kind of storyline, with Kevin Nash in particular getting angry with how guys like Flair and Piper left the wrestling business for the new generation. Six, Hall and Nash took a loss to Flair, Piper and Kevin Green at Slamboree, but since then, things have gotten a little more personal, with the NWO targeting Ric Flair while Piper's been missing from Nitro. They've made it clear that this isn't about fighting tradition anymore. They want to end Piper and Flair's careers. Brett and Shawn weren't the only ones getting involved in backstage altercations too. At the previous Nitro, Piper and Nash had their own little tussle. Remember how we looked at the main event tag match and I talked about how odd it was that the outsiders stood there with nothing to do while Piper and Flair were laid out on the mat? Well, apparently the match wasn't supposed to start like that. Piper wasn't supposed to attack Nash right away, and when Big Kev tried to stop Piper and have the match that was discussed backstage, Piper apparently began acting up and he wouldn't get out of the ring. He would just flop about, sit in the corner for a moment, and then he completely ignores Nash to attack Hall. Watch it back yourself though, the first part before commercial break is definitely strange. Kevin said he slapped Piper backstage after getting riled up by Hulk Hogan, and Piper left the locker room with his tail between his legs. Piper, on the other hand, says he threw Kevin out of his locker room after leg diving the big man. Who you want to believe is up to you. Maybe both stories were correct and it was a slap and a leg dive before others broke it up. Maybe both stories are incorrect or embellished as reported by the likes of Eric Bischoff on his podcast. But both guys are professional during this pay-per-view bout. This one wasn't nearly as good as the Slamboree 6-man tag. Hall starts off strong, but the Nature Boy quickly turns it around with a chop, and Hall takes a moment to regroup on the outside. Back in the ring, the Flair corner bump leads to Big Nash hitting a big boot, and this gets a great reaction. Six also lends a hand, and the Nature Boy goes down after a clothesline. Big Sexy gets tagged in, he tells Piper to suck it, and Nash goes through his usual routine of elbows in the corner followed by a sidewalk slam. Flair gets rocked by another Hall clothesline, this time from the apron, but Flair comes back with a low blow that makes the big man crumble to the mat. Piper and Hall then get tagged in and the crowd pops for the hot rod. He makes quick work of both outsiders before locking in the sleeper on Scott, but Hall crotches Piper on the top rope and the sleeper gets broken up. Piper now needs to tag out, but just like Monday Nitro, Rick jumping into the ring ends up causing more harm than good. Mark Curtis gets distracted and Six almost kicks the hot rod's head off. Flair runs out of the ring and he fights Six all the way back up the entranceway, leaving Piper all alone to get destroyed by Hall and Nash. The commentators suggest that Flair could have been jumped by the NWO backstage because the Nature Boy does not come back to the ring. The outsiders make easy work of Piper, and although the hot rod fires up a few times and he does fight back, there's just no way he's beating both guys on his own. Nash lets Hall do the honours and the match ends with Roddy taking the outsider's edge. Clearly, we're on the path to a Roddy Piper vs Ric Flair match, but guess what? That match doesn't happen. We'll see how this unfolds on Reliving the War over the next few weeks, but yeah, a pretty weak match here. Kevin Nash says to the camera, if that's an icon, then what the hell are we? Randy Savage elevated DDP's career to the next level at Spring Stampede 1997. Dallas defeated the Macho Man in the main event of the pay-per-view, and ever since then, their rivalry has continued without losing any steam. Savage snapped on Nitro when he attacked JJ Dillon, and the following week, JJ decided not only to find the Macho Man, but he made the Savage vs DDP Great American Bash match a non-sanctioned Falls Count Anywhere encounter. Dillon decided he wasn't going to suspend Randy Savage because that would mean tonight's main event wouldn't happen. And so here we are. Kimberly Page comes out while Dallas's music plays and DDP attacks from behind. Dallas tries to end it early with a diamond cutter, but the Macho Man gets out of harm's way momentarily. DDP follows Savage to the outside with a plancha. The plancha hurts Page just as much as Savage. The two get back in the ring after Macho uses Elizabeth as a human shield. Page is able to nail Macho with a clothesline, and he follows this up with a diving clothesline. The fight goes to the outside once again, and Savage gets the upper hand after a rake to the eyes. They fight in the crowd again, just like Spring Stampede, with Randy maintaining control and Page getting thrown into a row of chairs. Dallas turns it around by throwing Savage into a brick wall. This one's gonna be another back and forward affair, just like Spring Stampede it seems. Savage gets thrown out the doors, and when he comes back, Page is right there waiting to smack him with a crutch he found, and the two continue to brawl as they make their way back down to the ring. Dallas takes a bump on the ring steps when the two make it to the ringside area, and Randy uses this opportunity to empty out the contents of Shawn Michaels' fanny pack into his hand. DDP then gets blinded, and Randy breaks a DDP sign over Dallas's head. It looked like it was made of some sort of thin plastic. Randy then begins taking the tape off DDP's injured ribs, and when the referee tells Savage to stop, the Macho Man spits on him. Lovely. The referee tries to stop Randy again, and he ends up getting decked. That crazy side of the Macho Man is now coming out, it seems. Referee Mickey J then takes a piledriver, and he takes it like a champ too. Page and Savage then begin trading blows, and DDP manages to land a headbutt. Savage gets the better of DDP once again in the corner, and our favourite referee Mark Curtis comes down to try to get a little order. Savage ends up throwing him out of the ring along with DDP. Macho then goes after Kimberly, and Nick Patrick runs down for the save. Macho does not attack Patrick. He instead begins following Dallas up the entranceway, where a picnic area has been set out inside the arena. They say this is a VIP area for fans. This bit's pretty fun. Dallas uses a tray to hurt Savage. A table gets broken. Even the conveniently unlit barbecue gets used. It's just pretty random that it's a picnic area beside the entranceway. DDP brings Savage back to the ring. Nick Patrick is now our referee, and Savage gets his little Slim Jim smashed into the ring post as Dallas begins building momentum. Randy gets hit with the Diamond Clash, but once again Page gets stopped in his tracks and a jawbreaker sends him back to the outside. Savage exposes the floor, and Nick Patrick tries to stop Macho Man from pulling off a piledriver. This leads to Savage attacking Patrick and a photographer, but Page puts an end to Macho's rampage with a steel chair shot. Dallas goes for the diamond cutter inside the ropes, but a low blow puts an end to that plan. Dallas has to find another way to hit his finisher, and that's exactly what he does when he counters a suplex attempt. There's no referee to count the pinfall, and Dallas is too hurt to cover Macho anyway. Just as Patrick begins waking up, Scott Hall appears and Nick gets kicked in the head. Page dodges Scott's attack with the tag team belt. The bad guy gets taken out and Page signals for the cutter, but Savage picks the belt up and Dallas gets floored. Scott hits the outsider's edge, Randy hits the diving elbow, and that's it all over. DDP loses this match. I enjoyed this match, and I admit I've seen it quite a few times. I don't think it's as good as the Spring Stampede bout, just because the first match means a whole lot more for DDP's career, but this is a good match that you shouldn't skip. The show ends more or less immediately after the pinfall. Not a bad show from WCW as they continue to put on good pay-per-views in comparison to the WWF, in my opinion anyway. The thing about the Great American Bash 97 though is that it's kinda forgettable. It's fun watching this show, but give it a few weeks and you might struggle to remember anything that happened, except maybe who won and who lost. It's a WCW pay-per-view and that's it really. Nothing to complain about, nothing to rip apart, but nothing to go crazy about either. I've said it a few times about certain matches, but Slamboree was better last month. And it's hard to compare this with King of the Ring too, because while the WWF show was lacking in places, they also put on the highly underrated Shawn Michaels vs Steve Austin match. The Great American Bash 97 is just okay, and I'll leave it at that. We've got the Fallout Nitro to look at next week though on Reliving the War. Hopefully you join me then, and we'll start looking at the build-up towards Bash at the Beach, the 1 year anniversary of the NWO. Thank you so much for watching guys, and thank you for watching all the videos on this channel. I do really appreciate it, and take care. WCW Bash at the Beach 97 took place on July 13th from Daytona Beach, Florida. Just under 8,000 fans packed the Ocean Center and around 325,000 fans bought the show on pay-per-view. Our show is headlined tonight with the in-ring debut of Dennis Rodman when he teams up with Hollywood Hogan. Rodzilla and the Hulkster do battle with the Giant and Lex Luger in our main event. DDP also has a mystery partner in attendance for a tag team match against Scott Hall and Randy Savage. Let's get started with the Bash at the Beach 1997 opening match. WCW's been on a roll lately with their opening matches, and I wouldn't expect anything less from Bash at the Beach. Actually, scrap that. Way to ruin a great run of matches, Frosty Balls. We've got Glacier and Ernest Miller, who we affectionately named Ice Ice Maybe on Reliving the War, and they're going up against Mortis and Wrath. Ernest Miller's shown a great deal of promise on WCW television, but his ring time has been kept seriously brief. Let's see if he stays inside the ropes a bit longer tonight. All four men fight to start the match off, but it settles down to Glacier and Mortis. Mortis smacks Glacier across the face. Let's just watch that again a few times. Yeah, that's good. Glacier then pulls off a double leg takedown. Mortis then gets crotched on the top rope where he proceeds to take more damage. Wrath was just coming in to make sure Mortis was okay, but that dirty cheater Ernest Miller has to come in with a springboard kick. Miller then gets tagged in, and we see some good teamwork from Ice Ice Maybe. Ernest Miller's kicks look absolutely effortless. Wrath comes in and Miller takes a few strikes in the corner. He comes back with a standing sidekick. He tries a pump kick followed by another sidekick, and Wrath decides that's enough and the Cat takes a backbreaker. Wrath walks the middle rope and he misses an elbow drop. Cat tags in Glacier. Wrath pushes both guys into the corner, but then Chili Chode and Pussycat pull off tandem drop kicks. See, they're cheaters. They need a 2-on-1 advantage. Mortis was just walking along the apron saying hello to fans, and Glacier decided to punch him in the mouth. So Wrath gets revenge for his fallen compadre with a pump kick. Mortis then brings Glacier over to the fans to say hello, but his hand slips and Glacier gets whacked on the guardrail. That's unfortunate. Wrath pulls off a senton from the apron to the outside. He then finds a green steel chair and he wants Glacier to look at the pretty colours, but that clumsy Mortis slips again and the chair gets kicked into Glacier's skull. Silly Mortis. In all seriousness though, this looked good. Back in the ring, Mortis delivers some punishment in the corner. Glacier comes back with his erotic pole dancing kick, and Wrath surprises Glacier with a clothesline. We then see an awesome double team move from Wrath and Mortis, a sit down powerbomb and cutter combination, and the double team action continues when Wrath locks in a reverse Boston Crab and Mortis hits a middle rope leg drop. Mortis tags in, he misses a moonsault. The Cat comes in to stop Wrath from hitting the death penalty, and he gets a great pop after performing more impressive kicks. The four men fight in the ring while the referee keeps an eye on legal guys Glacier and Mortis. Glacier counters a suplex attempt with a DDT, but this gives Vandenberg a chance to put a chain around Mortis's foot. Vandenberg takes a cryonic kick, but this allows Mortis to kick Glacier in the chest, and by God, Glacier does the job. Frosty Balls gets pinned for the first time in his WCW career, and Bash at the Beach has already gotten off to a great start. Truth be told, this wasn't on par with the other opening matches we've seen on WCW pay-per-views recently, but it was still pretty good. DDP's answering questions on the internet. Some cheeky bastard wants to know who DDP's mystery partner is, and Dallas says it's his dad who's sitting with him right here. DDD, Diamond Dallas Dad. Very good. Paige isn't giving anything away, we'll have to wait until later on. Our next match is for the Cruiserweight title, Ultimo Dragon vs Chris Jericho, and it looks like the entrance pyro scared the shit out of Ultimo Dragon. Jericho starts off with a top wrist lock in the corner and he whips Dragon to the opposite turnbuckles. Jericho then experiences what it's like inside a Dragon's asshole before getting kicked hard in the chest. Dragon performs his kick combo before hitting Chris across the back. He then applies a chin lock, a nerve pinch, and a head scissors submission. When the two get back to their feet, Chris hits his double powerbomb. He follows this up with a running senton, and Chris then performs a suplex that makes Ultimo Dragon's face go like this. This has been pretty solid so far, but the crowd are chanting "We want Sting." A backbreaker submission from Chris Jericho doesn't lead to Dragon topping out. Chris goes for a side headlock from an Irish whip, but Dragon counters with a back suplex. There's a nice spot next where Jericho hits Dragon with a quick moonsault, but Dragon's hard to beat tonight and he kicks out at 2. A double underhook powerbomb from Chris fails to end the match. The two then go to the top rope for what would have been a great dropkick spot, but Shivani says Dragon jumped down on purpose, but what do you think? Chris hits a splash from the top rope to the outside. Dragon takes a scoop slam back inside the ropes, but he blocks Jericho's aerial attack. Dragon then tries to perform the Dragon Steiner twice, but Jericho counters both attempts. Chris then tries a splash to the outside. Dragon counters with a dropkick, and the two fight around the ring until Dragon's able to perform the Asai moonsault. Back in the ropes, both guys try Mahistral cradles, but neither man scores the win. Another short fight on the outside sees Dragon hit an enziguri, but back inside the ropes, Jericho hits a lion salt across Dragon's back. Dragon again kicks out at 2. Chris gets a little frustrated. He decides to try one more time, but Dragon hits a dropkick. Dragon then tries to put it away with a Dragon Sleeper, but Chris counters it. Dragon then tries to reverse another double underhook powerbomb, but Chris rolls through, and Chris Jericho retains the Cruiserweight title. So far, in our Reliving the War timeline, this has been Chris Jericho's best match. There was a great balance of high-flying and hard-hitting moves here, and this one felt more suited for the pay-per-view opening match. They got the crowd back as the match continued on too, so great work by both guys. Mean Gene Okerlund approaches Raven and Stevie Richards sitting in the audience, and Raven finally breaks his silence. He says, "Trust and hate and love and fate, and I don't understand. Social grace, the human race, confuse me. These words I speak bring forth a world of emotions of dreams lost, dreams found, and dreams I'll never see. So it is written, so it shall come to pass." Okie dokie. In regards to potentially being DDP's mystery partner, Raven says this is a question he gets asked time and time again since his childhood. Does Raven have any dreams to sell? Quote the Raven, nevermore. Mean Gene tells Raven to fuck off with all this Edgar Allan Poe bullshit. Stevie Richards then wants to have a word with, quote, Gene Dancing Machine, but Raven puts an end to that with a good old-fashioned backhander. Stevie mentions some sort of announcement tomorrow night on Monday Nitro. The Steiner brothers take on Masahiro Chono and the Great Muta next. Rick and Scott signed a contract to face Scott Hall and Kevin Nash for the WCW Tag Team Championships, but they didn't read the small print. To get to the outsiders, Rick and Scott have to beat Chono and Muta. It starts off with Chono and Muta throwing Rick and Scott out of the ring, but the Steiners come back with some tandem aerial offense. Muta and Chono take a timeout on the outside, and the Great Muta shows off his sick face paint while some asshole fan with a Psycho Sid shirt on tells Chono to get in the ring or he'll get his ass kicked. I'm sure you will, big man. Scott hits Muta with a shoulder block, but Muta manages to kick Scott from the corner. A Muta chant breaks out as Scott gets choked at the ropes, and Muta follows this up with a jumping back kick. Scott replies with a big club to the back followed by a double underhook powerbomb. Muta takes a press slam and he decides to roll out of the ring to regroup. Rick then gets tagged in and Muta gets out of the ring again when the dog-faced gremlin starts barking and running around the place. Masahiro Chono tags in and he immediately goes down with a shoulder block. He tries to fight fire with fire, but his shoulder block does no damage. So he rakes the eyes and we see the Yakuza kick. Rick's given time to recover and he goes for a test of strength. Chono ends up kicking Rick. Rick then performs a standing switch, but this leads to Steiner taking a back elbow. Chono hits a weak shoulder block next, and Rick replies with his scoop power slam that looked more like a back body drop this time. We go back to Muta and Scotty Steiner, but this time Chono runs in to lend a hand. Muta performs the handspring back elbow. He follows this up with a bulldog. Chono comes back in to finish the job, but he ends up taking a top rope belly-to-belly suplex. Rick then comes in after a hot tag, and the Steiner lines and suplexes are served on top. Muta takes a bulldog from the middle rope. Chono makes the save, but the punishment continues as Muta takes a belly-to-belly from Scott. Scott's top rope move then gets interrupted by Chono, and Muta hits a Frankensteiner. We then see a dragon screw to Rick, but Muta gets too confident and his handspring back elbow gets countered with yet another suplex. All four men are in the ring and there's confusion over who the legal men are. Scott hits his own patented Frankensteiner, but Chono pulls the referee away during the count. Mickey J argues with Chono, and while this is going on, Rick and Scott pull off their Doomsday DDT. The Steiners win the match and they win the right to face the outsiders for the tag team belts. Bash at the Beach is 3 for 3 so far. Every match has been pretty fun to watch. Next, we had a Cruiserweight Trios match. Hector Garza, Juventud Guerrera, and Liz Mark Jr. versus Viano 4, La Parca, and Psychosis. Looks like La Parca is now officially being managed by Sonny Ono, and it also looks like he dressed for the occasion. Things get off to a pretty rocky start for Sonny and La Parka though. Ono accidentally kicked La Parka and he had to pull out a wad of cash to remind La Parka why he shouldn't hurt him. La Parka then started pushing his own teammates around and this resulted in Juventud Guerrera nailing a backsplash on all three heels. And it wasn't this triple suicide dive that impressed me, it was Mark Curtis sitting in the corner and taking cover as the move happened. Psychosis performed a unique sunset flip from the top. There was a moonsault display by Hector Garza and Liz Mark Jr. It looked like bodies were just falling from the sky when the competitors began missing top rope moves. And then we get the usual dive over the top rope spot where everyone takes a turn, but check out Juventud Guerrera sailing over the top rope. That's absolutely ridiculous. Eventually, Viano 5 runs down and he replaces Viano 4 behind the referee's back. This wasn't enough to secure the heels a victory though. Viano 5 accidentally hits Psychosis and Hector Garza ends it with a springboard dropkick followed by a standing moonsault. The standing moonsault felt like a weak move to end it with after all the other crazy shit we just witnessed. Still good though, and hey, am I the only one who likes 1997 WCW pay-per-views? Because so far, I've had a great time watching all of them. Chris Benoit was supposed to go through some tests in order to get Kevin Sullivan back in the ring, but these tests ended up being matches with the Faces of Fear and nothing more really. One of those things that starts off as a good idea and nothing really comes of it. Benoit passed the test though, and this is a career versus career match that, even back then, felt very predictable seeing as Sullivan was having less and less matches on a weekly basis. Jackie and Sullivan were seen having a disagreement this week on Nitro, and during Sullivan's entrance, it's clear that their issues weren't resolved. The match starts off with Benoit and Sullivan beating the ever-loving shit out of each other, and Benoit ends up getting suplexed out of the ring. On the outside, Sullivan reorganizes the furniture a little and he lets Jackie whip Benoit into the guardrail. Chris tries to throw Jackie away, but she comes back with a clothesline and Sullivan lands a right hand. Chris manages to get up and he throws Jackie on top of Sullivan. The fight rages on the entranceway and Kevin ends up sacrificing Jackie to get an advantage. The two end up fighting at the entrance stage where the props become weapons. Benoit gets hit with the surfboards and it isn't too long before Jimmy Hart and Jackie get involved. Jimmy climbs up on the lifeguard's chair, but Chris pushes him off as the whole set continues to get demolished. Jackie again gets involved and Sullivan gets the upper hand when the fight goes to the guardrail again. Kevin then plants Chris with a piledriver on the rampway, and once he recovers he gets smacked across the face with a tray. We also see the devastating bunny hop, but Chris somehow absorbs all this punishment and he's in the driver's seat when the match gets back inside the ropes. Chris nails Sullivan with a hook clothesline, but Kevin manages to throw Chris back out of the ring where Jimmy Hart lays in the kicks. He's no Ernest Miller, is he? Sullivan then starts targeting the balls by crotching Chris on both the ring post and the guardrails right in front of Raven and Stevie Richards, and Chris then gets floored with a clothesline. Back in the ring, Chris tries to give Kevin a taste of his own medicine, but that doesn't work out too well. Chris lands a snap suplex next, and Sullivan sinks his teeth into Benoit's stomach. Benoit answers this by biting Kevin's ear. Benoit drops the arm and we see the crippler crossface. This stays locked in for quite some time, but Sullivan doesn't give up, nor does he pass out. He gets a foot on the ropes and Chris has to break the hold. Seconds later, the crossface gets applied again. This time Sullivan grabs the bottom rope with his hand, and you think Benoit's got it in the bag until a slugfest breaks out and Kevin starts fighting back. Chris gets hung up in the Tree of Woe, he takes 3 running knees, and then Jackie jumps in the ring with a wooden chair. Sullivan wants Jackie to hand the chair over. He says, "Give it to me." So Jackie gives him it alright and the chair gets smashed over Sullivan's head. Chris then hits the diving headbutt and Chris wins the match. The in-ring career of Kevin Sullivan is over. Only it wasn't, because he wrestled 2 months later for Championship Wrestling in Ohio, but his WCW in-ring career is indeed over. Except it wasn't, because he wrestles again at Starrcade 99. A good match here though, but not their best. I thought their match at Clash of the Champions in January was better. Jimmy Hart says Sullivan let the team down and Kevin pushes Jimmy. Jimmy says "you'll be sorry" as he leaves the ringside area. Looks like Kevin Sullivan gets a little teared up as he walks back up the rampway. Steve McMichael says that Jeff Jarrett should have never, quote, jumped in his chili as Steve and Deborah make their way down to the ring for the US title match. Mongo and Jarrett have had some, let's say, well-documented issues over the past lot of months, while Jarrett was an active member of the Horsemen, but 2 weeks ago Ric Flair kicked them out of the group, so neither Jarrett nor Mongo have anything to lose by going full throttle tonight. Loads of fucking around at the beginning of this one, with Mongo taking the US title and threatening to knock Jarrett out with it. Not sure what Mongo was trying to do here, but I'm sure it sounded like a good idea at the time. And Jarrett ends up going to the outside twice. The first time was on his own accord when he took a 3-point stance tackle from Big Steve, and the second time he got clotheslined over the top. The crowd chant Mongo on as he chokes Jeff with some cord, and I absolutely love Mongo's apron elbow drop afterwards. Fantastic, big man. It was all going so well until that dirty fraud Jeff Jarrett starts ripping Big Mongo off and he performs a few football tackles. Deborah looks on with concern as Steve gets floored. Double J goes for the figure 4, so Deborah gets on the apron. And she passes the magical briefcase to Jarrett. Listen to Dusty Rhodes here after the briefcase shots.
Oh, got him right in the elbow. Oh, right on top the noggin wagon.
Double J wins, he retains the US title, and it looks like he got himself a new manager too. Double J just completed some serious horseman business better than an actual horseman, and Mongo's left in the ring looking like a fucking fool. Old Deborah, what a dirtbag. Hulk Hogan says it's nice to find another champion, another dirty dog like himself, someone who the Hulkster has something in common with. So that's a big fuck you to the whole NWO right there, guys. Rodman says he and Hulk Hogan have arrived at Daytona Beach to tear the place apart, and Hulk continues on by saying Rodman spared the Giant and Flexi Lexi on Nitro so they could get beat up tonight. Daytona can't handle Rod the Bod, and neither can Team Giant Package. Hulk says the whole sports world is watching tonight. The two greatest athletes on earth have gotten together and everyone's paying attention. Hulk says Rodman's the greatest, Rodman says Hulk's the greatest. It's an absolute bro fest as the promo ends with Rodzilla and Hulkzilla saying when you're NWO for life. Rodman's a natural heel though, and he gets it in terms of promos. Sure, what he says isn't what anyone would call great promo work, but he understands his part. The Diamond Dallas Page tag team match is up next. Raven and Kurt Hennig showed up 2 weeks ago on Nitro, and everyone's guessing which one of these guys will team up with Page, or it could be someone else altogether. Kurt Hennig walks out when DDP points at the entranceway, so yeah, the former Mr. Perfect is the mystery man. The audience is indifferent to this too. Maybe Hennig shouldn't have shown up on Nitro and they could have had the big reveal tonight, but anyway, DDP gets the advantage early on against Macho, and Savage decides to fuck around on the outside for ages afterwards. A fan gives Elizabeth a bunch of flowers and she decides to throw them at DDP. Savage and Page then spit on each other, lovely, and Scott Hall then decides to tag in. Hall wants Kurt Hennig, so DDP tags out. There's a lot of history between these two, but it looks like any friendship has been thrown out the window. Hall makes fun of Kurt's gut and he throws the toothpick in Kurt's face. Kurt spits his gum on Scott. There's a lot of fucking around in this one, guys, and the match is nearly at the halfway point. Kurt's forced to break a lockup in the corner and he smacks Hall across the face after the two shove each other. Kurt then punches Scott in the midsection and we see a knee lift. And look at the state of this atomic drop spot. Fuck's sake, lads. Kurt tags out and DDP goes to work on Hall. We see the diamond clash before Page goes to work in the corner. Hall comes back with a good looking running clothesline to the opposite turnbuckles, and Scott tells DDP to suck it before tagging out. Macho hits a double axe handle from the top, and then we get quick tags from the NWO, keeping DDP away from his corner in the process. Dallas takes a beating from both guys inside and outside the ring. He manages to pull off an atomic drop, and this gives him a chance to tag out. We've got Savage and Hennig in the ring together for just a brief moment because our match has pretty much came to an end. There's a fuck up here. Kurt's supposed to go over the top rope accidentally because Dallas is holding the ropes down, but that doesn't happen. Kurt just hits the top rope really hard and Macho Man ends up kicking Kurt out of the ring. Hennig sticks to the script afterwards though and he whacks Page on the back. Kurt leaves the ring and Dallas takes an outsider's edge and a diving elbow. The NWO win via pinfall as Kurt leaves the arena. This was easily the worst match of the night so far. I think WCW were banking on Hennig getting a better crowd reaction, making his heel actions at the end more impactful. But just like on Nitro this past Monday, nobody seemed to really care about Curt Hennig, and that's a shame. He definitely still had more to give. Thankfully, his upcoming storyline serves him better, but it was definitely a forgettable debut for Curt Hennig, in my opinion anyway. Roddy Piper and Ric Flair's troubles started at the Great American Bash when Flair chased 6 away during a tag team match and he didn't come back to help Piper. The Hot Rod was left all alone with the Outsiders and, of course, he got beaten up pretty badly. Flair said he had the fight of his life backstage that night and he couldn't get back out to help Piper, and Piper forgave him. It didn't take long for Ric to show his true colours though, and when Piper started a fight with Benoit and Mongo, Ric backed up his fellow horsemen. Ric would then make fun of Piper in the weeks leading up to Bash at the Beach with the help of mannequins dressed in kilts. And that's all we've really got here. This one doesn't go very far after this match. Roddy starts off aggressively and this makes the crowd pop. Ric takes his time on the outside to get his shit together, but when he gets back inside the ropes, Piper completely lights him up. Roddy's so fired up he even ignores an eye poke, and then we see the Flair flop. The Hot Rod lands a few punches in the corner before we see the Flair corner bump, and it looks like Ric has no chance at all tonight. Roddy does sell the eye poke the second time around on the outside, but that sell job lasts all of 3 seconds. Flair takes a back body drop before the match gets back inside the ring. Flair begs for mercy and Roddy drops to his knees to stick his fingers in Ric's eyes. Roddy then chokes Ric in the corner, and when Mark Curtis tries to stop Piper, Flair takes advantage and he delivers a chop block. You know where this is going. Ric remains laser focused as he targets the leg and knee, throwing in a chop every now and then for good measure too. To his credit, Piper sells it well, whereas just a few minutes ago he wasn't selling a thing, and he's good at vocalizing his pain. He screams and shouts in agony as Flair continues to soften Roddy up. Finally, the figure 4 gets applied and Roddy's facial expressions range from great to comical. He manages to reverse the pressure and Flair makes it to the ropes. Piper then completely forgets to sell the damaged leg as he goes on offense, but Flair puts an end to that with a low blow. Flair brings it to the corner for more strikes, but again, Piper magically heals up and he hits Flair with a ton of rights and lefts. Piper then drops a knee that was a little low, but Dusty Rhodes says this was in the, quote, trapeze thing. Flair counters a sleeper attempt with a jawbreaker, but he can't put the match away. Even when he uses the ropes for leverage during a pin attempt, Roddy still kicks out. Eventually, Ric decides he's had enough and he pulls out those brass knucks that don't look like brass knucks, but we'll call them brass knucks anyway. Bobby Heenan calls it a hand protector. Piper counters the punch and Ric ends up getting whacked with his own international object. Big Mongo runs down and he distracts the referee while Chris Benoit goes for a diving headbutt. Piper moves and Flair takes the impact, but then Piper ends up taking Mongo's tombstone and that should be it all over. Flair covers Piper, Piper kicks out and the crowd absolutely loves it. Roddy ends up applying the sleeper one more time and Ric gets knocked out cold. He can't raise his hands for the 3rd time, so Mark Curtis pulls out the shooters. Roddy Piper defeats Ric Flair at Bash at the Beach. Like the previous match, I wasn't into this one too much, even though the crowd in attendance loved it. It was better than the Hall and Savage tag team match though, that's for sure. But now we've got a main event that's got a big old question mark hanging over it. How good or how bad will Dennis Rodman be inside a WCW wrestling ring? Not a terrible lot of story going into this one. Back at Uncensored, Rodman was instrumental in the NWO beating Team WCW, and on Nitro, Dennis embarrassed Giant and Luger by nailing a few elbow drops and spraying NWO across their backs. Rodman stepping into the ring made the news though. The publicity alone is something that pleased Eric Bischoff a great deal, and as we learned from the Reggie White debacle, it didn't really matter to Bischoff how these celebrities or sportsmen performed in the ring. It was all about marketing and it was all about publicity. Luger and Hulk start the match off. The Macho Man is here and he watches from the outside, and Hulk tries to bring it down to the mat with a drop toe hold, I think. Luger gets right back up and he goes for wrist control. Hulk gets to the ropes and then he decides to throw his bandana in Luger's face. Hulk again retreats to the ropes afterwards. Hollywood poses at this Hulk Hogan wannabe, but Luger then pushes Hulk to the corner and he does the crab pose. Hulk says Lex grabbed him by the hair, and he even asks you guys at home to back him up. What do you think? Did Lex grab Hogan's hair? Hollywood brings Lex down with a shoulder block. We see more posing. Rodman either likes what he sees or he's wondering what the fuck he just got himself into. Lex then hits a shoulder block and the posing gets real when Lex hits a 3-hit combo. Hulk knows he's got the biggest pythons in the business, so it's time for a test of strength. Lex wants to go for it, but Hogan lays in a boot and he calls Lex an idiot. Hulk then chokes Luger and Dennis likes what he sees. Hollywood then misses an elbow drop and he ends up taking a body slam. It's time to get out of there and tag in the real Hot Rod. And again, Dennis knows what to do here. He plays up to it and he lets the crowd pop as he slowly gets in the ring. So here we go. How bad can this be? Rodman keeps backing away from Lex and he's building the anticipation well. I'd complain about this if it was anyone else, but there really was intrigue here in regards to how Dennis would do in a wrestling match. The two finally lock up. The lockup doesn't look great, but...
How about that?
Well. The crowd reaction is great here. Lex sits in the corner stunned that he got caught out, and Hogan celebrates Dennis's accomplishment. Luger and Rodman lock up again, and this time Dennis takes 2 arm drags, and his shocked look at the Giant in between those arm drags was perfect. Hogan then tries to help, but Lex also takes care of the Hulkster, and the commentary team and the audience just lose their shit. You gotta give him credit. You'll hear a lot of people complain about the likes of Dennis Rodman showing up for a quick payday, and Hulk Hogan's WCW run is just too easy to rip apart, but they're getting the loudest reaction of the night here, and that counts for something. Dennis gets back in the ring, he finds himself in a side headlock, he pushes Luger into the ropes, Dennis then performs a leapfrog and a shoulder block. This is good, but you know what's great? Randy Savage jumping on the apron only to point and laugh at Lex Luger. Luger's like, what the fuck's going on, as the crowd continue to make noise. The two men get back to their feet. Rodman pulls off another 2 leapfrogs, but this time he takes a clothesline from the total package. Rodman wisely tags out. Hulk says he's gonna break Lex Luger, but Luger decides to tag in the big man, a very fresh Giant who hasn't seen any action yet. Rodman and Hogan discuss their battle plan and they tell Giant to wait until they're finished. Hogan goes on offense right away, but he can't floor the Giant. Hulk decides to choke the Giant in the corner instead. Things get a bit scrappy when Giant no-sells an eye poke. Hulk wasn't ready to go on defense just yet, so he does it again and the Giant tries to chop Hollywood down. Giant then threatens Hulk with a chokeslam and Hulk runs away in fear. He gets back in the ring after a group huddle with Rodman and Macho. He takes an atomic drop back inside the ropes, and then Dennis Rodman gets tagged back in. Rodman versus the Giant. Dennis tries his leapfrog sequence again, but he gets caught out and the Giant delivers a big atomic drop. The big man then slaps Dennis's ass for a bit, the crowd laughs, but Hulk Hogan runs in when the Giant chokes Rodman, and this kinda brings the crowd down. They want to see Rodman. The ref allows Hulk to remain the legal man without a tag, but Hulk tags Rodman again, and we see a double clothesline. Hogan stays in the ring afterwards. The heels start performing quick tags while Lex tries to help his partner, but he's just making things more difficult for the big man. Hogan and Rodman pull off a double hip toss. Giant kicks out when both Rodman and Hogan cover him, and Lex gets the hot tag. Luger takes out everyone, including the Macho Man. He signals for the bionic forearm, but Rodman manages to kick Lex on the apron, and this puts the NWO back in the driver's seat. Hulk performs a back suplex on Luger. He then hits a body slam and we see the leg drop. Luger kicks out at 2. Hulk lets Rodman finish the job and Luger takes 3 back elbows. He then chokes Lex with his boot. Hogan lends a hand from the apron and so the Giant tags in. Rodman doesn't seem too worried, he thinks he has this, but the Giant is all fired up. Giant cleans house and it looks like this one's all over. There's no stopping the Giant tonight. But then Sting shows up, and yeah, that's clearly not Sting. Sting steps over the top rope to get in the ring. He whacks the Giant with his baseball bat and then he leaves again. Hogan ends up accidentally hitting Rodman while Dennis held Luger up, and that's the end of our match. Luger puts Hulk in the torture rack and Hulk Hogan gives up. Team Giant package win the Bash at the Beach main event. Dennis Rodman takes a torture rack too, as does Randy Savage. And the heels celebrate at the entranceway, saying they're too sweet and Lex was apparently the illegal man. I mean, look at this picture, and look at this picture. Who looks like the winners here? This match isn't what you'd call a good in-ring work rate kind of bout, but you gotta give it to Dennis Rodman. He pulled it off and the crowd loved every minute of it. I know people don't like this, but I had a lot of fun watching this main event again. It'll never win any Match of the Year awards, but it was entertaining. I enjoyed Bash at the Beach 97, with the only real slip-up being the Hall and Savage tag match. I didn't really get much out of the US title match either, nor the Flair vs Piper encounter, but I wouldn't say they were bad matches either. I just didn't enjoy them as much as others. Every other match on the card delivered. As for the main event, it won't be for everyone, and I understand too why some would dismiss it, but leave your star ratings and all that shit at the door and just have fun with it. That's what wrestling's supposed to be anyway. I recommend Bash at the Beach 97, but it wasn't as good as the WWF's Canadian Stampede. If you have to choose one, go with the latter, but don't sleep on WCW's July show either. That'll do it for this one then, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys sticking with this series, and I'll be back again next week for another episode of Reliving the War. Take care.
High five.
WCW Road Wild 97 took place on Saturday, August 9th at the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally in Sturgis, South Dakota. Tickets were free for the show, with a reported 6,500 motorbike enthusiasts showing up for the event, and a reported 180,000 fans bought the show on pay-per-view, down significantly from Bash at the Beach, but up from Spring Stampede, Slamboree and the Great American Bash. Lex Luger won the WCW Championship on Nitro this week, even though a Luger vs Hogan match was already booked for Road Wild. That match is still going ahead as planned, only Luger will now defend the belt and not Hogan. The Road Wild show itself looks unique. The outdoor venue does help in separating these shows from all the rest, but what we don't get is an absolute die-hard WCW audience, so keep that in mind when watching the show. Let's get started then with our opening match, but before we do that, make sure you check out this week's extended episode of Reliving the War if you haven't done so already. You'll learn all about Lex Luger's WCW Championship victory in episode 95. Our opening match features Vicious and Delicious taking on Harlem Heat. Booker T and Stevie Ray spoke about their dislike for these Sturgis shows. Fans didn't treat Harlem Heat too well at these events, and that's just uncalled for no matter what way you look at it. Still, Booker and Stevie are professionals and they get in the ring to do their job. Booker and Buff start this one off, they trade wrist locks, Bagwell dodges a heel kick, and this leads to Buff hitting Booker with a few hip tosses, and both Booker and Stevie take drop kicks. Look at the big balls on Buff Daddy. Scott Norton gets tagged in after Buff hits a clothesline. Norton goes to work on Booker in the corner, but a heel kick stuns Big Scott, and Stevie Ray comes in. A sidewalk slam brings Stevie down, but a little help from Booker results in Norton taking a standing sidekick. Booker gets back in, he struggles to get Norton up for a suplex, but he gets there in the end. And Norton gets covered after a jumping forearm attack, but he kicks out at 2. Stevie Ray comes back in illegally, Scott takes a few right hands. Harlem Heat think they got away with an unfair advantage here, but Scott scoops up Booker the moment he gets tagged back in, and Booker hits the mat hard. Buff Bagwell then gets a tag and he starts cleaning house. It's at this moment you begin wondering why the NWO are working babyface in this match, but let's just roll with it. Buff's offensive flurry comes to an end when Stevie holds the top rope down, and on the outside of the ring, Bagwell gets thrown into the ring steps and the ring post. In the ring, Stevie hits a shoulder block, and Stevie Ray applies a chin lock. Booker T comes in and he hits a scissors kick, and he too applies a chin lock on Buff Bagwell. Buff won't even have a chin by the time this one's over. Bagwell gets a boot up in the corner and he hits a running clothesline, but he's unable to tag out afterwards. I have to mention again how weird it is that the NWO are working as good guys here. Clearly we're building to a Scott Norton hot tag. Jacqueline then shows up. She walks down the entranceway and it looks like she's going to stand in Harlem Heat's corner. The biker Michael likers rev their engines at the side of Jackie. Booker stops Bagwell from tagging out. That's another chin lock right there. And Bagwell finally gets a chance to tag after hitting Booker with a powerbomb. Norton comes in, he cleans house. Vincent decides to get involved by grabbing Stevie's foot, and this gives Norton a chance to hit Booker with the shoulder breaker. Jackie then jumps up on the apron and she begins striking Scott. Booker hits a super kick followed by a jumping side kick, and Harlem Heat win the opening match at Road Wild 1997. A good opener, it was better than the Bash at the Beach opening match. Tony Schiavone says this victory puts WCW up 1 point on tonight's scoreboard. Ted DiBiase's answering questions online as Rick and Scott look at the laptop with sheer confusion. Look at this little show-off typing away when staring right at DiBiase. He doesn't need to check what he's typing, he's a keyboard master. Here's some unaired footage of this little dork's screen.
NWO has laid on us the last year and a half. Could all fall tonight, right here.
Up next we have another NWO vs WCW battle, Conan vs Rey Mysterio. Conan attacked Mysterio a while back when he was served on a silver platter by Kevin Nash. Conan then joined the NWO, but the luchadors, including the heel luchadors, backed up Rey Mysterio. They said Conan doesn't know the meaning of the word family, while Conan said the NWO is his family. Conan then promised to take out every Mexican superstar in WCW, and he's already defeated La Parka and Psychosis on Nitro. Rey came back, he pretended he was still injured from Conan's attack, but Rey surprised his Road Wild opponent by beating him with a crutch. Rey was 100% and good to go at the pay-per-view. Rey started off strong with a springboard dropkick and a corner head scissors, but Conan almost took Rey's head off with a clothesline. Rey then takes the rolling clothesline and Conan applies a modified figure 4. Rey sails his leg on the outside, maybe he wasn't 100% going into this one after all. He hits a great Hurricane Rana next, but the leg doesn't hold up and Conan hits Rey hard with a chop block. From here, it's all focused attacks to the injured body part. Rey has to try and crawl away, but Conan stays on him and more damage is done in the corner. Conan pulls on Rey's leg while he stands on the outside. Rey fights back when Conan gets back in the ring with a clothesline, but Mysterio goes straight back down and we see a leg scissor submission. Conan then tries to remove Rey's mask, he hits a powerbomb before trying again, and Rey isn't fighting back here. The mask comes off, Rey keeps his face covered and he manages to put the mask back on before hitting a dropkick, but he hurts himself in the process. He then tries a springboard Arabian press moonsault, but Conan was a little too close to the ropes. Rey does hit the move, but he sails the leg again afterwards, and as Conan hits a dropkick, Mike Tenay says this match should be stopped. Mysterio manages to pull off an arm drag takedown, but Conan fires back with a belly-to-belly suplex. Rey then tries an aerial attack, but Conan catches him, and we see the cradle DDT. That's it over. Conan applies the tequila sunrise, and Rey tops out. Conan keeps the hole locked in after the bell. The doctors come down to check on Rey afterwards, and Conan just watches while sitting in the corner. We kinda got deprived of Mysterio's full offensive arsenal here because of the leg injury angle, and the match kinda suffered because of it. But Conan's getting a strong push over the last month or so, and that's a good thing. Mean Gene Okerlund shows off his sick tattoo while promoting the WCW hotline. He says he doesn't know how he got it, but he's got it for the rest of his life. The next bout was a tag team elimination match. Steve McMichael and Chris Benoit of the Four Horsemen versus Dean Malenko and Jeff Jarrett. Malenko and Jarrett formed a partnership intended to benefit both men with their current problems. Jarrett was having issues with the Horsemen, and Dean was having issues with Eddie Guerrero. Dean Malenko doesn't seem to be all in with this new friendship, however, so we'll need to see how things play out. The match begins with Jarrett and Benoit. Double J pulls off an arm drag, he struts, and then he immediately tags out. Malenko stays in the ring then for most of the match. Jarrett's clearly taking advantage of this friendship and he seems happy to let Dean do all the hard work. When Dean eventually tags out, Jarrett looks pretty surprised. He has to face Steve McMichael, and Mongo's still pissed off with his wife choosing Double J over him. Jarrett ends up laying down and he holds Steve on top of him, effectively eliminating himself from the match and letting Dean Malenko fend for himself. Jarrett doesn't seem too bothered. He brags about how smart he is as Malenko tries his best to fight off two horsemen, but of course he doesn't get very far. Benoit lands a diving headbutt and Mongo ends the match with a tombstone piledriver. Dean Malenko was sold a bill of goods by that fraudster Jeff Jarrett. He should have seen it coming, to be fair. After the bout, a video plays showing WCW superstars making the trip to Sturgis on their motorcycles. The Steiners, DDP and Steve McMichael made the pilgrimage, and yeah, just because Eric Bischoff and a few WCW superstars have a chub for motorcycles doesn't mean wrestling fans share the same sentiments. I said the same back at Hog Wild last year. In case you didn't know, WCW had to change the name from Hog Wild to Road Wild due to Harley Davidson owning the Hog trademark.
Oh Alex, show these biker dudes your big tasty Saturday night fever. Biker dudes love big bratwursts.
Oh, big bratwurst.
Alex Wright in his luminous green ring gear doesn't really fit in with the scenery here, does he? Still, Das Wunderkind couldn't care less. He's the Cruiserweight champion and he's going to give Chris Jericho a rematch tonight for the title. Hammerlock start us off here. Alex breaks it up by getting to the ropes. These biker dudes start chanting maggot at Alex, but they replace the M with an F. And this is what we call projecting, ladies and gentlemen. Alex then shows these losers a sweet snapmare takeover and he brings Chris to the corner. Mark Curtis grazes against the bratwurst while trying to break the two up, but Chris Jericho appreciates the ingenuity. Alex gets a cheap shot afterwards and he hides in the opposite corner. Jericho then lights Alex up and Das Wunderkind stays on the outside afterwards. He wants Chris to back up. And remember how I talked about how Alex was actually over the weight limit for the Cruiserweight title a few weeks back? Well, Mike Tenay confirms that the weight limit is now 225 pounds. Just thought that was worth mentioning. Alex tries to surprise Jericho, but Chris performs a drop toe hold. Alex, usually god tier when it comes to wrist action, gets caught out with a top wrist lock, but he manages to slam Chris to the mat. He then applies a headlock and Chris fights his way out, but Alex's hands are super sticky and Chris gets his hair caught. This leads to the headlock getting applied again. Alex then pretends to break the hold, only to ram an elbow into Chris's neck. And guys, like Alex or not, you have to appreciate this. Look how much he's getting out of a fucking headlock, the most basic of basic wrestling holds. Alex comes back with a spinning wheel kick and then Alex gets his bratwurst smashed on the top rope. Chris then hits a drop kick and the damage to Alex's privates must have been bad because he wants to leave the match. Chris catches Alex with a springboard crossbody, but Alex comes back by throwing Chris into the ring steps. Alex then fails to hit a top rope move in the ring. He gets slammed to the mat and Chris ends up locking in an armbar, but Alex replies with a spinning wheel kick of his own followed by a diving stomp. Wright gets a little too confident, he misses a moonsault, and this leads to Jericho hitting a few corner clotheslines, and then we see the lion salt. Alex kicks out at 2. Jericho hits his double powerbomb, Alex kicks out again, and Alex is able to hit a superplex when he blocks Jericho's top rope move. After a bit more back and forth, the match ends with Alex countering a pin and he grabs Jericho's tights. Alex steals a victory and Alex retains the Cruiserweight title. He's a little too hurt to perform some Saturday Night Fever after the bout, but not to worry. He'll rest up tonight and tomorrow, all fresh and ready for Nitro on Monday. Syxx vs Ric Flair is our next contest. The scoreboard reads 1 point for the NWO and 1 point for WCW so far. These two have been feuding for the last couple of months, with Waltman showing up frequently to make life difficult for the Nature Boy. So Rick wants to settle the score tonight and put an end to this rivalry. The two try to psych each other out before locking up, and it's Flair who goes down after a shoulder tackle. The two go at it again, Flair applies a wrist lock, and Syxx gets slammed on the mat over and over again by the Nature Boy. Waltman then gets lured into the corner and he takes a few hard chops, and he then ends up flying out of the ring when he comes running at the Nature Boy. Flair lets Syxx get back in the ring. He applies a top wrist lock, but Syxx uses the ropes to flip over. This results in another knife edge chop from Slick Rick, and the Nature Boy is teaching Syxx a lesson here. Sean has to change game plan. The two fail to land hip tosses and Six again goes down after another flip and another chop. A few strikes from Rick keeps Waltman at bay, but Six comes back with a heel kick and now Waltman may have a chance. He performs his corner kick combo. He doesn't appreciate the fans chanting for the Nature Boy, so Six hits a Bronco Buster and he brings it to the mat afterwards with a chin lock. Back in the corner, it looks like Six accidentally connects with a kick to the mouth because Flair loses it for a second. Waltman goes upstairs, he hits a top rope leg drop, but Rick kicks out at 2. The two then trade strikes in the corner and their next exchange ends with Flair taking a wheel kick. Six then applies another chin lock, one more of those and you know what happens. The two get to their feet, Flair takes the corner bump, but he recovers in good time and it's now time for the Nature Boy to soften up the knee. Six sees it coming so he hits an enziguri before going upstairs again. Waltman's senton misses its target, Flair follows up with a chop block, and then we see the figure 4. Rick has to break it when Six gets to the ropes. Six then gets a chance to lock in the buzzkill, but Flair breaks it in the corner. Waltman gets Flair down once again, he lines up another Bronco Buster, but Flair gets a boot up and Shawn's balls fall out of his mouth. Rick then uses the ropes to get some extra leverage and the Nature Boy wins via pinfall. I enjoyed this match. It was a different Ric Flair encounter. Yes, we saw some of Flair's usual moves, but it was all laid out differently, and Six came out still looking pretty good even though he took a loss. That's 2 victories for WCW and 1 for the NWO. Curt Hennig debuted in WCW as the Impact player and DDP's mystery partner at Bash at the Beach. Curt ended up turning his back on Dallas during the match, and since then, the two have been trying to one-up each other on Nitro. Hennig is also being courted by Ric Flair to become a member of the Four Horsemen, but Curt has also assisted the NWO if it helped him get to Page. His arrival in WCW has been a little underwhelming so far, so let's see if he can shine a little tonight in his grudge match against Dallas Page. Hennig lures Dallas to the outside to start us off and Curt gets back in the ring. He won't let Dallas get back inside the ropes, so Page pulls him out and the two have a brief fight before they both get in the ring. The referee calls for the opening bell. Page laughs after Curt performs a hair pull takedown. Dallas brings it to the corner where he lays in a few back elbows. He then chops Curt so hard that Hennig falls out to the apron, and DDP then swings Curt around the ring by the hair. Curt then tries to do his ring post nutshot spot, but it doesn't look too good. So Dallas rushes out of the ring and he pulls Hennig's legs back. Dallas then goes upstairs, he ends up getting crotched on the turnbuckles, and Curt follows up by choking Dallas with his towel. Mark Curtis lets it slide, but he does give a 5 count. Page takes a snap mare and a neck snap. He gets choked in one corner and he takes a back elbow in another, and the former Mr. Perfect then tries to soften up DDP's knee. We see a spinning toe hold, and the bikers in the audience begin revving their engines as Dallas breaks a sleeper with a jawbreaker. Hennig's follow-up offense doesn't look too good, particularly this forearm shot that looked like it missed by quite a lot. Things have slowed down quite a bit, but Page tries to speed things up with a discus clothesline. He pins Hennig. Hennig kicks out and Page ends up bumping on top of Mark Curtis. We don't have a referee. Curt removes the turnbuckle padding and Page gets his head slammed on the exposed metal. Curt then hits the perfect plex, but Dallas kicks out. DDP has been busted open, and so the rest of the match is going to be presented with just hard camera footage. This is kind of funny too, because on Nitro, the commentator said Road Wild would be a much more adult-orientated pay-per-view, but it's clear that standards and practices weren't going to let World Championship Wrestling get away with anything too graphic, whether it's on pay-per-view or not. Dallas fights back with 2 lefts and a right. He tries to get Curt up for the pancake, but the referee once again gets knocked out. He performs the move anyway, and then Ric Flair shows up to help Curt. Dallas manages to hit Flair with the diamond cutter, but the distraction still worked. Hennig hits another perfect plex, the referee wakes up, and Curt wins via pinfall. This was an improvement over the Bash at the Beach tag match, and it's been Curt's best match to date in WCW, but it still wasn't great, nor must see. Maybe Flair's assistance will now convince Curt to become a horseman. We see a video featuring the NWO riding the Sturgis. Well, Eric Bischoff and Buff Bagwell riding the Sturgis. The other boys must have took the limousine or private plane. Fuck that motorcycle nonsense. Bischoff says Luger can count on it. The total package will pay a very dear price tonight in the main event. Next up, we have the Giant vs Macho Man Randy Savage, And I'm not going to go into much detail here because it really wasn't all that interesting. It's a very by-the-numbers giant match. Plenty of time wasting at the start. When Macho does finally get in the ring, he tries to slam the Giant, but that doesn't work out too well. Giant goes to work with some slow but powerful offense, and Savage goes back to the outside for a bit more time wasting. The Giant lifts Randy high in the air and the Macho Man gets dumped back in the ring, and then Randy starts attacking the legs, trying to bring the Giant down. We see that same old Giant spot where a guy hits him over and over again with clotheslines, but the Giant stays on his feet. Randy ends up going to the top rope, and the big man does go down after a crossbody, but he also kicks out of the follow-up pin. Savage goes up one more time, the Giant ends up catching him, we see the chokeslam, and the Giant wins. Probably the weakest match on the card so far, for me anyway. Absolutely nothing special. The commentators, though, they're very excited. WCW has 3 wins tonight, while the NWO only have 1. The Outsiders promised to give the Steiner brothers a shot at the tag team titles. They even had a contract made up for Rick and Scott. The Steiners blindly signed the contract, not noticing that they had to beat Masahiro Chono and the Great Muta to get at the Outsiders. But Rick and Scott were successful at Bash at the Beach, and so the Road Wild match goes ahead as scheduled. Ted DiBiase also left the NWO to join the Steiner brothers, so Rick and Scott have a new manager who's promised to help rip the heart out of the New World Order at Road Wild. The sun sets as the Outsiders make their way down to the ring, and the venue looks fantastic right here. Just look at this. The Steiners come down to the ring on motorcycles and they get a big firework display too. And here we go, the Steiners finally get their shot at the tag team titles. After shoving each other around a little, Scott Hall throws his toothpick at Scott Steiner and the bad guy gets slapped across the face. Hall then tries to target Scott's arm. He's successful for only a little while though, because Steiner replies with a clothesline and a big suplex. This could be a long night for the Outsiders. Steiner lands his double underhook powerbomb, Nash runs in to help his partner out, but the dog-faced gremlin evens the odds and Hall and Nash end up on the outside of the ring. Rick Steiner then gets tagged in and Hall spits in Rick's face before tagging in the big man, and Nash means business tonight. Steiner goes down with an elbow to the back of the head and Nash follows this up with a running corner clothesline. Nash then goes for snake eyes, but Rick counters it and he pulls off a back suplex. Nash falls down pretty hard here. Scotty Steiner comes back in and it's Scott Hall who ends up helping Kevin from the apron. And look at this big boot from Kevin Nash. Holy shit. Scott Hall's back in, Steiner takes a chokeslam, Nash comes back in, Steiner takes a leapfrog body guillotine, Hall's turn again and it's a fallaway slam this time, and Nash comes back in to hit a sidewalk slam. The Outsiders team are working well here tonight. Nash lays in the knee strikes in the corner and he sticks his big boot in Scotty Steiner's throat. Hall comes back in with an abdominal stretch. Nash lends a hand here and DiBiase seems to be losing patience on the outside. Steiner gets a chance when he pulls off a hip toss, but he then misses an elbow drop instead of trying to tag out. This leads to Big Nash coming in and the domination continues. Nash hits Snake Eyes, the Outsiders pose to the crowd. Kevin then knocks Rick off the apron and Big Sexy decides to attack Rick on the outside. Hall does some damage to Scott while all this was going on. Scott tries to fight out of the NWO corner, but Hall makes sure Scott won't get a tag afterwards. Steiner takes a middle rope bulldog from Hall, and Hall signals for the end. It's time for the Outsiders' edge. Rick Steiner rushes in to save Rick, and this gets followed up with a Scotty Steiner belly-to-belly suplex. Steiner tries to tag out afterwards, and Hall tries to stop the tag, but Rick gets in, and the dog-faced gremlin unloads on the Outsiders. Nash gets taken out, we see the Steiner Bulldog. We think the Steiners have it in the bag, but Nash pulls Nick Patrick out of the ring during the 3 count. Patrick then awards the match to the Steiner brothers. DiBiase grabs the belt, he celebrates with Rick and Scott, but Patrick takes the belts away. Hall and Nash were disqualified, so they don't lose their tag team titles. A very dominating performance by Hall and Nash here, and I enjoyed watching this one. If I hadn't watched all the Nitros again up until this point, then I would have said this was just Hall and Nash not giving their opponents a chance to do anything in the ring. But when we look back at previous Outsiders matches in 1997, we then realised that they really hadn't been all that dominant inside the ring. They didn't absolutely destroy their tag team opponents from bell to bell like this. Lex Luger won a WCW title shot all the way back at Spring Stampede, but Hollywood Hogan had avoided the total package in one-on-one competition. Luger got his attorneys to look over Hogan's contract, and Hollywood apparently has to defend the WCW Championship once every 30 days. I know, why say this if you're never going to adhere to it? So after finding this out, the WCW Executive Committee granted Luger a title shot on the Nitro just before Road Wild. The thing is, Luger was already booked to face Hogan at the pay-per-view, so it was a little confusing for fans at the time. Hollywood said if he beats Luger on Nitro, then Scott Hall would get a shot at the belt, a way to keep the NWO title in the family, but that wouldn't happen because Lex Luger actually defeated Hulk Hogan on Nitro, and there was a big old celebration when Lex became the world champion. It was a great moment when we look back at the history of Nitro, but Hulk Hogan didn't feel the same way. Hulk revealed to the other members of the NWO that the Luger vs Hogan match was still gonna happen in Sturgis, so that means Lex defends the belt tonight instead of challenging for it as originally planned. This smells like some Hollywood horseshit right here though. You get the feeling that the title change only happened to pop a rating for the special 100th episode of Nitro, and the belt was gonna go straight back to Hogan tonight at Road Wild. But let's check out the match and let's see how it all went down. Michael Buffer hypes up the main event before introducing the superstars. He's wearing a sick beret, so bonus points there. Hollywood comes out and the commentators note how we don't usually see Hogan get introduced first, and we usually don't see him without the World Heavyweight title. Hogan has no backup tonight, it seems. He's walking to the ring all alone. Luger gets a firework display just like the Steiner brothers. The two meet in the ring and Hogan tries to intimidate Luger, but Lex keeps his cool. They lock up. Hogan goes down after a shoulder block and Lex poses. They circle the ring again. Hogan brings it to the corner and he lays in a few knees and a few chops. He wrenches down on a headlock, but once again, Hogan gets brought down with another shoulder block. Hollywood tries once more. He moves from a wrist lock into an armbar. He brings Luger down to the mat and we see a hammerlock. Hogan thinks he's doing a good job here, but the two men get back to their feet and Luger overpowers Hulk, and the total package controls the wrist. It's now Hulk's turn to take an armbar, and it's very basic stuff here, but the crowd seems into it. Luger lands 2 arm drags and Hulk goes to the outside. Hollywood wants to take a timeout. The crowd chants Hogan sucks, and here we go. Another match reset as the two circle the ring. This hasn't been great so far, has it? Luger takes a double axe handle and Hogan scratches Luger's back in the corner, not in a good way either. A few right hands keep Lex on the mat. Hulk hits a body slam and an elbow drop, but he's only able to get a 2 count. Hollywood drives a knee into Luger's back and the crowd chanting Hogan sucks throws Hulk off his game. Hulk loses composure and he chokes Luger on the mat and at the ropes, but Luger comes back and Hulk gets his head whacked on the top turnbuckle 10 times. The two fight on the outside where Hulk gets the upper hand. He chokes Lex with a cable before throwing Luger back in the ring, where Hulk then hits an inverted atomic drop. Luger takes a few boots in the corner. Hogan calls the total package Lex loser before slapping him across the face. And it's hard to explain. The excitement levels just aren't as high as what they were on Nitro. Hulk decides to lock in a bear hug because that's a surefire way to get the crowd going. He then delivers more strikes in the corner, and then Hollywood locks in a test of strength while Luger was still down. Lex gets to his feet and it's Hogan who starts going down, but a low blow puts Hogan back in the driver's seat. Randy Anderson lets it slide. A back suplex from Hulk fails to end the match. Hulk's big boot doesn't get the job done either, and instead of a slow building comeback, Luger decides to no-sell a suplex, and that's how he turns things around. Hogan gets all scared. Luger lays in the strikes in the corner. Lex then hits a clothesline, forcing Hogan to hide in the corner afterwards, but then Hogan pokes Lex in the eye. Hogan then misses his leg drop. We see more clotheslines from Luger, and then the NWO show up. Just like on Monday Nitro, Luger takes care of the faction, but then here's a fake sting to ruin everything. The commentators insult the viewer's intelligence by claiming this is the real Sting, and this real Sting hits Luger with a baseball bat, allowing Hogan to hit the leg drop, and just like that, Hulk Hogan is the world champion once again. You know, no matter what you may think of Luger, he deserved a run with the belt, and that's thanks to the crowd reactions he received throughout the whole year. The only guy probably more popular than Luger was Sting, and it's just a shame that the big Nitro celebration was all for nothing, and we're right back in familiar territory with the New World Order once again controlling the title and Hollywood Hogan back at the top of the mountain. Even a month or two with Luger as champion would have been enough, but no. The show ends with the commentators looking absolutely deflated and defeated. The NWO celebrated the entranceway because fans started throwing rocks and bottles into the ring. You can see Big Scott Norton going out to beat the shit out of some biker dude. Dennis Rodman made the trip to celebrate Hogan's victory, and that was the end of Road Wild 1997. The main event was terrible, the action in the ring was boring, and the finish was annoying and predictable. WCW Road Wild 1997 had a few decent matches, but I feel it's the worst WCW pay-per-view of the year so far. Some may think Sold Out was worse, but at least Sold Out had the excellent ladder match. Too much of this show was just okay, and there wasn't any matches that stood out as truly great. And it's a shame too, because WCW pay-per-views throughout 1997, for the most part, have been way better than the WWF's offerings. That being said, Canadian Stampede and SummerSlam were way better than Bash at the Beach and Road Wild, so maybe this is the start of the WWF turning it around in terms of pay-per-view quality. Road Wild 1997 does not come recommended. Odd matches here and there are okay, such as Syxx vs Ric Flair, but as a whole, the show isn't good in my opinion. The ending really leaves a sour taste in your mouth, especially after watching the August 4th episode of Nitro. That's going to do it for this one though. Join me next week for Reliving the War, and we'll start the next chapter in the WCW vs NWO rivalry. There's only one man who can stop all this nonsense, and JJ Dillon's desperate to sign him to a match contract sooner rather than later. Thanks for watching guys, and take care. Fall Brawl War Games took place on September 14th, 1997 in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Around 12,000 fans attended the event, while a reported 148,000 fans bought the show on pay-per-view, the lowest WCW buy rate since Spring Stampede. WCW vs NWO warfare continues to dominate the main event spots in World Championship Wrestling, and still, at this point in 1997, fans couldn't get enough of it. Still, plenty of non-NWO matches take place at the show, and we're going to start off with the Cruiserweight Championship match. Chris Jericho defends against Eddie Guerrero. Eddie's been wanting to face Jericho for a few weeks. He's been trying to get Chris's Nitro opponents to give up their matches and let Eddie take over, but Guerrero's had no luck. So tonight, he gets the chance to finally face the Lionheart and potentially win the Cruiserweight belt. The competitors make their entrances and the crowd begins chanting Eddie sucks. He can't stand it. Jericho pulls off an arm drag and immediately Eddie complains to our favourite referee Mark Curtis, but Mark's not going to fall for such nonsense. After trading a few headlock takedowns, Eddie once again complains about hair pulling and it's getting the right reaction. Fans are booing Eddie for stopping the action. Eddie takes a fantastic bump from a simple shoulder block and he crawls to Mark Curtis. You'll get no sympathy here, tough guy. Eddie then pulls Chris's hair while on the mat, but he gets frustrated when Chris pulls off another arm drag. Eddie's then able to do a little damage in the corner, but he keeps falling for the arm drags, just one of Chris's 1004 holds. The match goes down to the mat and Chris applies the arm bar, another one of Chris's 1004 holds, and Jericho keeps focus on the arm while Eddie does his best to try and escape. Chris counters a magistral cradle with one of his own and Chris goes right back to the arm. The crowd chant "We want Sting" and boring. Absolutely nothing wrong with submission wrestling, but it's also the first match on the card. Jericho's taking it to the mat more than usual too. They almost get the crowd back after Jericho drops Guerrero on the top rope and he hits a lion salt, but for whatever reason, it's straight back to the mat where Chris applies a key lock. He moves to another armbar and it's absolute silence in the arena. The crowd are almost relieved when Eddie gets out and he snaps Jericho's neck across the top rope. Guerrero hits Jericho with a few drop kicks to the back, he whips Chris to the corner, and then it's back to the mat with Eddie pushing his knees into Jericho's back while wrapping his hands around the chin. Eddie then goes for a surfboard, but he modifies it with a dragon sleeper before moving back to the chin lock. The two men eventually get to their feet, but Guerrero puts Chris right back down, and we see the senton from the apron. Eddie locks in the gory special, Chris counters with the same move, and the crowd makes some noise when Eddie gets slammed to the mat. Eddie moves out of the way during Jericho's running clotheslines and he walks the ropes. Chris ensures there will be no Latino heat tonight, and Chris hits his springboard dropkick before attempting a powerbomb from the apron. Guerrero holds on, so Jericho drops him on the top rope. Back in the ring, Jericho performs an excellent release German suplex, but Eddie gets a foot on the ropes during the cover. Guerrero then counters a powerbomb with a Sambo suplex, but it isn't enough. Chris throws Eddie across the ring from the corner, and the match ends with Chris hitting 2 powerbombs before setting Eddie on the top rope. Guerrero then tries to shift his weight to counter a suplex with a crossbody, but fuck, this could have been bad. Looks like Eddie almost landed on his neck. Still, Eddie climbs back upstairs, we see the frog splash, and Eddie Guerrero is the new Cruiserweight champion. I enjoyed this match, but I can see why fans in attendance maybe didn't. The competitors flipped the script to present a much more grounded and technical match to start us off, and the action got ramped up towards the end. Fans were maybe expecting an all-out, fast-paced, typical Cruiserweight contest here, and they didn't get it. Still, I thought it was good, but I'd maybe put this on second or third. That little genius who types like fuck while staring deep into the eyes of professional wrestlers is back, and he's relaying some questions to Double J. Jarrett doesn't have time for this, he's got a match with Dean Malenko coming up, so Double J breezes through his answers and our guy here can get back to playing Lemmings. Next up, Harlem Heat took on Rick and Scott Steiner. These two teams are feuding over the #1 contendership for the tag titles. Both teams believe they should face the outsiders, so hopefully this one settles it. I'm pretty sure Harlem Heat are still owed a title shot from months ago that they didn't receive. Maybe it happened on WCW Saturday Night, I don't know. This is a match we've seen a few times already on Reliving the War, but it's never not fun watching these guys suplex each other around the ring. It was pretty much all Rick and Scott to begin with. Booker landed a spinning heel kick that stopped the onslaught, but Stevie Ray came in and he took the Rick Steiner catch power slam. Scotty came back in, but he quickly ended up on the outside. It looked like Jackie was going to get in a few shots, but it didn't happen. Stevie Ray decided to wrap a cord around Steiner's face and neck instead. Booker applied a good old chin lock and he hit a nice jumping forearm afterwards. Scott then countered a spin kick with a back suplex, and Rick got the hot tag afterwards. Rick was doing a good job taking care of both Booker T and Stevie Ray, but a heat seeker stopped Rick in his tracks. Scotty got back in the ring and Stevie took a lariat and suplex double team move, and that was the final move of the match. The Steiners win via pinfall. This victory should give Rick and Scott another shot at the tag titles, but we'll see what happens.
Grab your lube and prepare your ass. It's time for Das Wunderkind.
Oh, Big Bratwurst.
Ultimo Dragon gets another shot at the TV title when he faces Das Wunderkind Alex Wright, a guy who truly came into his own in WCW after turning heel. Alex panders to the crowd after hitting a body slam, and Das Wunderkind's making Dragon look like easy work. A bit of dancing gets interrupted with a dropkick, and Alex rolls out of the ring after a drop toe hold. Alex takes a little time to regroup, and when the match resumes, we get some sweet wrist lock counters from both the champion and the challenger. Alex applies a side headlock, and he's determined to keep it locked in as long as possible, but Dragon gets out. Alex takes a hard slap to the chest when he mistimes a leapfrog, and Dragon botches a jumping wheel kick when Alex is at the ropes. He missed it by a mile. Alex instead takes a side kick and he falls out of the ring. Dragon gets dropped on the top rope when the match starts up again, and Wright brings the pain in the corner. Alex then shows Dragon how to pull off a jumping wheel kick properly, and then Dragon takes a pancake. Wright then decides to bring it down with a sleeper. The crowd chants for Dragon as he manages to get out, but Alex eventually locks it in again, and the crowd aren't chanting for Dragon the second time around. They've gone silent. Alex hits a side suplex when the two get back to their feet. He then performs a snapmare, and there it is, 3 sleepers.
Alex Wright Sleeper Holt.
Dragon can't believe it, 3 sleepers, what the hell? So he hits a crossbody, he lays in a few kicks, but it doesn't work. Alex brings it down to the mat again, and it's a chin lock this time. When they get back up, Alex puts Dragon down with a knee to the midsection, and
Alex reiht Sleeper heute.
4 sleepers in one match. When the two get back up, Dragon tries to pin Alex, but he gets distracted by a wonderful view during some Saturday Night Fever. Dragon snaps out of it and he goes for a pin, but he only gets a 2 count. Dragon counters a suplex, Right counters an aerial attack. Alex then makes the exact same mistake as his opponent, so Dragon kicks the shit out of Das Wunderkind. Alex ends up on the outside. We see the Asai moonsault, and back in the ring, Dragon performs a Hurricane Rana, but he can't capitalize afterwards. The two throw strikes at each other while on the mat. Dragon tries to go to the top, but Alex hits a dropkick that sends Dragon out of the ring. He follows this up with a plancha, but back in the ring, Dragon lands a double underhook suplex and a tiger suplex. Alex keeps kicking out. Dragon tries to end it with a top rope Dragonsteiner. Alex thinks he has it countered, but Dragon flips over and he performs a powerbomb. This and a moonsault still aren't enough to put the resilient Alex right away. Alex dropkicks Ultimo Dragon out of the air, but Dragon remains focused. He takes control again and he manages to hit that Dragonsteiner. He applies the Dragon Sleeper, but Alex gets to the ropes. Dragon tries to apply it again from the standing position, but Alex counters with a jawbreaker before hitting the German suplex, the move that was named after Alex Wright himself, don't you know? Das Wunderkind leaves Fall Brawl still holding the TV title after winning via pinfall. Not a bad match, but we've seen better from both guys. It's still worth a watch even with the multiple sleeper holds. Mean Gene Okerlund tries to plug the WCW hotline, but the NWO walk by. They then walk back and they're laughing about something, and Mean Gene gets curious. He enters the room the NWO just left, and there lies Curt Hennig. Looks like the boys got him. Kurt's scheduled to represent the Horsemen later in War Games, and it looks like the NWO are giving themselves an early advantage. Back in the arena, we have a grudge match, Double J Jeff Jarrett versus Dean Malenko. This match stems from Double J walking out on Malenko at Road Wild. Jarrett used Dean to try to get at the Horseman, and Malenko's now out for revenge. Deborah McMichael got sent to the back by Jarrett, but it didn't matter, she still came out towards the end of the match. And I was kinda surprised when I checked the run time for this match. It's 15 minutes, and practically nothing happens. The first part of the match is all time wasting, Double J showing off and strutting, all that nonsense. Jarrett complains to the referee a lot after getting hit, but the difference between Jarrett doing this and Eddie Guerrero doing the same thing is the fact that Eddie was still going hard in between the complaints. It just feels like a time-wasting tactic here. Honestly, it isn't until the halfway point when Dean starts firing up, but the action comes to a stop again, and in the final third of the bout, they lock up like it's the start of the match. Anyway, towards the end, Dean locks in the cloverleaf, but Jarrett gets to the ropes. Deborah then shows up immediately afterwards, and this makes me think she was supposed to already be there when Dean locked in the finisher. Malenko performs a baseball slide. Dean stays on the attack, softening up Jarrett for another cloverleaf, but Double J hits a back elbow, and now it's time for Jarrett to target the leg. A ring post shot seems to do no damage at first, but as the match progresses, it slows Dean down. Jarrett gets the opportunity to perform a chop block, and Double J locks in the figure 4. Dean gives up, and this means Double J is the #1 contender for the US title. I don't know what it is tonight, but the singles matches have been a little slower than normal. Kevin Nash pretends to cry and walk off after hearing the awful news about Curt Hennig. He comes back laughing though as the NWO say the Horsemen will get put out of action tonight. Nash says the NWO always have a plan, and tonight's plan is a doozy. The boys take turns talking about finishing the 4 Horsemen tonight, and they mock the Arn Anderson promo once again when they say it'll be an honour to end the legacy of the Horsemen tonight on pay-per-view. Our next match is another tag team encounter, the Faces of Fear versus Mortis and Wrath. It starts off with some back and forth from Mortis and the Barbarian. Barbarian gains the advantage before tagging in Ming, and Ming fucks Mortis up big time. Mortis dodges a corner splash, Wrath gets tagged in, and we get a good old fashioned fight in the corner. Wrath hits a second rope lariat, giving Mortis a great chance to get a little payback on Ming, but in comes the Barbarian and we see the backdrop powerbomb from the Faces of Fear. A pump handle slam from the Barbarian doesn't end the match, but Mortis probably should have stayed down because the Faces
Mortis's affair completely wreck him in the corner afterwards. Ming comes in, Mortis tries his best to put the big man down, but Ming grabs the wrist and Mortis takes multiple chops to the chest. Why he keeps getting back up, I have no idea. Vandenberg stops the Barbarian from launching off the top rope. We think it's ineffective, but it gives Mortis enough time to get a boot up, and Wrath comes in with a pump kick. We then see the neckbreaker powerbomb, but Barbarian manages to stay in the match. Mortis does a little damage with the ring steps on the outside. Back in the ring, Mortis and Wrath pull off a fantastic double superplex, but it still isn't enough to end the match. Wrath and Ming go at it again and they beat the hell out of each other. Ming looks like he's got it all under control, but then Vandenberg jumps on the apron and Ming has no choice but to lock in the death grip. Mortis tries to break it up, Ming just can't feel pain right at this moment, and Mortis ends up in the death grip too. This right here got the biggest pop of the night so far. Ming completely forgot that the legal man was Wrath, and Wrath ends up hitting the death penalty for the win. I actually enjoyed this one more than the Steiners vs Harlem Heat match, and that's maybe because we had seen that bout a few times already. Not a bad tag team encounter at all. The Horsemen are looking a little worried about the Kurt Hennig attack, but the show must go on. Benoit says after tonight the NWO will know what the Horsemen are all about. Mongo says there's nowhere for the NWO to run tonight inside the cage and the Horsemen are bringing on the apocalypse tonight. And Slick Rick says Hennig may be down, but that's the price you pay for being a Horseman. Flair puts Mongo and Benoit over before saying the Nature Boy has more heart, desire, soul and reality in his old tired body than the NWO will ever know. Tonight the New World Order pays the price for life. We then get a 5-minute Scott Norton vs Giant match. It starts with the two competitors throwing punches and Giant gets the better of Norton. On the outside, Flash manages to throw the Giant into the ring post, but Giant replies by sending Scott into the guardrails. Scott gets back in the ring before Giant and a clothesline sends both guys back to the outside. When the two get back in the ring, Norton pulls off a stun gun. That's a lot of strength right there. And Scott lays in a few elbows from the outside. Scott chokes the Giant at the ropes as Tony Schiavone says someone from WCW should take Kurt Hennig's place tonight in War Games, and that makes sense. Big Scott pulls off a few corner splashes and he shows his strength once again with a back suplex. The Giant kicks out, he raises his hand while on the mat, and he performs a kip up. I don't give a shit if he used the bottom rope or not, that's still impressive. The Giant pulls off a drop kick, we see the choke slam, and it's a victory for WCW. It feels like the crowd wanted this, a no nonsense straight to the point match. They were on their feet after the Giant performed the kip up and they popped for the choke slam. Thankfully, the audience seemed to be getting more into the show as it progresses. DDP and Lex Luger have been having problems since Clash of the Champions. Page hit Luger with a diamond cutter by accident. Luger locked in the torture rack on Dallas on Nitro. The two haven't been getting along and the NWO have used this to their advantage. DDP and Lex were supposed to represent WCW in the War Games match later on, but interim commissioner Roddy Piper removed both men from the bout because they couldn't get on the same page. Tonight they have a chance to put it all behind them by taking out Randy Savage and Scott Hall, but the problem here is that this is the third time we have seen this match in the space of a month. Also, Scott Hall's a tag team champion with Kevin Nash. I would have liked this one to feature Hall and Nash taking on DDP and Luger, but for whatever reason, WCW went ahead and they booked this match for the third time. Thankfully though, the end of the match does play out differently, but the beginning does not. It's the Hall and Luger lockups once again where Lex shoves Scott away. As Scott makes his comeback, you notice a bunch of fans have taken their shirts off to show their sick pecs to anyone who cares to look. For whatever reason, this match right here made the lads take off their clothes. Macho tries to lend Hall a hand, but it backfires and the heels go down after a double clothesline. Luger dumps Macho on top of Hall. Scott was standing on the outside, and Lex is all fired up tonight at Fall Brawl. The crowd chants DDP, Lex throws up the diamond cutter sign, and Dallas gets tagged in. It looks like this team will have no issues tonight and they'll work well together. Hall works over the shoulder and arm, it's the same as Clash of the Champions. Scott gives us a glorious sell job after an inverted atomic drop, and after this, the bad guy gets pancaked. The crowd are going nuts now as Page hits Savage with a cheap shot, but Macho gets a little payback before getting tagged back in. Page gets dropped over the top
top rope and Savage taunts Luger before Hall comes back, hitting DDP with a fallaway slam, and then the NWO team up to do some damage in the corner. Dallas needs to make the hot tag, but Hall and Savage do everything they can to stop that from happening. Hall ends up attacking Luger and the total package gets stuck between the rings. Page gets launched from one ring to the other and Macho and Liz await to do some damage. Keep an eye on Hall in the background and you'll see the bad guy knocking out Mark Curtis, so we don't have a referee. Mickey J comes out to check on Curtis, but he too gets wiped out. Larry Zbyszko decides he's not going to sit around and do nothing, so he gets up from the commentary desk and he starts approaching the ring. Scott begs Larry to step inside the ropes, and while this was happening, Lex began climbing out of his little chill out spot. Hall's fucking Zbyszko around at this point and he doesn't notice Lex behind him. Scott pushes Zbyszko, Zbyszko pushes back, Lex covers Scott and Larry counts the pinfall. It's another win for WCW. Hall can't believe what just happened. He's been bullying Larry for a while now on Nitro, but Zbyszko stood up for himself and the crowd loved it. Also looks like all issues between DDP and Lex Luger have been resolved. Too many spots in this match were the same as the previous encounters these four had, but the finish was still fun. You wouldn't mind too much if you didn't watch the last Clash of the Champions show. Doesn't make much sense either that Larry Zbyszko could count a pinfall, but oh well. Arn Anderson made an appearance on Nitro and he officially gave up his position in the Four Horsemen, giving his spot as enforcer to Curt Hennig. Curt had been indecisive about joining the Horsemen previously, but he said it would be a privilege to take over as enforcer. The following week, the NWO mocked Anderson's retirement speech in one of the most memorable promos of the Monday Night War. Kevin Nash made fun of Arn by near enough quoting the whole promo from the week before, and the commentators made it out like this was one of the most disgusting things that ever happened on WCW television. The Horsemen wanted payback, but the NWO dodged the group. That was until Commissioner Roddy Piper decided to remove Lex Luger and DDP from War Games, and instead, the whole Four Horsemen faction, including Curt Hennig, were added to the main event. The four NWO guys who made fun of the Horsemen would represent the heel faction. So it's Horsemen versus NWO tonight at Fall Brawl War Games. Remember too, Curt Hennig was taken out a little earlier on, so we don't know how that's going to come into play. But we go over to Michael Buffer and Michael explains how a War Games match works. It's classic rules tonight. Two guys start, a coin toss decides the third entrant after 5 minutes. The teams then take turns every 2 minutes until everyone's in the ring. The match beyond begins and the only way to win is via surrender or submission. Unlike last year, all the combatants will stand outside the double steel cage until it's their turn to enter the match. The Horsemen come out without Curt Hennig, so it looks like Flair and company are at a disadvantage. Buff Bagwell and Chris Benoit start us off, and even in War Games, Buff still has to show us why he's the stuff. Benoit slaps Bagwell, and here we go. Chris completely wrecks Bagwell by throwing him into the cage panels over and over again. Chris suplexes Buff into the cage too. Chris goes for a diving headbutt, Bagwell moves out of the way, and now it's Chris's turn to get thrown into the cage. The crowd chants "We want Sting" as Bagwell lands a dropkick. The factions then gather around the referee for the coin toss as Bagwell back body drops Benoit into the cage. And in typical War Games fashion, the heels win the coin toss. It'll be a member of the NWO that hits the ring next. Benoit starts fighting back, Conan then enters War Games, and Chris does a good job at first keeping his two opponents at bay. A DDT from Conan though completely stops Chris's momentum. Benoit needs help and all he can do is wait it out. The clock reaches 0 and in comes Big Mongo to even the odds. Instantly the Horsemen turn it around. Mongo hits Conan with his 3-point stance tackle, and some double teamwork puts both NWO members on the mat. Benoit and Mongo make the most of their 2 minutes because a member of the NWO is going to come in next, and it's Six. Six thinks this is going to be easy, but Benoit greets him right away and the crowd pops. Waltman gets destroyed early on as Chris throws him into a cage panel, while Big Mongo makes Six hit the cage seating. This looked great. Conan ends up grabbing Mongo, and this allows the NWO to get back in control. With the big man neutralized, the NWO can use the numbers to their advantage, but they only have a minute before Slick Rick enters War Games. Curt Hennig then shows up, his arms in a sling. Rick checks on Curt and we aren't sure if Hennig's going to enter this thing. Regardless, Flair's in next.
and the Nature Boy makes all the difference for his team. Rick and the Horsemen dominate the next 2 minutes and they make the most of it before there's an NWO 4-on-3 advantage. Kevin Nash looks ready to go, the clock reaches 0, and just like Flair before him, Big Sexy instantly turns the match around and it's all NWO. Nash takes out Flair, he then makes easy work of Benoit, and Mongo gets a big boot while Buff Bagwell laughs at the camera. Going by what the commentators say, Curt Hennig is going to join this match, and the Horsemen are going to need him in there really badly. The Horsemen manage to keep the NWO in check, but it won't last long. Benoit's punishing Conan in the corner, Flair has the figure 4 locked in, the clock reaches 0, and it's time for the match beyond. Curt Hennig has brought some handcuffs to the ring, the crowd pops when he pulls them out, but then the fans are stunned when Curt begins attacking the Horsemen. Curt gives handcuffs to Kevin Nash and Conan, and then the crowd realizes that Hennig has just joined the New World Order. Curt throws lefts and rights at Ric Flair and he gets some help from his new teammates. The NWO then cuff Benoit and Mongo, and Kevin Nash wants a microphone. As Hennig rips up his 4 Horsemen shirt, Nash asks Benoit if he wants to surrender. Benoit spits on Nash. Kevin then asks Mongo and Flair if they want to give this up, and both say no. Nash hits Flair with a jackknife and he again asks Benoit and Mongo if they want to give it up. The Horsemen don't want to stop the match, but that might change or Ric Flair could end up badly hurt. Flair gets his head draped over the apron and Curt's about to slam the cage door into Ric's skull. Nash tells Benoit and Mongo they can save the Nature Boy if they quit, and Mongo says stop it. Steve has just surrendered in order to save the leader of the 4 Horsemen, but Curt slams the door anyway. Hennig gets back in the ring to celebrate with the New World Order. Kevin Nash announces that this is the death of the Horsemen and it happened in their own backyard. This is how the show ends. The NWO have destroyed the 4 Horsemen, and it was all thanks to Curt Hennig. The War Games match was just okay. It had a few good moments, but it's nowhere near the best, and it's not the worst either. Just when we thought the Horsemen were back in business, the NWO completely destroyed them. The next episode of Nitro should be interesting, and we'll check that out next week. Fall Brawl 97, all in all, wasn't my favourite WCW pay-per-view of the year either, with quite a few matches dragging on in places. The crowd wasn't that hot for the show, and when watching this all back, there's nothing that really stands out as a must-see match. I liked Jericho vs Guerrero, but it was a shame that fans in attendance didn't really get into it and they didn't really enjoy it all that much. WWF Ground Zero was better. If I had to choose one, I'd probably pick Ground Zero over Fall Brawl. Thanks for watching this one though, guys. Join me as usual next week and we'll check out what happened on Nitro and we'll see what the WWF were up to as they continue building towards One Night Only and Bad Blood. Halloween Havoc is the next WCW pay-per-view on the calendar, and all being well, we'll take a look at that one too when the time comes. Hope you enjoyed this video. A big shout out to Rebel Light for cutting this one up for me, and take care. WCW Halloween Havoc 1997 took place on October 26th in the MGM Grand, attracting around 12,500 fans to the venue and bringing in around 400,000 pay-per-view buys. Wait, what? Let me double check that. Yeah, Halloween Havoc 1997 was the most successful WCW pay-per-view in terms of pay-per-view buy rates up until this point, only to get topped in 1997 by December's Starrcade show, and that's pretty incredible. I'm not very confident in saying it was Hogan vs Piper that drew this big number because their previous pay-per-view encounters weren't as successful in terms of buy rate, but we can't argue that a show headlined by the Hulkster and the Hot Rod in 1997 drew in bigger pay-per-view numbers than anything the WWF produced all year, and that includes WrestleMania and also the upcoming Survivor Series show featuring Bret Hart vs Shawn Michaels. I mentioned this a few weeks back on Reliving the War, but the wrestling industry itself was growing at a rapid rate. People who had never watched wrestling before were getting into it, and the Monday Night Wars were creating a new legion of loyal viewers. The numbers would only grow as we approached 1998 on our timeline, and then all hell breaks loose. But enough of all that stuff, let's take a look at this pay-per-view and we'll see if those viewers got their money's worth with Halloween Havoc 1997. Yuji Nagata vs Ultimo Dragon starts us off tonight, and the first thing you notice is the excessive amount of Slim Jim branding inside and around the ring. The event was promoted as Slim Jim's Halloween Havoc. This match is all about Sonny Ono really. He and Ultimo Dragon parted ways, and ever since then Ono has been managing different wrestlers while trying to ruin Dragon's career. Yuji Nagata is Ono's latest henchman, so let's see if he can get the job done tonight in Vegas. Neither man goes down after a shoulder block, so Dragon tries again. Nagata hits the mat, and Dragon brings Nagata down with a leg sweep. Nagata replies with an exploder suplex. We see the Dragon turnbuckle headstand, and this gets followed up with the Dragon kick combo. There's only one way Nagata can reply here really, and that's with a good old fashioned chin lock. That's what you call real wrestling. When it gets broke up, Nagata goes for it again, but Dragon counters with a side suplex. Can't really count that one as a second chin lock, but the intention was definitely there. A few hard kicks from Nagata gets followed up with a camel clutch, and the destruction of Ultimo Dragon continues with a pile driver and a suplex. That's officially chin lock number 2 right there. Sonny Ono likes what he sees, naturally. Dragon then starts absorbing Nagata's kicks and he says, "Please sir, may I have some more?" before grabbing his opponent's foot and performing a dragon screw. An Ultimo Dragon screw. Nagata takes a few kicks next and he finds himself on the outside, but he counters a plancha with another kick. It's kicker be kicking at Halloween Havoc. We see Raven, Saturn, Sick Boy, and Smackhead Kidman entering the arena as Dragon performs the Asai moonsault. Back in the ring, Nagata counters a handspring back elbow, but Dragon keeps fighting and he performs a corner sunset powerbomb. It only gets a 2 count though. Dragon tries again with a moonsault. It's another 2 count. He then tries the Dragon Stanner, but Nagata counters and Dragon gets his arm dropped on the top turnbuckle. The focused attack on Dragon's left arm is good. Dragon sells it well while Nagata stays relentless, but for some reason though, Nagata gives up on the arm and he performs a belly to belly before applying the Nagata lock, but Dragon makes it to the ropes and our match continues on. Dragon counters a powerbomb. We see the Dragon sleeper, but Nagata makes it to the ropes. Dragon continues selling the arm after hitting an enziguri, and he grabs his arm after another kick combo, but he's able to set Nagata up in the corner again, and we see that Dragon Steiner. He then applies the Dragon sleeper to end the match, but Nagata counters with an armbar and Dragon has to tap out. Yuji Nagata wins via submission. After the bout, Sonny Ono lays in a vicious looking kick right to Dragon's injured arm, and he then presents Nagata with a bonus for a job well done. Another good pay-per-view opener here from WCW. Not the best, but still good. Disco Inferno sits at the WCW.com booth, and Mark Madden wants to know how Disco plans on fighting Jacqueline tonight. Disco says he doesn't know what to do. He can't punch or kick his opponent, but he's still gonna find some way to win. He then says cheerleaders don't belong on the field. A woman's place is in the home. And just then, Jackie shows up and Disco shits in his luminous orange flares. Jackie chases Disco off before we go back to the ring for our next match. It's an unadvertised bout featuring Chris Jericho taking on Gedo, as in New Japan Pro Wrestling booker Gedo. At this point in his career, he was not involved with New Japan, but working with FMW and IWA Japan. At this very point in October of 1997, he was touring the United States, and he managed to get booked in 1997's biggest pay-per-view so far. It's a hard-hitting affair here, with Jericho not holding back at all. Gedo established himself as the heel by slapping Jericho across the face during a corner break. Chris made his opponent pay with some stiff kicks to the chest. Gedo takes a timeout afterwards, and Chris is right back at it with some hard chops when the match resumes. Chris skins the cat after almost going out of the ring, but Gedo comes back with a clothesline and Jericho falls out. He gets back in the ring where he ends up taking 2 power slams. He then gets locked in a sleeper, but he manages to get out by dumping Gedo to the mat before hitting a clothesline. Jericho continues to dominate the match with his signature double powerbomb, but then there's a failure to communicate perhaps when Jericho goes for a Super Frankensteiner. Yeah, that wasn't pretty. Look at Jericho's landing, and with Gedo falling on top of him like that, this could have been an absolute disaster. Gedo rolls out of the ring to process what the fuck just happened, but Chris shows he's still good to go by performing a plancha, but Gedo counters with a dropkick. Gedo then performs a unique knee breaker back inside the ropes, but his top rope flying kick gets countered and Chris ends up winning with a lion tamer. Chris was pretty lucky to leave this one with just a busted nose, but even with the botched Frankensteiner, it's another decent matchup here at Halloween Havoc 1997. Jeff Jarrett left WCW to join the WWF, and that means the planned Mongo vs Jarrett match had to get changed for Halloween Havoc. Originally, if Mongo defeated Jarrett, then Deborah McMichael would have to leave WCW. Deborah, though, has a replacement for Double J, and the stipulation still stands. The question is, who's going to stand in for Jarrett and defend the honour of the lovely Deborah McMichael? Mean Gene tries to get answers, but Deborah's keeping her lips sealed. Big Steve shows up and he wants the diamond ring back along with the credit cards he gave to Deborah, and Deborah says, "No way, Jose, she earned that ring and the cards after putting up with Mongo and his family for all these years." Back in the arena, fans have no idea they're about to witness a classic for the ages. Rey Mysterio faces Eddie Guerrero for the Cruiserweight title, and if Rey can't win the belt tonight, he has to remove his mask live on pay-per-view. WCW built this one up by presenting a bunch of Lucha Libre videos hosted by Mike Tenay. Mike would speak about the traditions of Lucha Libre and the importance of the mask. Eddie removed Rey's mask on Nitro and Mysterio's face was briefly exposed, but if Eddie wins tonight, Rey has to keep the mask off for good. Eddie screams at Rey that he's going to take off his mask before swinging a punch, but Rey dodges it and we have lightning fast offense to start us off, with Rey getting the better of Eddie. Both men tumble out of the ring, but it's Eddie who stays one step ahead, and Mysterio gets pulled down from the apron to the outside. After getting rammed into the ring steps, Mysterio gets tossed back in the ring and Eddie performs his apron senton. Rey replies with a dropkick, but his handspring attack gets countered with a back suplex. The crowd's already making a lot of noise and we're just getting started. Eddie delivers a vertical suplex followed by a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker, only scoring a 2 count for his efforts. He then tries to rip Rey's mask off, but he can't get a good grip, so he locks in the abdominal stretch and he again begins pulling the mask. Mysterio then takes a backbreaker that looked like it really hurt, but then we see one of the best moves of the match. Guerrero had Mysterio pinned down to the mat, but Mysterio jumps up, he stands on the top rope, he then springboards with a backflip, and he catches Eddie with a DDT. It takes a little time for the crowd to process the move, and they cheer for the babyface when they realise just how insanely athletic Rey's offense was right here. Rey gets Guerrero on the outside, but it's Mysterio who falls hard when trying to follow up. Eddie launches Rey into the guardrails before the match gets back inside the ring, and Eddie locks in a camel clutch. During the hold, Eddie does a good job of ripping Rey's mask up a little, and you can see a genuine look of concern on Rey's face. He did not want to lose the mask on this night, and his face was almost completely exposed here once again. Eddie then applies the gory special, but Rey gets out with an arm drag, going on to miss his follow-up dropkick. Eddie drops Rey back over his shoulder before stretching Rey out a bit on the mat. Eddie keeps the pressure on with strikes in the corner, and even though Rey tries to fight back, it just isn't enough. Mysterio gets hung up in the Tree of Woe and Guerrero delivers a dropkick. Eddie then laughs before lining up his next attack, but Rey dodges it by lifting his head up and Eddie gets crotched on the big old Slim Jim ring post. Mysterio then performs a crossbody from the top rope to the outside that gets the crowd going nuts, and back inside the ring he almost wins the match with a pinning Hurricane Rana, but it only gets a 2 count. Rey then performs a 619, but he catches Eddie in a head scissors before dumping him to the outside. Absolutely incredible. He then only goes and performs a senton into another head scissors, and he doesn't let up with a corkscrew attack back inside the ring. All this isn't enough to end the match, so Rey tries an Arabian moonsault, but Eddie gets the knees up and Mysterio takes a vicious powerbomb afterwards. Eddie gets frustrated and he wonders what he has to do to end the match, and he ends up taking too long while lining up his next attack. Rey sees it coming and he performs a spinning wheel kick. He tries to end it with a West Coast pop, but he gets caught out with a backbreaker. Eddie then rolls through when Mysterio dodges the frog splash, but he stays vigilant and he gets Rey set up on the top turnbuckle. He goes for a crucifix powerbomb, but Rey counters and he's able to pin Eddie for the 3 count. What a fucking match, and I really only went over the high spots here. I know I say this a lot, but I nor anyone else can do this one justice just by talking about it. Go and watch the match yourself and enjoy the match yourself because it's nothing short of brilliant. Mysterio wins the Cruiserweight title in an instant classic at Halloween Havoc, but more importantly, he gets to keep his mask. It was all thanks to Eddie Guerrero that Rey won this match because Eddie knew what the mask meant to Rey. So a victory really for both guys here. Still, Eddie keeps a little heat by attacking Rey after the bell and throwing him out of the ring. Hulk Hogan says that he feels bad for the folks who paid to see tonight's main event because it ain't gonna happen. Bischoff clarifies by saying WCW has not been able to provide a safe work environment for the most important man in Hollywood. Sting keeps showing up, cages are lowering into the ring, it's just not safe. Eric says Hollywood would wrestle tonight, but fan safety should come first. Eric simply can't let Hogan wrestle tonight because it's not safe for anyone at ringside, so the match is getting called off. Unless WCW can provide Bischoff and Hogan with a legally binding agreement that Sting won't show up in tonight's main event, then the match ain't gonna happen. Sting must be barred from the arena or fans are gonna go home disappointed. Hogan says he wins either way. If he wrestles Piper tonight, he gets his NWO belt back. Piper stole the belt on Nitro, by the way. And if Hogan has to visit Piper's home tomorrow to get that belt, then that's fine too. The real shame will be if fans don't get what they paid for tonight, and the only way that can be avoided is if WCW give Hogan and Eric that legally binding agreement. Big Steve Mongo McMichael makes his way down to the ring. It's time to find out who his mystery opponent's gonna be. What young, strapping, good-looking lad is Deborah acquired for this matchup?
Deborah's gonna smoke a big smelly bratwurst after this match. Happy Halloween, motherfuckers.
Oh, big bratwurst.
There simply wasn't a better man for the job. Deborah knows talent when she sees it. We get Alex Wright versus Steve McMichael at Halloween Havoc, and joking aside, these two had a tough act to follow. Actually, everyone on the card now has a tough act to follow. Tony Schiavone's crying on the headset about Hulk Hogan refusing to work later as the match begins. Alex gets body slammed and he goes to the outside afterwards to get some encouragement from his opponent's wife. Alex then gets annoyed at these Las Vegas losers giving him a negative reaction, but it just adds fuel to the fire. Wright counters a side headlock with a wristlock takedown, and Big Mongo realizes he's in the ring with an absolute wrestling god. This is like wrestling 5 Jeff Jarrett's, or 20. Wright shows us why he's a master of wrist action by bringing Mongo down twice with the same hold. A few European uppercuts follow. The two then run into each other with shoulder blocks, and Big Steve takes a short trip to space before this happens. Thankfully, Mongo snaps out of it. We see a hip toss. McMichael is in a few strikes and he pulls Alex down from the top rope by grabbing his sexy little tights. Alex then tries to counter the onslaught with a signature Mongo move, the Tombstone. Steve tries to reverse it and he falls down. It's not great, is it? He gets his ass up. We then see the Mongo Tombstone. That should be it all over, but Deborah distracts the referee. Now, this is probably the stupidest, dumbest, longest referee distraction you'll ever see in your life, because newcomer Charlie Robinson doesn't notice Bill fucking Goldberg jumping into the ring. Goldberg's in there for 12 seconds before hitting the spear, but then he also hits a jackhammer. And then he lifts Alex right up and he throws Alex on top of Mongo for the cover. All this, and the referee didn't suspect a single fucking thing. The only saving grace in all this is the fact we see Mongo getting speared and jackhammered, but you'll laugh when watching this back. Alex wins via pinfall, and Deborah has a little payment for Goldberg. Mongo's Super Bowl ring. Alex tries to shake Goldberg's hand, but he gets punched in the mouth. Alex then gets tossed in the ring, where he too takes a spear and a jackhammer, and Goldberg leaves while still holding the Super Bowl ring. Still, Alex Wright won the match, and that's all that matters. Well done, Alex. Macho's wearing a sick jacket and it's gonna look better in colour. He says Hogan and Bischoff's dealings with WCW don't affect him at all because DDP's a marked man and Randy's match with Dallas is still going ahead as planned. Randy says he's gonna celebrate by snapping into a Slim Jim, and after tonight, DDP can tell his grandchildren he once had a glimpse of greatness but he couldn't handle it because he's nothing compared to Randy Savage. Liz says DDP on his best day shouldn't be anywhere near Randy, and Paige should really just leave the arena. Up next, we have TV champion Disco Inferno taking on Jackie in a non-title match. And I do wish I could tell you what led to this match from a TV standpoint, but there was nothing there. Jackie would show up during Disco's matches and Disco would do his best to avoid her, and that's it. In reality, Disco was asked the job to Jackie previously and he refused. When he came back to WCW and when he signed a new contract, he agreed to do the job as originally intended, and that's what we've got. I couldn't help feeling during the last few weeks of reliving the war that all this comes off as kinda petty, and it feels like the fans suffered due to a backstage disagreement because the build-up was woeful for what should have been a significant match. But even today, the whole thing about Disco agreeing to job upon signing his new deal completely overshadows the match itself. And for an intergender match like this on WCW programming in 1997, it should have been more. Just look at the amount of noise Chyna made when she started wrestling, guys. In saying all that, the match we have here is absolutely brutal, and Disco's recent run of having more focused matches on TV was flushed down the toilet for the sake of proving a point. What you're seeing right now on your screen is all that happens during the first half of the bout. Disco refuses to wrestle and he runs away from Jackie. Jackie's able to perform a sunset flip eventually. Disco kicks out, he performs a drop toe hold, and both he and his opponent act shocked that he actually performed a move on a woman. More stalling on the outside follows. Disco then performs an arm drag, and again he won't follow up afterwards. More chasing around the ring follows, and the Inferno actually looks out of breath with all the running around he's been doing. Finally, Jackie catches Disco and the TV champ takes a ton of punches while on the mat, and he decides that's enough. He's gonna walk away and head back to the locker room. Jackie gives chase and Disco gets taken out. She then chases him back to the ring and we see some weak shoulder blocks. Jackie counters a hip toss and Inferno thinks he's being smart by throwing Jackie out of the ring, but she comes back by smashing the Inferno's little disco balls on the Slim Jim ring post. Disco gets suplexed on the outside. Jackie performs a nice float over DDT back in the ring, but Disco rolls through after Jackie performs a top rope crossbody, only scoring a 2 count. The match ends when Disco complains to the referee and Jackie surprises Disco with a schoolboy pin. It's a noteworthy match for everything that happened backstage, I know, but what happened in the ring and what happened during the televised build-up simply wasn't good. Jackie doesn't have another match in WCW. As a matter of fact, the next time we see her compete in the ring is with the World Wrestling Federation in August of 1998. Curt Hennig defended his US title next against Nature Boy Ric Flair. Flair wanted a little revenge for what happened to him at Fall Brawl when the former Mr. Perfect slammed the cage door on his head. Curt doesn't have a chance to take off the robe he stole from Flair at the pay-per-view as Ric dashes to the ring and the match begins straight away. Flair destroys Curt on the outside and we see some of those brilliant Curt Hennig bumps when taking calf kicks. Curt tries to leave after taking a Harley Race knee, but Flair chases Curt and the two fight on the entranceway. When the match gets back inside the ring, Flair starts focusing his attacks on Curt's leg. Hennig gets his leg wrapped around the ring post, Ric delivers a hard chop followed by a few lefts and rights, and then he takes his signature robe back, getting a huge pop in the process. Curt takes a knife-edge chop when he runs at the Nature Boy. We see a little styling and profiling from Slick Rick. He takes the robe off and then Curt floors him with a clothesline. What follows next is Hennig doing a lot of work to soften up Flair's leg, both men targeting the same limb it seems. They scrap for a bit when Rick gets an opening, but Curt goes straight back to the leg, and honestly, they're losing the crowd a bit here. Anytime the two go toe-to-toe, Curt's getting the better of Rick, but the Nature Boy keeps coming back for more. Eventually, Rick takes the corner bump, he falls out of the ring, Curt goes back to attacking the leg and knee, this time using the guardrail for a little assistance, and Hennig brings Flair back inside the ropes with a neck snap. Flair finds himself in a sleeper, but he gets out with a back suplex. Curt gets an opportunity to lean Flair's head against the ring post. He then swings a chair at Rick, but the Nature Boy moves out of the way. Flair makes Curt pay with another hard knife-edge chop, a few punches to the head, and more styling and profiling. Rick's all fired up tonight at Halloween Havoc. More chops on the outside get followed up with a catapult into the ring post. Curt takes a few punches on the jaw before the match gets back inside the ropes, and after taking yet another chop, Curt decides it's time to leave. He grabs his US belt, he heads back up the entranceway, but once again Flair gives chase and the match continues. Curt takes a knee drop before getting back in the ring, but he's still holding his US belt. He intercepts Flair as the Nature Boy gets back inside the ropes, and then he lines up a suplex on the US title. Flair counters it with a suplex of his own, but he completely misses the championship belt. The The match ends with Hennig getting hung up in the Tree of Woe. Flair places the US belt in front of Kurt's face and Flair kicks the belt. It's a DQ finish. Flair then attacks the referee, and this leads to every WCW ref hitting the ring to stop Flair from doing any further damage. You may notice that Mark Curtis isn't here because he was diagnosed with cancer in October of 1997, but we will see him again on WCW television soon. Vincent and Conan come down to pull Hennig out of the ring, and that's how it ended. It should have been better, I think. Kurt and Flair had a great story heading into this one, and a lot of time was invested in Hennig with his main event matches on Nitro, and also a lot of time was put into Flair's comeback. I'm not so sure what else they could have done, to be honest, but for some reason I was expecting more. It was okay, it's not bad, but just okay. Mean Gene interviews JJ Dillon, the first time we have seen JJ since he took a beating from Hollywood Hogan. So, in regards to Hulk and Bischoff wanting Sting to stay away from the ring, Dillon says Hogan and Bischoff tried a grandstand play at the last minute tonight and Bischoff just wants Hogan out of the main event match, effectively sticking it to WCW's longtime viewers, and that shit just won't fly with James J. Dillon. JJ announces the match is going to take place as advertised, and then Eric Bischoff shows up. Eric says Dillon has no stroke in WCW, he has no authority, and as Bischoff continues to complain, JJ pulls out the match contract. He hands it to Eric, he makes Eric read over it, but Bischoff continues to say the match won't happen because Dillon can't make it happen. Dillon says Piper vs. Hogan ends the show, and if Sting shows up in Eric's dreams tonight too, then that's Eric's problem to deal with also. Dillon leaves, Eric says he doesn't care about the contract, and Eric then curiously says if Sting shows up tonight, then the NWO want Nitro, as in they want to control Nitro. Why would WCW agree to give up Nitro if Sting shows up tonight? I don't get it. But those of you who paid close attention during 1997 would have heard this before. The idea of the NWO controlling Nitro has been hinted at quite a few times, and in reality, Eric did indeed want to test a complete NWO version of the Monday Night Show with the possibility of Nitro becoming an NWO exclusive telecast every Monday night. It's absurd to think about now, I know, but WCW Thunder was coming soon, and the initial, very early idea was to have WCW Thunder and NWO Nitro. We're gonna see a test run for NWO Nitro very soon on Reliving the War, and I can't say I'm looking forward to it too much. Should be interesting though when compared to Monday Night Raw. The living legend Larry Zbyszko makes his way to the ring to officiate the upcoming Scott Hall vs Lex Luger match. At Fall Brawl 97, Larry cost Hall and Randy Savage a tag team victory over Luger and DDP when he pushed Scott into a roll-up and Larry then counted the pinfall. The result was erased from the history books because Larry wasn't an officially sanctioned WCW referee, but interim commissioner Roddy Piper made Larry the special ref for tonight's one-on-one match between the bad guy and the total package. Six is here too. I made a mistake on Reliving the War and I thought his final appearance already happened, but I think he's still injured here and he's let Bischoff know that he's not ready to compete in any matches. He appears on this show and he shows up on tomorrow night's Nitro and then he's done in WCW. So can Larry Zbyszko be an impartial referee? That's the question. He said he didn't like Scott Hall, but he wants to maintain his own integrity and the integrity of World Championship Wrestling by calling this one right down the middle. Zbyszko takes the toothpick, but Hall takes a shot from Luger immediately afterwards. Zbyszko then forces both men to break when neither Luger nor Hall will let go after locking up, and Larry makes Scott let go of a headlock when he pulled Luger's hair in order to apply the hold. He's being a little too strict here to start us off. Luger softens up the arm and shoulder, Hall makes it to the ropes, and once again Larry has to jump in to break things up. Hall stares at Zbyszko afterwards, probably wondering if Larry is indeed going to be a fair referee tonight. Scott suckers Lex in with a test of strength and the bad guy drives his knee into Luger's back. Lex tries to break free, but Scott keeps the submission locked in, and it feels like it's locked in forever. Lex counters, and it's a bad counter. Look right here. Hall's the one holding on to Lex, for fuck's sake. Still, Lex keeps the pressure on with a few punches in the corner, but Hall replies with an inverted atomic drop followed by a big clothesline. The clothesline seems to piss Zbyszko off. Scott gives Larry a thumbs up before using the ropes to choke Lex. Larry gives Hall a 5 count and he puts his hands on Scott when the bad guy doesn't break the hold. Six then gets caught out by Larry when he tries to punch Luger in the face. Hall then delivers a corner clothesline. He covers Lex. Zbyszko begins to count and Hall complains that it was slow. Luger takes the fallaway slam and this time Six complains about the count. The counts have been fine, by the way. Larry's doing a good job. Lex gets locked in a sleeper, and again, this one stays in for quite some time. Lex gets out with a back suplex, but it's Hall who's able to make the cover afterwards. Hall and Six complain again about the slow count, but Larry stands his ground and the match continues. Scott kicks Luger out of the ring and Lex has a real hard time getting back inside. Hall stops Luger at every opportunity and Larry has to step in. He pulls Hall away from Lex, Hall shoves Zbyszko, and Zbyszko backdrops Scott out of the ring when Hall tries to attack. Bischoff shows up to complain about Larry's officiating, but Larry kicks Eric off the apron and he begins a 10 count. This got a great reaction, by the way. Both Hall and Lex get back in the ring, the two go toe to toe. Lex gets the better of Hall with a few clotheslines and a few inverted atomic drops. We see the bionic forearm and Lex signals for the rack. Eric distracts Zbyszko, Six comes in and he kicks Luger, and that's how it ends. Scott Hall performs the outsider's edge, and Larry has no choice but to count Lex's shoulders to the mat. Scott Hall wins via pinfall. After making Larry raise his hand in victory, Scott heads back up the ramp. Larry then demands to see a replay, and after he sees what happened, he announces that the match isn't over and he begins counting out Hall. Scott rushes back to the ring, he begins shouting at Zbyszko and pushing him around. Just like Fall Brawl, Larry pushes back and this time Hall finds himself in the torture rack. Larry calls for the bell and Lex wins via submission. Then Zbyszko gets attacked by Six. Larry manages to catch Six and he applies a guillotine choke, but the numbers are too much when Bischoff and Scott get in on the action. Zbyszko gets beaten down badly and it ends with Bischoff putting his foot on Larry while Scott counts to 3. You kinda know what to expect when going into this one with the special referee and all that stuff, so I actually thought this was fine, all things considered. A straight Hall versus Luger match would have been good, but that's not what was advertised really, so you can't be too critical. Next up, we have the Las Vegas Sudden Death Match, or Texas Death Match, or Last Man Standing Match. Whatever you want to call it, the match can only end when either Randy Savage or Diamond Dallas Page can't get up after a 10 count. This is the last match in the DDP vs Savage trilogy, capping off a rivalry that would earn both men the PWI Feud of the Year, and with everything that's happened in 1997, it's really quite the accomplishment. Page has re-injured his ribs apparently, but he's gonna work the match anyway, giving the Macho Man a nice big target to aim for throughout the bout. The match starts with Dallas as the aggressor, going right after Macho on the outside. Savage gets a moment to recover when he pokes Dallas in the eye, but Dallas stays on Randy, and it's DDP who does the most damage in the early moments of the bout. Savage takes control back inside the ropes though, Page gets dropped across the top rope and Randy lays in the strikes in the corner. Sorry, but I think Savage's gear looks awesome tonight. The Macho Man gloats a little and he gives DDP a chance to get back up. Dallas ends up beating the shit out of Savage before both guys take each other out with a double clothesline. The referee gets to a 6 count before Dallas hits Savage with a swinging neckbreaker. Dallas then goes for the cutter, but Macho gets out of harm's way and he goes to the outside. Dallas performs a plancha, he throws Savage into the guardrail, but Randy's able to hit the double X handle from the top and neither man can maintain any kind of advantage here. Dallas gets clotheslined over the guardrail right in front of Raven and his cronies. The two then fight in the audience a bit and they end up on the entranceway with Savage in control. After a bit of fighting at the guardrail, Dallas manages to throw Savage into one of the prop headstones at the entranceway and Savage also gets slammed on a prop coffin. Randy then gets cracked with what looks like a tray and Dusty Rhodes loses his mind on commentary.
Brother, he wobble-legged him. Did he wobble-leg him?
It's so good. Dallas lays in a few more punches before the two head back to the ringside area, and Randy takes the lead here. The Macho Man uses the ring steps to his advantage, Page takes a beating before getting thrown back in the ring, and then the Macho Man decides he's gonna take a camera and use it to end this match. Savage lines up his shot, but DDP gets the feed up and the counter creates a great visual. Savage has been knocked out and the referee begins his count. Miss Elizabeth saves the Macho Man by smashing a tray over Mickey J's head. That's one way to do it, I guess. Liz then chokes Page with a cord, and just seeing Liz getting so vicious makes the crowd pop. They go nuts again when Kimberly Page comes to Dallas's rescue. Kimberly grabs Liz by the hair and she drags her back up the entranceway, so we should now hopefully have a fair fight. Nick Patrick takes over referee duties. Both guys struggle to get to their feet, but it's Dallas who brings the fight to Savage. The Macho Man takes the pancake and DDP signals for the diamond cutter, but Macho holds onto the ropes and Page can't put the match away. Randy slowly climbs to the top. He drops the elbow, but he doesn't get all of it. So Dallas takes a body slam and then Randy goes back upstairs. We see another elbow drop and that's gonna be it all over. Somehow Dallas gets up at 9 and he manages to hit the diamond cutter, but Patrick gets taken out too. He gets back up and he starts counting both men out. He gets to 8 before Page and Savage stand back up. Page goes for the cutter again, but Randy counters and he hits a low blow. Dallas falls out of the ring and then a shit Sting shows up. The shit Sting whacks Page with his baseball bat and now it's all over, really this time. Page can't get up, Randy gets to his feet inside the ring, so Randy wins our Las Vegas sudden death match. Another good match at Halloween Havoc, though long-term viewers may have been getting a little tired of these random Stings showing up. Randy attacks Nick Patrick after the bell and he pushes the trainer off Page. He wants to get in one last cheap shot. He walks back up the entranceway as medics put DDP on a stretcher. Randy gets in another cheap shot as Dallas gets brought to the back, and Tony Schiavone reveals that the shit Sting was wearing Hollywood Hogan boots. So, how did Roddy Piper manage to get himself a cage match against Hollywood Hogan after not competing in the ring since Bash at the Beach? Well, after Hogan and Bischoff took out JJ Dillon, Piper was made the interim head honcho of the WCW Executive Committee, and he decided to book himself in a steel cage match against Hogan at Halloween Havoc. The cage match wasn't just plucked out of thin air either. Remember this pile of dog shit right here? Yeah, Piper's wanted a cage match with Hogan since Uncensored, but seeing as his team lost and the NWO won, Piper didn't get his wish. With a little bit of power abuse though, you know, the same thing WCW cries about all the time in regards to the NWO, the Hot Rod was able to make his wildest dreams come true by facing Hollywood Hogan in a, get this, non-title steel cage match. Piper stole Hogan's belt on Nitro and he's yet to give it back. So you really could have betted your house on Roddy Piper winning this cage match. The predictability was absolutely off the charts. You know the last time Hogan wrestled on TV? Road Wild back in August. Yeah, the Luger match. I've heard this one being referred to as the quote age in the cage, and while that's pretty funny, Hogan was 44 here and Piper was 43. Current AEW champion CM Punk is currently 43, Brock Lesnar's 44, AJ Styles is 45, Randy Orton's 42 at the time of making this video, you get the picture. Still, I get it too, there's really no age on a performer if they're still able to go, so let's see if Piper and Hogan performed here at Halloween Havoc. It starts with Hogan wanting to leave the cage, and you'll maybe think of the excellent work Shawn Michaels did inside Hell in a Cell, where he too wanted to leave a cage before facing The Undertaker. The difference here is it just seems a bit more hokey when Hogan does it. Michaels made you believe for a moment that he was legit panicking, whereas Hogan just kinda shakes the cage a bit. Roddy Piper goes after Hulk, and after whipping him with his belt, he eats his asshole. Seriously, he gets right in there too. Piper bites Hogan's back and forehead before throwing the NWO champ back inside the ropes. And here we go. God help us all. Hogan versus Piper at Halloween Havoc. Alright, Piper pokes Hogan in the eye before delivering an atomic drop. We see the classic ear clap next, and then Piper screams at Hogan to fight him as he kicks Hollywood on the mat. Hogan escapes the ring and he tries to climb out of the cage and... wait, did they explain the rules here? There's no referee, so I'm guessing there's no pinfalls. Let's go back to Michael Buffer. Alright, okay, so the winner of the match is the man who survives. That's it, so I'm guessing leaving the cage doesn't result in a victory. I don't know, honestly. Back to the match and Hogan gets punched in the balls. There's a bit of countering before Hulk gets his head rammed into the cage panel, but Hogan's first to his feet. He then orders Randy Anderson on the outside to open the cage door, and Schiavone says if Hogan leaves the cage then the match is over. Hogan steps out and the match continues. Schiavone says it's only continuing because both guys stepped out at the same time, but you can just tell he's making it up as he goes along. Hogan slams the cage door on Piper's head and he tries to leave the arena, but his shit Sting stops Hogan in his tracks. causing a lot of confusion, seeing as shit stings are usually associated with the New World Order, usually. The match gets back inside the ring for all of 5 seconds because Hogan falls back to the outside. Hulk just won't take any hard bumps on the steel panels, but Piper seems to not care, and he takes the shots to the head full force. Hogan tries to climb the cage and Piper stops him. Another Sting shows up to join whoever that other dude is at the entranceway, and when we go back to the cage, Hogan's stopping Piper from escaping. Piper then gets whipped in the ring with Hogan's belt. Hogan slaps Piper around while saying, "I could do this all night long." He then tries to exit the cage again by climbing over, but he's stopped by a fake Sting, and this gives Piper a chance to climb up and fight Hogan at the very top of the cage. Even Bobby Heenan praises the camera work here. More Stings appear at the entranceway and in the audience. There's around 5 Stings now watching the match, but it looks like the real Sting is unaccounted for. The match goes back to the ring where Piper chokes Hogan with his shirt. Hogan gets out by clocking Piper with the world belt, and we see Hogan's been busted open as Hollywood repeatedly slams Piper's head on the mat. Hulk then hits the leg drop, and he calls the referee in to make the 3 count. I'm not even going to question it at this point, this is fucking dumb. Piper takes another leg drop by the time Pee Wee Anderson gets in the ring, but he kicks out at 2 and Hulk can't believe it. Hogan calls for backup. Randy Savage runs down to the ring, completely breaking through the oblivious fake Stings. Savage climbs to the top of the cage and... It's definitely the moment of the match, but man did that landing look painful. Piper throws Savage out of the ring. Hogan finds himself locked in the sleeper, and the referee calls for the bell when Hogan can't raise his arm. Roddy Piper defeats Hulk Hogan once again in a non-title match. Randy Savage attacks Piper after the bell, and Bischoff shoves a Sting away to get inside the ring. Bischoff tends to Hulk while Savage continues beating on Piper. A fake Sting loses his mask when he starts fighting with Hogan, and Hulk throws this shit Sting out of the ring. Piper ends up getting handcuffed to the cage, and Hulk puts on a Sting mask before punishing Piper with his belt. A, quote, fan then climbs into the cage, and the fake Sting has to hold the fan down, and then Hollywood and Savage end up getting a hold of this poor guy, and he gets beaten up pretty bad. It's 100% a plant. Hogan's throwing worked punches here. Security rush in to save the fan, and the show goes off the air with the fan getting carried away by security. Brutal, absolutely brutal. The most clustered fuck of 1997, and a prime example of how WCW main events could really stink up a pay-per-view. Unfortunately, this is something that would continue more often than not. Where was the real Sting after all that nonsense with Bischoff and JJ Dillon? What was the point in the fake Stings even being there? Why, again, didn't anyone from WCW come out to help Piper? I've legitimately got a ton more questions that I've wrote down here that need answers, and I'm sure you do too, but anyway, Hogan's got his NWO belt, Piper's got another victory over the champion, and I'm gonna go and get a drink. Main event aside, I enjoyed Halloween Havoc 1997 more than I thought I would. I've seen Mysterio vs Guerrero countless times now, and I've watched Page vs Savage quite a few times too. Alex Wright vs Mongo was well below average, but the Goldberg interference kinda saved it. Disco vs Jackie was shit in my opinion, but I had fun watching the opener, the Jericho match, the Luger match, and Flair vs Hennig wasn't terrible either. Not WCW's best pay-per-view of the year, but it had an absolute classic with Ray vs Eddie, and that alone would have been worth the price of admission. Reliving the War will be available on Thursday as usual, and we'll take a look at the Halloween Havoc Fallout in episode 105. Thanks for watching this one, guys, I do appreciate it, and take care. WCW World War III 1997 took place on November 23rd in the Palace of Auburn Hills, Michigan. Around 17,000 fans attended the event and a reported 205,000 fans bought the show on pay-per-view, down significantly from Halloween Havoc. Our show's headlined by the World War III 60-man Battle Royal, and our semi-main event sees Ric Flair take on Curt Hennig for the United States Championship.
Let's get started with our opening match, the Faces of Fear versus Glacier and Ernest Miller. So, on Nitro, Glacier's been having a little trouble with Ming. Old Chili Chode was able to defeat the Barbarian on TV, but he hasn't had any luck at all against Ming. Both Glacier and Ernest Miller have felt what it's like to take the Tongan death grip, so they're out for a little revenge tonight at World War III. All four men beat the hell out of each other at the opening bell, and it settles down to Ming and Glacier. Glacier gets the better of Ming before tagging in Miller, and Glacier gives Miller a hand when Ming scoops the cat up for a slam. The Barbarian's no match for Miller's kicks. Glacier gets tagged back in, and I've no idea how this little jump of his was supposed to hurt the Barbarian, but the Faces of Fear stay in control when Ming gets back in the ring. And check out Ernest Miller using Ming as a springboard to the outside. Gotta admit, that was pretty good. It makes Glacier's plancha afterwards look absolutely shit though. Glacier gets attacked by the Barbarian after Freezy Fuck gets distracted by Jimmy Hart, and back in the ring, we see the Faces of Fear backdrop powerbomb combo. It's always good to see. The cat's talking a lot of nonsense to the referee and he falls out of the ring after Glacier bumps into him. And the crowd pops when Glacier gets his ass kicked in the corner. I pop too. There's a chin lock right there from the Barbarian, a shoulder breaker from the Minger. We see the deadly nerve pinch, but Ming unfortunately misses an elbow drop. Glacier tries to tag out, but he can't reach his partner. He's able to tag in the cat though after delivering a back suplex to Ming, but even after Miller fires up on both Faces of Fear, he's still not able to win the match. Cat lays in the kicks and it looks like he had things under control, but Jimmy Hart jumps on the apron to cause a distraction. Miller takes care of Jimmy, but he can't take care of that Tongan death grip from the man called Ming. The cat loses this one via pinfall, and I'd say World War III has already gotten off to a wonderful start. In all seriousness though, this was pretty much a Nitro match and it was nothing special. We really should have had the Ultimo Dragon vs Yuji Nagata match kick off the show. Next we've got a TV title match, Disco Inferno vs Perry Saturn. Disco lost the TV title to Saturn a few weeks back on Nitro, so he's trying to get it back tonight at World War III. Raven says let the stretching begin as Saturn hands the belt over to referee Mickey J, and Disco gets embarrassed with a takedown and a slap to the face. This happens twice before Disco goes down after a shoulder block, and already it looks like the challenger's no match for the champion. Disco fires back with a hip toss, a body slam and a big right hand, and Saturn's a little taken back by the Inferno's offense. He gets himself together, he gets in a cheap shot from the apron, but Disco puts Saturn down again with a hip toss and Perry gets out of the ring before it can happen again. After walking around the rings and wasting a ton of time, Disco forcefully brings Saturn back inside the ropes, but Perry makes Disco pay with a hard clothesline. Disco shows he ain't out of this one yet with an inverted atomic drop followed by a ton of corner strikes. We see a fist drop from the Inferno, he blocks a Saturn counter when the Inferno comes off the top rope, but a missed elbow drop leads to Perry performing a pump handle suplex. Still, Saturn's corner springboard moonsault misses its target, leading to Disco hitting a clothesline of his own. After trading pin attempts, Disco gets his little disco ball smashed on the top rope and Saturn performs a diving clothesline that takes both guys to the outside. Smackhead Kidman then talks shit to Disco from behind the guardrail, so Disco throws him over and Kidman takes a chartbuster. Some new member of Raven's flock takes the move too, and this is Lodi. Lodi was not introduced to fans on Nitro. Van Hammer isn't so easy to take out though, and Saturn takes advantage of this rather big distraction, but back in the ring, Disco performs a swinging neckbreaker. Disco then hits a top rope crossbody, but Saturn rolls through. We see the rings of Saturn, and Disco gives up. Not an awful match here at all, and it was a valiant effort from the challenger. It's not a match I'd recommend either, but it was still watchable. Not bad at all. The Giant got his hand injured on Nitro by Scott Hall, but the big man isn't going to let the injury stop him from winning World War III tonight. The Giant says this is his spot, this is his destiny. Someone's going to pay for the injury tonight in the Battle Royal, and Mean Gene says he wouldn't like to be in Scott Hall's shoes tonight in the main event. Back in the arena, we have Ultimo Dragon versus Yuji Nagata. If Dragon wins, he gets 5 minutes all alone with Sonny Ono, and Dragon can have his way with his former manager. Just one problem here though, Yuji Nagata's been on an impressive win streak as of late, and he's going to be a tough man to beat tonight at World War III. Dragon started off pretty well with a leg sweep, a snapmare, and an elbow drop combo, but his handspring back elbow gets countered, and Nagata locks in an armbar. Dragon quickly gets out, and Nagata leaves the ring after taking a drop kick. On the outside, Sonny Ono tried attacking the Dragon, and that didn't go too well. Nagata saved Ono from getting dropped with a suplex, but back in the ring, a side headlock takeover kept Dragon in control. The hold stayed applied for an extended period of time, but Nagata managed to get out by folding Ultimo Dragon up with a back suplex. Ultimo Dragon then got punished with a few kicks. Nagata delivers a pile driver, and then the match slowed down again with a sleeper hold from Nagata. Just like the side headlock though, it gets broken up with a back suplex. We see another pile driver from Nagata. He performs a kick combo, he then locks in a camo clutch, but Dragon won't give up. He then goes back to the sleeper hold, and yeah, I'm starting to think this match maybe shouldn't have opened the pay-per-view after all. The Dragon kick combo puts Nagata down, and Dragon just fucking drags his boot over Nagata's face. Dragon then performs a crossbody to the outside, and back in the ring he performs a sunset flip powerbomb, but Nagata kicks out at 2. Ultimo Dragon keeps the pressure on with a moonsault. We then see the Dragon sleeper, but Sonny Ono jumps on the apron as Nagata gives up. The referee, of course, doesn't see Nagata submit, so Dragon sets Nagata up and we see the Dragon Steiner. That little shit Ono puts Nagata's foot on the rope though. Dragon knocks Ono off the apron by using Nagata as a battering ram, but Nagata falls on top of Dragon and the referee counts to 4. I guess he was just making sure. Nagata wins and Dragon doesn't get his 5 minutes with his former manager. This one picked up considerably towards the end, but a lot of the match was spent in headlocks and sleeper holds. We have seen way better from both guys, so yeah, not a lot to see here unfortunately. The Steiners put their tag team titles on the line next against the Blue Bloods, Steve Regal and Dave Taylor. This match wasn't promoted at all on Nitro, and even though the Blue Bloods got a big victory over Harlem Heat on Nitro, this one still felt very predictable. Dave Taylor was no match for Scotty Steiner as Scott performed a big hip toss followed by a double underhook slam, and even though Regal was feeling pretty confident when he got tagged in, as you can see here, Big Rick Steiner kept everything under control, even beating Regal at his own game with some grounded submissions. Dave Taylor comes in and he takes the Rick Steiner scoop power slam that I could honestly watch over and over again. The Blue Bloods were then able to keep Scott in their corner though to build up to that Steiner hot tag, and Rick of course cleaned house after getting tagged in. This one ended with a Steiner bulldog and the crowd enjoyed the match. It's a by the numbers Steiner Brothers match though for sure, which isn't a bad thing. After the bout, JJ Dillon gets interviewed by Mean Gene Okerlund, and Dillon lets us know that Raven's gonna wrestle next at World War III. However, Raven still hasn't signed his WCW contract. Dillon says enough's enough, Raven has to sign his WCW deal within 24 hours or he's out. He won't be allowed to sit in the audience anymore, he won't be allowed to show up to Nitro. If Raven doesn't sign, then this next match, Raven vs Scotty Riggs, will be the last time we see Raven on a WCW show. So this one started a few weeks back when Riggs declined an invitation to join Raven's flock. Raven and Riggs had a match where a drop toe hold on a chair caused Scotty to lose sight in his right eye, and since then Raven has still tried to get Scotty to join the flock, but Riggs has continued to decline. Smackhead Kidman says Raven will only wrestle tonight if it's no disqualification, it has to be Raven's rules, and Riggs agrees. This is exactly what happened when Scotty took the drop toe hold on Nitro, by the way. Riggs starts it off by taking out Kidman, Raven and Saturn, and Riggs stays on Raven back inside the ring. Parrot Riggs pummels Raven and Raven goes down after a swinging neckbreaker, though the offense stops when Raven throws Riggs into the corner. Bobby Heenan says Raven should just move the eye patch over to Scotty's good eye as Raven chokes Scotty with his flannel shirt. Raven then brings it to the outside, but it's Scotty who does all the damage. Raven gets thrown into the ring steps and Raven gets choked with a camera cord. Scotty gets in a few punches back inside the ropes, but a jawbreaker buys Raven a little more time. Saturn gives Raven a chair and Scotty takes a shot across the back. Raven then sets the chair up in the middle of the ring, but he gets a taste of his own medicine when Scotty performs a drop toe hold, the same move that made Scotty turn into a swashbuckling parrot. Still though, this doesn't end the match and Raven kicks out of the follow-up cover. Riggs then drop kicks the chair into Raven's face, but again, the match isn't over. Raven gets a foot on the ropes. Riggs says that's enough. He performs a bulldog and Raven takes all the impact on the chair, but again, somehow Raven kicks out. Raven counters a suplex with the even flow DDT. Raven grabs a mic and he says he didn't want to do this. He wants Riggs to join him. He says he feels Scotty's pain after hitting him with another DDT, and Raven wants to know why Riggs won't listen to him as Riggs takes a third even flow. Scotty can't answer the 10 count and Raven wins via knockout. The flock enters the ring as Raven gets his hand raised and the flock carry Riggs out of the ring and through the crowd. Scotty could be heard whispering, "Thanks Raven." I liked this match quite a bit. They told a good story here and I like how vicious Raven got towards the end of the bout. We've been seeing a lot of Raven and it's been a lot of talk with very little action. Tonight he showed why people should fear him and this is exactly what he needed to do at this point. Big Steve Mongo McMichael vs Bill Goldberg was our next scheduled match, but the match doesn't take place. Mongo walks out holding a lead pipe and he's wearing the Super Bowl ring that his wife Deborah gave to Goldberg at Halloween Havoc, so it looks like Mongo already got to Goldberg. Mongo grabs a microphone and he says Goldberg isn't the only one who can sneak up on somebody, referring to Halloween Havoc. We go backstage and we see Goldberg having a little snooze, so yeah, the match isn't going to happen. Steve says he's ready to wrestle though. There has to be someone backstage who wants to give these people in attendance a show. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
The only big Mongo around here is the one in Alex's pants.
Oh, Big Bratwurst.
Maybe for the first time ever, Alex does not feel like dancing tonight as he gets dragged to the ring by Deborah, but then he remembers he's Alex fucking right and the people need Saturday Night Fever. Alex beats the shit out of Mongo with his sick leather jacket right at the opening bell, but Mongo's on fire tonight. A back elbow and a few clotheslines gets followed up with a body slam. Alex gets kicked out of the ring and Deborah has to convince Alex to get back inside the ropes and finish the job. Alex was clearly saving his energy for the big battle royal tonight, which he's gonna win by the way. Alex gets in a cheap shot, but Mongo replies with an interesting flopjack, I guess. Mongo performs a sidewalk slam. Alex answers with a jumping heel kick, but Steve's hard to beat tonight and Das Wunderkind decides he's gonna let Steve win so he can focus on the World War III match. There's nothing to gain from beating Mongo. Steve hits a few 3-point stance tackles, another sidewalk slam. We see the Mongo spike and McMichael wins via pinfall. Bigger fish to fry for Alex Wright though. Bigger fish to fry. All joking aside, this match wasn't good and Alex didn't get a chance to show off at all really. A big old waste of time. Rey Mysterio Jr. defeated Eddie Guerrero at Halloween Havoc to win the Cruiserweight title. The match was insanely good. On Nitro though, a few weeks later, Rey lost the title back to Eddie clean and this was kinda surprising. Dean Malenko showed up to confront Eddie, so it looks like the Cruiserweight title might move over to the never-ending Guerrero vs Malenko feud, but tonight at World War III, Rey has another chance to win the title. Eddie complains to Charles Robinson after Mysterio gets the better of Latino Heat at the opening bell. A huge snapmare takeover sends Eddie flying out of the ring, and once again he complains to the referee, but Rey's doing nothing wrong. All this is getting Eddie great heat and he covers his ears as the crowd chants Eddie sucks. Rey performs a head scissors takedown, but Eddie moves into a head scissors submission. The two get back up and Guerrero drops Rey with a release German suplex and Mysterio goes down after a hard back suplex. Eddie then applies an abdominal stretch and there's a botch here when Rey comes running at Eddie, but they recover well and Eddie goes out of the ring after a springboard head scissors takedown. Rey goes for a sunset flip powerbomb from the ring to the outside, but he can't complete the move. Guerrero ends up hitting a backbreaker, and yeah, something just feels a bit off here in comparison to the Halloween Havoc match. Guerrero delivers a superplex, he signals for the frog splash, Rey dodges it, and Guerrero gets caught out with a Hurricane Rana, only scoring a 2 count. Rey's head scissor takedown also fails to put Eddie away. Eddie comes back with a front suplex on the top rope. Eddie then tries the sunset flip powerbomb, but Rey counters with a Hurricane Rana, and Mysterio follows this up with a somersault senton. Back in the ring, Eddie throws himself into the top turnbuckle and ring post, but he grabs Rey and he performs a counter powerbomb. We then see the gory special, but Rey counters it with a roll up, again only scoring a 2 count. Rey goes upstairs, but Guerrero follows him. It looks like Eddie's going for a Liger bomb, but Rey tries to counter and it's another botch unfortunately. Rey tries to make up for it with a moonsault and a springboard leg drop. He signals for the West Coast pop. Eddie takes the move, but he grabs the rope during the cover. Rey thought he got the 3 count for just a moment. The match comes to an end when Eddie drops Rey on the top rope. We then see the frog splash and Eddie beats Rey clean once again on TV.
It's not a bad cruiserweight match, but when you compare it to Halloween Havoc, it's almost like watching two different wrestlers. There's a few slip-ups here from Ray, and you know, they don't call it high-risk offense for nothing. It's just a shame Ray had a run of bad luck in this match, really. Not awful, but you're better off sticking with Halloween Havoc. The Curt Hennig vs Ric Flair rivalry continues on WCW. This is a rematch from Halloween Havoc, and once again the US title's on the line. This whole thing stems from Fall Brawl and Flair seeking revenge for Curt slamming that cage door on his head. Maybe the feud ends tonight at World War III in this no disqualification match. Rick has a little trouble getting his hands on the US champion, with Curt trying to stall as much as possible, but Flair remembers it's a no DQ match tonight, so he attacks on the outside. Flair throws Curt over the guardrail. The two fight in the crowd, with Flair maintaining the advantage but losing it when the two come back to the guardrail. Curt screams at Flair and he wraps a cord around the Nature Boy's neck. Rick gets tossed into the ring, and again Perfect chokes Flair with that camera cord. The two end up on the outside again, with Flair taking control. The Nature Boy performs a double axe handle from the top all the way down to the floor, but this move hurts Flair and he begins limping. The commentators wonder if Flair twisted his ankle. Curt takes a few chops at the guardrail, but Hennig answers with a thumb to the eye. Gets him every time. Rick takes a few right hands before the match resumes back in the ring, and Randy Anderson gets fucking pie-faced by Curt after Flair kicks out at 2. We see a Curt Hennig scissor stomp, and Curt begins putting all his efforts into damaging the knee and leg. Hennig slaps the shit out of Rick when he applies a leg lock, but Rick replies with a punch to the face and the move gets broken up. Flair then goes after Curt's leg. With the former Mr. Perfect stunned, Flair's able to drop a knee and a few quick punches. Rick then goes upstairs and, as always, it doesn't pay off. Flair gets slammed to the mat, the Nature Boy gets right back up and he throws a few chops, but Curt shows he's no slouch when it comes to chopping, and we see the Flair flop. A very back and forth match so far, and it's hard to predict who's gonna win. Both men eventually run into each other and they take their time getting back to their feet. It's all back and forth action again when both guys do eventually get back up, with Flair once again taking chops in the corner. We see the Hennig snap mare and neck snap. Flair goes up and over the turnbuckles. The Nature Boy takes more punishment. We think Hennig's now in a position to end this one and Flair can't fight back, but Curt gets thrown into the guardrail and the Nature Boy ain't done yet. He suplexes Curt back into the ring, and Rick then grabs the chair that Curt Hennig brought to the ring. Hennig gets dropped on the top of the chair, and Rick then kicks the chair, causing it to close around Curt's leg. He does this twice and the spot looked brilliant. The crowd loved it and Curt sells it like a champ. Rick then grabs another chair and the US belt. Curt takes a shot to the knee. We then see the figure 4, but Curt's able to grab the US title and he cracks it over Flair's knee and his head. Hennig covers Flair and Curt Hennig wins the match. Remember what I said on Reliving the War about Curt's matches being more suited for pay-per-view and not so much weekly Nitro episodes? This is proof right here. It wasn't a classic or anything, but it was pretty good. Definitely my favourite Curt Hennig match in WCW so far. Both guys are hurt leaving the match, but both guys are also scheduled to take part in our main event. The World War III Battle Royal is up next. Sting vs Hollywood Hogan's already booked for Starrcade. That match is set in stone. The winner of the World War 60-man Battle Royal will get a title shot at SuperBrawl 8, or at least that's the plan at the moment. Michael Buffer runs down the rules. 3 rings, 60 wrestlers. Wrestlers can move from one ring to the other. If your feet touch the floor, you're out of the match. So there's no over-the-top rope rule this year. The match continues until there's 5 wrestlers in each ring, and then all 15 men have to fight it out inside ring number 2, the center ring. The last man standing in ring 2 will be declared the winner of World War III. So here we go. I'm not going to be able to cover every elimination here, and trying to watch World War III is bad enough, never mind talking about what happens moment for moment, but we'll talk about a few eliminations before the final 15. We've got DDP, Big Bubba, there's Alex Wright, my choice to win this thing. Benoit, Finlay, Ultimo Dragon, Louis Spicolli, last year's winner, The Giant, Chris Jericho's here, Harlem Heat, Hacksaw Jim Duggan's in the match, Lucha Cowboy, Silver King, Barry Darso, oh shit, there's El Dandy, actually El Dandy's my choice to win this thing, there's Glacier, fuck him. All the WCW guys come out and then the NWO's music plays, the faction walk out together and they show a little love to Six. Six, of course, is no longer in WCW. The commentators noticed that only 59 guys have came down to the ring. The NWO are 1 man short. Kevin Nash said on Nitro that he'd be here and Nash hasn't made his entrance, so nobody knows what's going on. The match is going to begin with 59 men. The bell rings and the Giant eliminates 6 guys, including Disco Inferno, the Vianos, and Louis Spicolli. Norman Smiley gets eliminated. Ming eliminates both members of Public Enemy, and it looks like the NWO are going to stick to ring number 1 and the faction are going to work together. Scott Hall eliminates El Dandy for fuck's sake, but Alex Wright's still in there. I think he's in ring number 3, completely owning it. Ring 2's absolutely packed with guys, and it looks like no one's been eliminated there at all. The commentators then get confused about what ring they're looking at, but this thing's already a giant clusterfuck, so it doesn't really matter. Booker T eliminates Silver King from ring 2. We see an aerial shot, and I can see Alex Wright still in there. Good man. DDP eliminates Prince Iakea and Yuji Nagata. We have stayed on ring 2 for ages now, and I want to see what the NWO are up to. Oh sweet, I'll just watch ring 1 on this tiny fucking screen. Dave Taylor tries to eliminate Alex Wright, but Das Wunderkind stays in the match. Ring 3 has very little people left at this point, and it looks like the Giant's hand injury's giving him a bit of trouble. 5 guys are left in ring 2 and ring 3, so they wait for the numbers to go down in ring 1. Kurt Hennig kicks Rey Mysterio out of the ring, but Mysterio holds onto the apron. We assume he still gets eliminated because we don't see him again during the match. The rulebook then gets fucked out the window and the guys in ring 3 start fighting each other. Ming eliminates Mongo. Mortis and Alex then team up to eliminate the Giant, but it backfires and my pick to win this thing gets dumped out of the ring. The Giant then eliminates Ming, so yeah, they fucked this up. 5 NWO guys in ring 1, 4 WCW guys in ring 2, and 1 guy in ring number 3, the Giant. The NWO aren't leaving ring number 1, the Giant joins the WCW guys in ring number 2, and the WCW guys end up jumping over to ring 1, and that's where the match is gonna end. Vincent gets eliminated first, Booker T and Rick Steiner then get dumped out rather quickly. The NWO get together to eliminate Lex Luger, but the Giant runs over and Buff Bagwell gets eliminated. Kurt Hennig and Lex Luger follow shortly thereafter. So we have our final 4, DDP, Scott Hall, Randy Savage, and the Giant. The Giant stops Macho Man from hitting the elbow drop on Page, and Page is able to hit a diamond cutter on Randy Savage. The Giant stops Macho from getting eliminated though because the big man wanted to choke slam Savage. Savage takes the move and then he gets stumped out of the ring. So Scott Hall is now all alone with 2 WCW guys. Scott goes over to ring number 2. He then points at the entranceway. The NWO's music begins to play and number 60 is going to make his way down to the ring. The NWO music then stops. Voodoo Child plays in the arena and out walks WCW champion Hollywood Hogan. The commentators can't believe it, but Hogan's part of this match and he joined Scott Hall in World War III. It's 2 NWO guys once again versus 2 WCW guys. The 4 men start fighting and Hogan body slams the Giant. This makes the crowd pop. The fresh Hogan then goes to work on DDP as the Giant takes care of Hall. The crowd then pop again as a shit Sting descends from the rafters, and it's clear as day who this is. He steps over the top rope as Hogan dumps DDP out of the ring. Hogan then eliminates himself when he sees the shit Sting. The commentators are totally insulting everyone's intelligence by acting like this is the real Sting as the Giant gets clobbered with the baseball bat. And he falls out of the ring and that's it over. Scott Hall wins World War III and Scott Hall gets the title shot next year. The massive fake Sting gets in the ring. He points the baseball bat at Scott Hall. He then takes his mask off and of course it's Kevin Nash. The NWO come to the ring to celebrate with Hall. Eric Bischoff's even smoking a cigar. DDP gets brought back inside the ropes and Hogan hits him with a diamond cutter. And that's it over. The credits roll and World War III 1997's in the books. So the pay-per-view as a whole doesn't come recommended unfortunately, and there's nothing here at all that's must see. Raven vs Riggs and Hennig vs Flair were matches I enjoyed, and I didn't think Disco vs Saturn was all that bad either, but there's much better matches to be found on other WCW pay-per-views in 1997. It's a very average pay-per-view, and it even feels like winning the Battle Royal doesn't mean all that much, seeing as the title shot isn't until next year. This pay-per-view feels more like an annoyance for WCW on the road to Starrcade. It's just okay, but those people who decided not to buy the show on pay-per-view definitely made the right call. But our next WCW pay-per-view and the Reliving the War timeline's definitely a big one. Some say it is the beginning of the end, but it's still significant. We'll get to Starrcade 1997 in just a few short weeks, so join me on Reliving the War and we'll see how WCW gets to their biggest, most financially successful pay-per-view of all time. Thanks for watching guys, I do appreciate it, and take care.
This is Sting.
Welcome to WCW Starrcade 1997, held on December 28th in the MCI Centre in Washington, D.C. This is the highest grossing, most financially successful WCW pay-per-view in company history. Fans had sold out the arena and purchased the pay-per-view to see the in-ring return of Sting. An estimated 700,000 fans bought the show, which was truly remarkable. This was a number that WCW would never reach again, and that tells us quite a lot too. But the achievement deserves recognition. Eric Bischoff and company had built something that a lot of people wanted to see. WCW had gotten fans to hand over their money. It was now WCW's responsibility to put on a show that would make people come back for more. This was their chance to become the kings of wrestling pay-per-view, so let's see how they did. Mike Tenay explains at the start of the show that a referee will get drawn at random for the Hulk Hogan vs Sting match, and JJ Dillon's going to announce the referee later on in the show. WCW superstars are sitting in the audience to witness the historic main event, and that means Disco Inferno, Alex Wright and Glacier are not competing at Starrcade. That's 3 strikes already, Mr. Bischoff. Actually, no, 2 strikes. Fuck Glacier. It's also announced here that Kevin Nash is not in the arena. Nash vs the Giant was scheduled to take place at Starrcade, but the NWO sent word that Big Sexy is not in attendance tonight. What's going on? Our opening match features Cruiserweight Champion Eddie Guerrero defending against Dean Malenko. Dean's wife gave birth and Dean was promised time off, but because so many matches had to get changed on Starrcade, Bischoff decided he had to bring Dean in via private jet to compete at the show. Dean, I'm sure, couldn't have been too happy about this, but still, Dean Malenko ends up putting on one of his best pay-per-view matches of all time at Starrcade 97, and many would say the opening match completely stole the show. Dean's mind may have been elsewhere, but as soon as that bell rung, he was 100% professional. Eddie starts things off with a cheap shot, but Malenko manages to floor the champion and Guerrero takes a ton of right hands. Eddie offers his hand in friendship to Dean, but Dean turns him down. Malenko should have maybe thought twice about that because Guerrero pokes Dean in the eye before running his face on the top rope, but Malenko comes right back with a jump heel kick. Eddie then gets suplexed and Dean makes Eddie pay with even more right hands on the mat. A standing switch from Malenko gets countered with a back elbow and Eddie goes for a springboard Hurricane Rana, but Dean counters with a powerbomb. He then lifts Eddie up from the mat and he delivers a ridiculous Alabama slam. Guerrero bridges out of the follow-up cover and Dean keeps the pressure on with a power slam. The crowd's into this one already and it's already a very engrossing matchup. Eddie gets really fired up after kicking out of the power slam, almost acting like a babyface by showing he's not going to back down so easily, but then he quickly bolts out of the ring and he considers leaving the match. Dean gets held back by the referee and Eddie comes back in with a chop block. Dean then takes a European uppercut at the ropes and Eddie stays in control with another poke to the eye when Malenko fights back. Guerrero twists his foot on Malenko's face and he gets a little heat from the audience after hitting Dean with a dropkick. Eddie then tries to suplex Malenko, but Malenko counters with a front suplex on the top rope and this gets a great reaction from the audience too. Dean then brings it down to the mat for a while and the commentators are not talking about the match at all, they're building up the big main event. Guerrero gets launched high in the air and he slams on the mat. He thinks begging for mercy would be the best way out of this one and he even kisses Malenko's feet. Dean isn't going to fall for it though. Guerrero gets dropkicked and Mike Tenay mentions Malenko's new baby daughter arriving on Christmas Day. Eddie then takes a timeout on the outside and the match resumes with a test of strength. Dean wins it and he stomps on Eddie's fingers before hitting another dropkick. Eddie then gets a little aggressive and he gets the chance to hit a swinging DDT, but Dean counters and Eddie's head hits the top turnbuckle pad. Malenko then delivers a perfect back suplex, but it isn't enough to end the match. Guerrero almost gets suplexed out of the ring, but he lands on the apron and he performs a reverse neck snap that makes the crowd gasp. The Cruiserweight champ then jumps in and out of the ring while continuing to do damage. Malenko gets his leg trapped between the ring post and the steel steps and Eddie drop kicks the steps. And it's worth noting here that these two are getting quite a fair bit of time tonight, especially considering this is the opening contest. As a matter of fact, this is the second longest match of the night, only to get surpassed by, get this, Buff Bagwell versus Lex Luger. Things pick up from this point and it's all go. Eddie hits Dean with a powerbomb. Malenko counters a victory roll attempt with a wheelbarrow suplex that looked awesome. Malenko counters an arm drag attempt with a backbreaker. And the next top rope spot didn't quite work out the way the competitors wanted it to, with Malenko failing to grab Eddie's head during the descent, but it still looked alright. Malenko then delivers a powerbomb, but he fails to lock in the cloverleaf afterwards. Guerrero continues to focus all his efforts on Dean's left leg and knee with a dropkick from the top rope, and Guerrero ends it with a frog splash. Eddie retains the Cruiserweight title at Starrcade. Absolutely everything both guys did in this match made sense. It's hard to explain, but even the reversals both men performed, particularly Malenko's, had logic where the counter moves fitted the situation. The guys weren't performing moves that look flashy, they were performing flashy moves that made sense in the moment. It's a great opening contest for Starrcade, and it's one you should check out. The NWO's music plays in the arena and out walks Scott Hall. It's a travesty that Scott didn't get booked for this show, seeing as he carried the NWO from an in-ring perspective. Scott had 24 Nitro matches in 1997 so far. Curt Hennig had 20, Kevin Nash had 11, Hollywood Hogan had 8. Some would claim that overexposure is a bad thing in wrestling, and it's not like Hall missed out on any pay by not performing. I'm sure he couldn't have cared less if he wrestled at Starrcade, but there's guys on this show who worked matches that I would have replaced with Scott in a heartbeat, to be honest. Scott's here to take the heat for Kevin Nash's absence, really. He conducts his survey and it's a split audience tonight, but Scott still says it's one more for the good guys. Hall says he's very interested in seeing who wins Hogan versus Sting, seeing as he won the World War III Battle Royal. But Hall has some bad news tonight. Scott says the true giant, his big buddy Kevin Nash, will not be at Starrcade. Hall tells the giant that he's the winner, the big Frankengoof can take the victory, but then the giant comes down to the ring. Giant says he's a forgiving man, he knows why Kevin Nash isn't here, he's afraid, and the Giant's also a patient man. Sooner or later Nash will come back and Nash will find out who the one true Giant really is. Scott throws the toothpick and he starts throwing punches, but they have no effect. Giant press slams the bad guy, he then goes for a choke slam, but he changes his mind and he hits Scott with a jackknife powerbomb before leaving the ring. Kevin's absence at Starrcade has been a controversial topic. Kevin thought he was having a heart attack and he called in to say he was at hospital and he couldn't show up for the event. Others say Nash didn't want to lose to the Giant, which I don't think's true at all. Nash's win-loss record in WCW speaks for itself. He didn't seem to care all that much about losing matches. It's one of those things where you can either speculate or leave it be, so it's best to leave it be and move on. But Bischoff confirmed on his podcast that Nash did indeed call in extremely worried. His father passed away at 36 from a heart attack, and Bischoff said Nash did the right thing by checking himself into hospital and taking care of himself. Conan also didn't show up for Starrcade. It's been reported that his girlfriend gave birth to a stillborn baby and Conan stayed in Mexico, so the NWO have a replacement, a great replacement, the Macho Man Randy Savage. Savage teamed up with Vincent and Scott Norton to take on the Steiners and Ray Traylor. The addition of the Macho Man most certainly changed the dynamic of the match, and it's quite possible that the outcome was changed too. Scotty Steiner took Macho down and Randy thought he'd show his defiance by slapping Scott across the face, but Scotty didn't back down. When there's a shortcut to take though, you can guarantee the NWO will take it, and Savage took the lead with a little help from Scott Norton. Norton gets tagged in and Scotty takes a Samoan drop, but when Randy comes back in, Steiner wakes up and Savage goes down after a double underhook powerbomb. The babyfaces clean house and the NWO regroup on the outside. Big boys Norton and Rick then go at it and we see Rick scoop power slam twice. Ray Traylor then comes in and Vincent gets a little too brave here. The NWO's main lackey goes down after a spine buster, and look at this kick Vincent takes when Scotty Steiner gets tagged in. Scotty delivers a big belly-to-belly suplex before slapping Vincent around a little. The babyfaces then take turns beating the ever-loving shit out of Vincent, with the dog-faced gremlin even applying a devastating chin lock, but Vincent manages to tag out and Scott Norton restores balance. Traylor falls victim to some NWO underhanded tactics. and for some unknown reason, Vincent decides to tag back in. This of course was a bad move. Vincent and Trailer bump into each other and the crowd wants to see a Steiner brother get back in the ring, so Rick gets the tag, he cleans house, Scotty ends up getting in there too and Vincent takes a Steiner DDT, but Scott Norton saves Vincent and the match continues on. Scotty performs a Super Frankensteiner, Savage then jumps in the ring to take out Scott, but that doesn't work out so well and Scotty signals for one more Super Frankensteiner. Big Norton saves the Macho Man with an electric chair drop to Steiner, Savage performs the diving elbow, and the NWO pick up a victory. Neither Savage nor Scott Steiner were the legal men by the way, but what the fuck does that matter? The crowd got into it and it looked like a match that would have been fun if you were watching it live inside the arena, but at home watching on pay-per-view, it does kind of feel like a filler match unfortunately. JJ Dillon announces the referee for the Sting vs Hogan match. A random drawing took place earlier on, and the referee for the main event is Nick Patrick. Mean Gene says this is a little sketchy. Patrick was once involved with Hogan in the NWO, but Dillon says since Patrick's reinstatement he hasn't slipped up once, and he's a good referee. Yep, he's a good referee. So there you go. Next up is the Bill Goldberg vs Steve McMichael match. This one started when Deborah gave Goldberg a gift for taking out her husband, Mongo's Super Bowl ring. Mongo got the ring back at World War III after taking Goldberg out backstage and their scheduled match got cancelled, so now the match is finally going to happen at Starrcade. Goldberg defeated the Renegade on WCW Saturday Night just before Starrcade. He's officially 11-0 going into this match, and Goldberg looks pumped up heading into the ring. Mongo's been winning matches on Nitro 2 recently, but McMichael's got his work cut out for him tonight. The two fight on the entranceway and Goldberg gets the better of his opponent. Steve gets carried to the ring and Goldberg then leans a table against the ring post on the outside, and Big Mongo takes advantage when Goldberg steps inside the ropes. Mongo throws a few top-notch karate kicks and Goldberg goes down after a sidewalk slam. Bill kicks out at one. Goldberg then ducks a clothesline and Mongo takes a running shoulder block, and then Bill throws Mongo out of the ring. It should be noted here that both of these guys were so green at this time, and here they are working a singles match on WCW's biggest pay-per-view ever. Remember, Alex Wright sitting in the audience? Ridiculous. Back in the ring, Mongo tries to fly like Rey Mysterio, but that doesn't work out. Bill ends up beating Mongo up in the corner. Mongo finds himself in a knee submission, and when the two get back to their feet, Goldberg just throws a shoulder into McMichael and Steve goes down like a sack of shit. This hasn't been good. Goldberg then hits the spear and Big Steve's bump is wonderful for all the wrong reasons. Bill then sets up the table on the outside and he tries to dump McMichael over the top rope, but Mongo counters with a pin attempt. Goldberg kicks out and it's fucking grim. Mongo gets punched and he falls through that table. It doesn't get a massive reaction, though some fans begin chanting ECW. It's not quite ECW, is it, lads? Come on. McMichael goes for the Mongo spike, but he can't do it. His back gives out. So Bill delivers the jackhammer and Goldberg wins the match. A pretty painful bout and the audience didn't care. But officially, Goldberg is now 12-0 in WCW. Alright, so we've had a slight dip in quality, but let's see how the next match turns out. Raven versus Chris Benoit in an ODQ match. No, scrap that, Raven isn't going to perform tonight either, fucking hell. He's still suffering from that inflamed pancreas. On Nitro, Chris Benoit's been dealing with other flock members on his quest to finally meet Raven at Starrcade, but Raven isn't cleared to wrestle, so Perry Saturn's going to take his place. I think WCW may have knew Raven wouldn't be ready for the pay-per-view. We've seen Saturn get the better of Benoit a few times on Nitro, so I believe Perry was a backup plan for weeks. It goes without saying though, if WCW had any doubt at all that Raven couldn't perform, then the match should never have been booked in the first place. They could have announced the change on Nitro or something, but yeah. Raven says when he signed his WCW contract, he said he wouldn't conform to WCW's corporate rules. Raven announces that he's not wrestling and this gets a round of boos. Raven says Saturn's going to do the honours tonight instead, and Saturn's going to finish Benoit once and for all. Saturn and Benoit come to the ring and Benoit cuts a rough promo. He says it is what it is, things are the way they are, and Benoit is who he is. What a load of bollocks. He feels passionate about inflicting pain on Raven. Raven then gets on the apron and Benoit takes out Saturn when Perry goes for a sneak attack. Perry goes for a sleeper, but Benoit gets out of it. We see a few chops. Saturn goes for the sleeper again, but Benoit gets out with a jawbreaker. More chops in the corner follows. Benoit invites Raven to step into the ring, and Benoit spits on Raven before going back to work. Saturn finally puts Benoit down with a gargoyle suplex, but he can't capitalize. Benoit performs a dragon screw, and Billy Kidman then tries to interfere. Benoit takes him out, and then Saturn tries to send Chris over the top rope, and that doesn't go too well. Neither man goes out, so Saturn says fuck it, and he just slides out, and Benoit follows. The Flock get involved on the outside, with Sick Boy taking Benoit out, and Kidman performing his apron shooting star press. This got a great reaction on Nitro a few weeks back, but the fans at Starrcade couldn't care less. Saturn performs a leg drop while Benoit's draped over the middle rope, and the action resumes in the ring with a chin lock. Chris tries to fight out, but he takes a neck breaker for his troubles. Saturn then performs a great looking springboard moonsault, but it only gets a 2 count. Twice Saturn hits Benoit with a knee to the midsection, but Chris counters the third with an unsuccessful pin attempt. Benoit pays for this by taking a clothesline, and then Saturn applies a camel clutch. When it gets broke up, Saturn performs a suplex followed by chin lock number 2, and Raven watches on as Benoit fights out, and we see a clothesline from Chris. The momentum gets stopped with a good old poke to the eye. Saturn performs a Michinoku driver, and Saturn says it's over before going up to the top rope. Chris pushes Saturn to the outside. He applies the crippler crossface, but then the Flock jump Benoit, and that's going to be the end of our match. Benoit dodges an Asai moonsault, and Saturn takes out the whole Flock. We see the diving headbutt from Chris Benoit, but then Flock members storm the ring. Benoit does well keeping the Flock at bay. He squares up to Raven. Van Hammer hits Benoit from behind, and Raven performs the even flow DDT. Saturn then applies the Ring of Saturn, and Saturn wins the match. This match wasn't bad at all, not as good as Guerrero vs Malenko, but better than the 6-man tag and Mongo vs Goldberg. The finish here confirms that Benoit vs Raven's still the plan going forward, but we'll have to wait a little later before the match takes place. Lex Luger vs Buff Bagwell's up next, their 4th televised match in December. Bagwell scored countout and DQ wins over Luger on Nitro, and Buff said that he was the true total package, so let's see if Bagwell could do it again on pay-per-view. Bagwell hesitates quite a bit before getting in the ring. Buff wants Luger to back up, and when the bell sounds, Luger brings his opponent to the corner. The referee breaks things up, and Buff decides to spit on Lex. Lex spits back, and Bagwell sells it, and I mean, he sells it, he takes a bump. Bagwell gets to his feet, the two lock up again. Buff gets the best of Luger, but when he goes for a hip toss, Lex counters. It's Buff who ends up taking a hip toss, and Lex performs a press slam afterwards. Buff then gets sent over the top rope with a clothesline, and after checking that he still has all his teeth, Bagwell decides to get a little backup. Vincent walks out to stand in Buff's corner, the two walk back to the ring, and Bagwell stalls a little more before getting back inside the ropes. The crowd's been absolutely flat so far, and it's actually remarkable how quiet this audience has been all night. Buff manages to put Luger down, and the total package finds himself on the outside. Buff's plan backfires though when Luger throws him into the ring post and guardrail, and back in the ring, Luger goes to work on Buff's back while Vincent complains to the referee. Vincent gets knocked off the apron by Luger, and there's another poke to the eye. This allows Bagwell to take the lead for a while, and Vincent even gets in on the action by choking Luger on the middle rope. Bagwell stands on Luger's throat, and Vincent continues to choke Luger out. Buff says hi mom as Lex continues to take punishment, and Bagwell works over Luger's lower back with a few strikes. This has been a whole load of nothing so far, and as mentioned earlier, this is the longest match on the card. The classic boot in the corner brings Lex back into the match for a moment, and Bagwell takes a lariat. Luger can't capitalize afterwards, however, so Buff applies a chin lock that stays in for way too long. We see Harlem Heat sitting in the audience, and Booker T says WCW's #1. We see a panning arena shot. The commentators talk about Sting versus Hogan. All this while the chin lock's still being applied by Buff Daddy. Lex fights out, he ducks a clothesline and he hits a clothesline of his own, but then Buff goes straight after the lower back again. He hits another clothesline, and there's chin lock #2. When the two get up, Buff applies a sleeper. Yep, a sleeper, and again it stays locked in for way too long. Long holds are absolutely fine if you've got the crowd where they need to be, but the audience were not into this one at all. Hopefully it picks up towards the end though. Lex gets out with a back suplex and Buff takes a backdrop. Lex starts firing up with 3 clotheslines and 2 inverted atomic drops. Luger then knocks Vincent off the apron again, and then we see Luger's forearm smash to Bagwell. The crowd are starting to get into it a bit. Lex suplexes Bagwell and he throws Vincent on top of Buff Daddy when Vincent tried an aerial attack. Luger then sends the NWO goon out of the ring, but this all leads to Buff knocking Luger into the referee. Lex performs a power slam, he applies the torture rack, but the match continues, seeing as there's no ref to call for the bell. Randy Savage hits the ring and Macho Man's attack fails. He too ends up getting racked, but then Scott Norton makes an appearance, and that's one guy too many. Norton smacks Luger with what looks like Rick Steiner's dog collar. He drags Bagwell on top of Lex, and Bagwell beats Lex Luger once again, this time by pinfall. This one dragged on and it had a very typical WCW Nitro finish. It's amazing how WCW messed up Luger's 1997 run as the year progressed. Besides Sting, who didn't wrestle on TV for the whole year, Luger was WCW's main babyface in the fight against the NWO, and the crowd really did accept Luger for a period of time. These kind of matches did absolutely nothing for the total package. Ric Flair was reportedly injured at World War III, yet WCW announced a steel cage match for Starrcade, Curt Hennig vs Flair for the US title. Turns out Flair can't compete, so he too is not at Starrcade, and instead Diamond Dallas Page gets a shot at the gold. The steel cage has also been removed from the match, so what we get instead is the 5th televised DDP vs Curt Hennig match of 1997. Dallas Page, without a shadow of doubt, deserved a match at this pay-per-view. 1997 was a great year for the master of the Diamond Cutter, but even now when watching this all back for reliving the war, I really don't want to see DDP vs Hennig again unless DDP's gonna win the US title. Thankfully, that's exactly what happened, so the match is worth checking out just to see Page get rewarded for a good year's work. Curt Hennig slides out of the ring at the beginning of the match for his usual timeout after Page goes for the Diamond Cutter early. Hennig takes control when the match resumes with a few kicks on the mat and a few chops in the corner. Page counters Hennig on the canvas, and when the two get to their feet, Hennig goes right back down with a headlock takeover. Dallas grabs Hennig by the hair after a drop down leapfrog sequence, and Curt Hennig gets slammed on the mat. A big punch sends Curt to the outside, and DDP's eager to get Hennig back inside the ropes, but Curt drops Page over the top rope, and Curt then begins working over the lower back and ribs. A kick sends Page out of the ring, and Curt launches Dallas into the ring steps, and when the match resumes inside the ropes, Curt continues to target those injured ribs any way he can. Page tries to fight back from the mat, but a punch and a kick to the head puts Dallas back down. When Page finally gets to his feet, he ends up taking a clothesline, and yep, there it is, a chin lock. We see Vandenberg talking with Alex Wright in the audience while Mortis watches the match. Man, Mortis and Alex Wright would have made quite the tag team, wouldn't they? Let's break things up for a moment. I asked you guys on Twitter what we could call this magnificent tag team, and you guys said this: Saturday Night Spooktacular, Mortal Kombat, Army of Danceness. Wright said Mortis and Rathwurst, the Berlin Canyon, Wunderkind Evil 4, Sasha Banks and Naomi, fucking hell. Fright Right, Spooky Sexy Skeletons, fucking awesome. Resurrection, Rightmare, The Last Right, Dead Sexy, Monster Smash, Death by Bratwurst, and my personal favourite, Dick and Morty. Back in the ring, DDP escapes the chinlock with a jawbreaker, and Hennig's cell job is interesting. We get a great little moment where DDP and Curt go toe to toe and they throw punch after punch. Dallas gets the best of Curt here and he hits Curt with a plancha afterwards. The two then fight in the crowd very briefly because DDP wants to get the match back in the ring to win that belt, but Dallas rushes back out so he can smash Hennig's perfect balls on the ring post. Hennig then holds onto the ropes during a Diamond Cutter attempt and the two trade pin attempts. DDP counters a perfect plex with an armbar takedown. The two then punch each other at the same time and they both hit the mat. And when both men stand up, Dallas is able to swing around Hennig and deliver the Diamond Cutter. DDP beats Curt Hennig at Starrcade and DDP wins the US title. This wasn't a terrible match. I thought Curt vs Flair at World War III was better, but when you watch all of 1997 back, you do appreciate DDP's title win a little more. I do think though this one would have fared better if it was earlier in the show. The Starrcade semi-main event features Eric Bischoff taking on Larry Zbyszko. This one started when Eric ran his mouth and he accepted a fight with Zbyszko on Nitro. He tried to back out and say the challenge was for one night only, and because the fight didn't take place, then the offer was off the table. But JJ Dillon ensured the fight would take place at Starrcade. WCW Nitro's up for grabs in this one. If Eric wins, then the NWO get full control over the Nitro TV show, and Larry also gets an added incentive if he wins the match. WCW keeps Nitro, and Larry gets a match against Scott Hall, someone who's been giving Larry a lot of grief lately. Bischoff wanted all sorts of rules changed for the match. Closed fists, kicks, and knockouts are all legal, and Eric also wanted an NWO guy as the referee. Dillon agreed, and because Bischoff announced the night after Survivor Series that Bret Hart was part of the NWO, Dillon appointed the Hitman as the special referee for this matchup. Bret told Bischoff not to look at him for any help. Bischoff should do all he can to win, but Bret isn't going to back him up because Bret already knows what it's like to get screwed over by a referee. Let's address this now. Bret Hart refereeing a Zbyszko vs Bischoff match was one of the stupidest ideas ever. We don't need to talk about this in depth because you guys know the drill, and I don't want to bore you with a bunch of what ifs and different scenarios, but the WWF's best superstar of 1997 refereeing an attraction match at WCW's biggest show of the year is one of the most colossal fuck-ups of the whole Monday Night War, and it's truly baffling. As a matter of fact, everything about this match was a colossal fuck-up. Even the NWO Nitro teaser on the last Monday Night TNT broadcast bombed hard. Scott Hall comes to the ring with Eric Bischoff, and Larry Zbyszko gets a great ovation during his entrance, one of the best ovations of the night so far. Bret Hart checks over both guys before the bell rings, and Zbyszko doesn't seem too happy with Bret. I mean, he's just doing his fucking stupid job. A Larry chant breaks out as the match gets underway, and Karate Master Bischoff's all business here tonight. Look at him. Eric gets in a few light punches and he celebrates each and every one. Eric keeps his distance from Larry and he stops Larry from getting close to grapple. And Bischoff takes a timeout where Scott Hall tells him to utilise the crane kick. Scott had great success during his time at Miyagi-Do. The match resumes and Zbyszko gets in a few light slaps, and these make Bischoff back up a little. Bischoff complains and Bret Hart confirms they were open hand slaps, while also confirming to himself that this is an absolute train wreck. Zbyszko goes down after a kick and this fires Zbyszko up. Larry gets in a few corner strikes and he rubs Bischoff's face on the mat. Bret Hart's forced to break it up and Larry isn't happy with this. Larry then applies a sleeper and Bret Hart again breaks the hold. The Hitman says it's a chokehold, and the exact same thing happens when Larry applies a head scissor submission. Zbyszko screams at Bret, but Bret says it's a chokehold, and you'd think Bret would know better, wouldn't you? Larry then applies a standing figure 4 and Bischoff gets to the ropes. Larry's getting increasingly annoyed with the Hitman. Bischoff ends up getting rammed into the ring post. Bret tells Larry he's been wrestling too long to forget the rules, and the living legend needs to sort this shit out or he'll get disqualified. Larry doesn't listen and Bischoff gets thrown into the ring steps. Another argument breaks out between Hart and Zbyszko, and Scott Hall backs up the Hitman. It looks like Bret doesn't want Scott's help though. The match continues with Zbyszko getting Bischoff in the corner, and Bret stops Larry from punching Eric. It was clearly stated on Nitro that closed fists were allowed in this match. Eric wanted it and JJ Dillon approved it, so why the fuck Bret's stopping Zbyszko is anyone's guess. Bischoff wipes Zbyszko out with a kick and he limps over to Larry to lay in a few more kicks. Scott Hall cheers for his boy as Bischoff keeps the pressure on with jabs in the corner, and the crowd begins chanting for Larry. Bischoff's laying in knees, kicks, punches, and he tires himself out. Zbyszko takes everything Bischoff has to offer, and Bischoff's now so tired that he can't defend himself. Zbyszko goes for the kill with a big old suplex. Eric then takes a swinging neck breaker, and Bischoff gets hung up in the Tree of Woe. Bret Hart pulls Zbyszko away because reasons, and Scott Hall gets a chance to put some sort of metal plate in Eric's foot guard. But as soon as Eric kicks Zbyszko, that fucking metal plate goes flying into the audience, and I'm sure some poor bastard in attendance got that metal plate right on the head. Imagine enduring this match then getting fucking knocked out by a stray piece of metal. But anyway, Eric raises his hand in victory and he wants Bret Hart to do the same. Bret decides to punch Bischoff in the mouth, and to be fair, this does get a good reaction. Scott Hall jumps in the ring and the bad guy wants to fight the Hitman. Hart knocks Scott down with a clothesline and Scott finds himself locked in the sharpshooter, and while Bret applies his finishing hold to Scott, Larry chokes Bischoff with Eric's own belt. Bret Hart then raises Larry's hand. I'm guessing Larry won via disqualification after the kick with the metal plate, but what a mess this was. I assume Bret was going to find the metal plate on the mat and then attack Bischoff or something, who knows. But Larry wins, and that means Nitro stays with World Championship Wrestling, and Larry also gets a match against Scott Hall. It sold out 1998. This show has been extremely rough, and you can imagine a lot of fans feeling some regret after buying on pay-per-view. But our next match could save it, and to be fair, most people bought the pay-per-view just to see the Starrcade main event. It's time for the ultimate battle between WCW and NWO as we end the pay-per-view with 1997's most anticipated matchup. When Hulk Hogan signed with World Championship Wrestling, he was pushed as WCW's top babyface. Sting had held that position for years, and he stepped aside when Hogan came along, even joining forces with Hulk on a few occasions to fight the good fight. When Hogan joined the New World Order though, everyone in Team WCW got paranoid. The NWO would play mind games with the WCW roster to make everyone second guess their loyalties. Lex Luger, Ric Flair and Arn Anderson weren't sure where Sting stood during the early days of the hostile takeover. The NWO made it look like Sting had joined up by bringing in a bogus Sting, but the real Sting was always loyal to World Championship Wrestling. When Sting's peers and Sting's fans began doubting Sting, that's when the icon decided to disappear. Sting was hurt by the lack of trust, and he would go away for a while only to come back wearing black and white face paint, making some still question if he was actually part of the NWO. Sting didn't speak a word for months. He would challenge the loyalties of other WCW members. He would join the NWO faction to get closer to the group and leave again while attacking everyone in sight. He would spend his time in the rafters only to come down when WCW needed help or when Sting had the opportunity to get closer to Hogan. And all this sent the fans into a frenzy. Sting was a WCW hero. He had turned himself into this silent vigilante, and this anti-hero thing that the Stinger had going on really worked during this era. Fans would lose their minds when Sting showed up. To WCW and Eric Bischoff's credit, he wouldn't wrestle a single match on WCW television while all this was going on. Matches were teased against other NWO members, but Sting made it clear that he wanted Hulk Hogan. And so a match contract was signed in Las Vegas and it was made official. After 15 months of waiting, fans were going to see Sting perform again inside a WCW ring, and he was going up against World Heavyweight Champion Hollywood Hulk Hogan. The NWO leader versus WCW's Dark Hero, the ultimate battle between good and evil. Fans had talked about this for a very long time, and even though Hogan and Sting did wrestle each other previously, the stakes were way higher in this one. You hear the term big match feel getting thrown around on wrestling shows. This right here had a big match feel. It felt monumental. You can't sum up 15 months of build-up in a single paragraph, but like I mentioned in the Survivor Series video, you guys have watched this all again with me on Reliving the War, and we have a real understanding of how this was all built up. We may even have a better understanding of it, seeing as most of us watched everything again twice over. You and I know how much this match means, and with the way Starrcade went so far, this pay-per-view really needs a home run main event, and WCW simply can't let all those paying customers down. After all this time, after all this build, all the story, the whole NWO versus WCW thing, this needed to be right.
When a man's heart is full of deceit, it burns up, dies, and a dark shadow falls over his soul. From the ashes of a once great man has risen a curse, a wrong that must be righted. We look to the skies for a vindicator, someone to strike fear into the black hearts of the same man who created him. The battle between good and evil has begun. Against an army of shadows comes a dark warrior, the purveyor of good, with a voice of silence and a mission of justice. This is Sting.
The two stare at each other, and it's just awesome seeing the Stinger standing in the ring again, getting ready for an actual match. The crowd's going crazy as the final low sustained note of Sting's entrance theme plays in the arena. Hulk shoves Sting, he throws his bandana at Sting, but the Stinger slaps Hogan across the face and the crowd pops. The audience begins settling into their seats as Hulk circles around the ring. Hogan hams it up a little, and then the two lock up and Sting gets brought to the corner. The Stinger throws a right hand, and again the crowd goes crazy, and the Icon stares at his opponent with absolutely no emotion. This was going so well, but then Hogan wants a test of strength and Sting falls for one of heel Hogan's oldest tricks in the book. Let's just look over that for now. Sting takes a few right hands, Hogan grabs Sting by the throat, and Sting again shows no emotion. He doesn't open his mouth at all, he doesn't verbally say anything. The challenger takes a corner clothesline, and when Nick Patrick asks him if he wants to give up, he just shakes his head. Hulk performs a body slam, he misses 3 elbow drops, and a drop kick from the Stinger sends Hulk to the outside, and this gives the audience another reason to cheer. Hogan takes his time on the outside while Sting catches his breath a little. Hogan gets back inside the ropes, he performs a side headlock, and Sting goes down after a shoulder tackle, but the Stinger leapfrogs and he hits Hogan with 2 more drop kicks. Hogan tumbles out of the ring again, and Hogan takes his time walking around the outside before the match resumes. It hits you around this time that no matter what your expectations were for this match, you really should have known better. Yes, there were 15 months of build-up, and yes, it's an anticipated bout beyond anything we had seen before in WCW, but at the end of the day, it's still a Hulk Hogan match, and it's playing out like a Hulk Hogan match. Sting's side headlock stays locked in for about 30 seconds too long, and when it gets broken up, Hogan knocks Sting down with a clothesline. Hulk tells the fans to stick it, brother, before hitting Sting with a suplex, but Sting gets right back up and the Stinger tells Hogan to suck it. Yeah. Hulk gets rocked in the corner, but a rake to the eyes puts Hogan back in control, and the Icon then gets thrown out of the ring. Sting gets thrown on the timekeeper's table and he takes a shot with his own baseball bat. Hogan rams the Stinger into the ring post and Hogan shoves his shirt in Sting's face. We assume it's an NWO shirt. Sting manages to toss Hogan into the guardrail, but a Stinger splash misses its target, and things have picked up a little here, thankfully. I think an all-out brawl would have fared a little better for this one, but the match continues with Sting getting crushed on the guardrail, and a big right hand knocks the Stinger down. Back in the ring, Sting takes an inverted atomic drop, and both guys are now looking a little tired. Still, Hogan hits the big boot, he delivers the leg drop. 1, 2, 3, Hulk Hogan wins the match. What? Yeah, Hogan just pinned Sting and that should be the match over. You guys know the story. Nick Patrick was supposed to fast count here and he didn't for whatever reason. There's rumours and speculation, and I do agree that it smells of Hulk Hogan bullshit, but there was no fast count. We can talk about it forever, but let's move on. Because there was no fast count, the remainder of the match makes no sense. Bret Hart comes out complaining that the count was fast, and he says this isn't going to happen again in reference to Survivor Series. So Bret whacks Nick Patrick, and Nick's sell job is so dramatic. Bret throws Hogan back in the ring. Bret orders a restart because he's an official referee for the night. Sting delivers a Stinger splash and he takes out Buff Bagwell and Scott Norton before delivering another. Sting goes to apply the Scorpion Deathlock. He points at Bret Hart. He turns over and he applies the hold. Hulk Hogan gives up. Sting wins the Starrcade main event and Sting's the new heavyweight champion of the world. The crowd goes nuts, the ring fills up with WCW superstars, it's a big celebration to close the show, and no matter what you may think of the match, the celebration was good. The commentators get excited, heels and babyfaces share the ring to enjoy the moment, and that's how the pay-per-view ends. The credits roll during the in-ring celebration. Starrcade's a bad show, not gonna lie. It's also an important show though. Many say it's the beginning of the end for WCW and it highlights the issues going on behind the scenes within the company. It should have been an easy home run and it should have been a straightforward, no-nonsense event, but with guys not showing up, a bunch of mediocre matches, really bad use of the wrestlers at WCW's disposal, and a main event with a controversial finish, Starrcade 1997 turned out to be a massive letdown. It needs to be seen to be believed though. This could have been the show that solidified WCW as the wrestling company in the United States, but WCW ended up damaging themselves by putting on this Starrcade show. Seeing Sting again in the ring was awesome, the atmosphere during the entrances and the stare down was awesome, but things definitely fell apart as the match went on, and there's been a few reasons given for this. Listen to Eric Bischoff's podcast and you'll hear Bischoff talk about Sting not being in the right frame of mind for his big comeback match, and you'll hear stories about Sting dealing with a lot of personal issues heading into the Starrcade main event. But what's done is done, and now it feels like WCW need to work on getting some goodwill back, to be honest. We'll see how they deal with that on Reliving the War next week. There's a lot going on in the next episode of Nitro, so join me on Thursday and we'll see how WCW handle things over on TNT. Watch Starrcade for its significance and not for the wrestling. Malenko vs Guerrero and Benoit vs Saturn will keep you entertained. The rest, take it or leave it. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed this one, and take care.